dog. He can get it right. Roobet. You bet, who bet?
Welcome back once again, everybody, to day number 2 here at the Roobet Cup 2023. My name is Jasmine, otherwise known as Veracity, but what I really want to be focusing on is two of these lovely gents alongside me. I should have said one, really. Sorry about that.
It's me. Yes, I know.
It's definitely not you, Kassan. How are we feeling after yesterday, boys? We had plenty of action, lots of CS2 being played here.
Yeah, a lot of CS2, some surprising results as well, right? Heroic managing to somehow get a win as well. We had that crazy game with Furia where they were able to pull off a win seemingly out of nothing from against Eternal Fire. So I'm just looking for more chaos today.
Nice shirt, by the way.
Thanks, man.
Is that paid advertise?
Maybe.
Okay. See what he does.
Hashtag ad.
Oh, well, let's go.
Gotta get that cash, gotta get that bag.
Nah, the thing is, like, yesterday we had a long day, right?
Yeah.
A long day with unexpected results, unexpected news during the day, with Heroic being dismantled pretty much, and, you know, some new guys stepping in, beating Aurora, and it has been a day full of interesting Counter-Strike. Let's say that it's only day one. We can see the bracket on your screen of Group A, that Heroic beat Aurora, like we said, and Furia kind of managed to scrape through Eternal Fire with that ultimate, like, final round where only Eternal Fire knows what happened, and they are meeting each other for the place in the playoffs, and then we have the lower bracket, Aurora, Eternal Fire. That's going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, and for Group B, obviously, you know, we had Movistar against 9Z, Movistar coming out on top, although, again, it was a 3-map affair. And the Battle of the CIS, VP, Spirit, they tied up again, but VP in the end able to, as they always do, get the win.
See, I feel like we were pretty confident about our picks, me and you, Blair. Kassad was false confidence.
I got 3 out of 4. I'm pretty happy with that.
I think we all ended on 3.
Yes, we did.
Apart from Kassad, who ended on 0. But anyways, Kassad, you know what? This is your chance for redemption because today's games are going to be focusing on groups C and D as well. So as we take a look at our matchups, we've got Astralis versus 9. We'll be diving into that one a little bit deeper later on. How are we feeling about Big and Apex?
Big has been playing decent Counter-Strike in the last few months. It's just like top 5 team. Like, for example, Maui would like to kind of say and see.
At least online.
But they are playing decent Counter-Strike, and they're playing Apex, who didn't do well in Sydney, who got a kind of roster change, and, you know, they're just struggling a little bit. And then we have Group D. Monte against OG that's kind of all over the place. You can't really say anything good or bad about them. They're just, like, there, filling up the spots. And then, obviously, the Fnatic against NIP. We saw Fnatic playing good in Sydney, decent Counter-Strike, and NIP with a surprisingly bad news for everyone.
Surprisingly?
Well, surprisingly that they can do it in such a consecutive manner. It's always like with the bad news. You just kind of makes you wonder, like, how do they do it?
It is kind of wild as well, right? Like, even with this S-Attack thing coming in as an IGL, and I think it was an interview or something even by Thread, or he made a statement saying this isn't even the final form they're looking for. So even this team we're seeing here for NIP at this event, it's a team in flux. We don't know what they're going to really be getting. The only thing I can expect from them is just, in all honesty, I have to be very
I know what we are not
disappointment.
getting. That's a good team.
True.
Sadly, for some of those players that actually have talent to be a part of our organization that has no idea what they are doing, pretty much like a blind man on a minefield. That's how they look like when
A blind man in a minefield.
just like wandering, hoping that they're gonna,
not blow up.
yeah.
All right, well, thank you. Another beautiful quote from Kassad there. Focusing a bit more, though, on Monte and OG. That's the matchup that's going to be taking place on the B stream. Monte, obviously, 7th to 8th from their IEM Sydney performance. Maybe you guys can give us a bit more context and info about that.
I think for Monte, but they've been putting in a lot of work. I saw some pretty cool stuff coming out from them as a team as well. They have a pretty, at least on the T side, what we saw was a pretty simple approach, similar to Bet Boom, so to speak. The fundamentals are pretty solid. The individuals are not relying on like one player stepping up and being, just taking over the server. You had players like Bro have his moments, Demka as usual being a threat. So for me, honestly, Monte are a more known quantity coming to this matchup, and I will actually say they might be the firm favorites in this particular game.
Yeah, I do agree. But they have this thing there. They keep changing IGLs.
I think
sometimes
Sandai
it's Woro, sometimes it's Sandai Young. It's like, I don't even know. But the lineup itself, it's decent. I think what they accomplished in the last, this year, right, has been more than anyone expected, considering all the circumstances and the political, situation and the conflicts and everything. It's very hard on players to deal with that, and they managed to qualify for many events and played well, and they played top 8 in the major in Paris, and overall they showed, progress, which is all you want from them. You don't expect them to win events, but they are what they are because they deserve it.
And they also have this ability, right? A lot of these teams, they kind of plateau out, when they get a few wins and they're not able to go further. And for Monte, though, the one cool thing is they have these big scalps being taken once in a while in some of the big events. So, they have the promise of if they're able to kind of just build on what they've done so far, they could potentially, they have a ceiling which still hasn't been reached, I feel, for this team.
Well, whilst we have a fairly consistent performance coming out from Monte, how about the flip side of that? What about OG? How are things going on their side of the camp?
I don't think anyone knows what's happening with OG. I don't think OG knows what's happening with OG right now.
Well, I know what's happening with OG, but I can't share it.
It just seems, look, like the Zoomers say now, it just seems so mid, right? Like Fasha coming in, we hope maybe in this team he might be able to do better than he did in Fnatic, but that's not really been the case. Fiku, Regali, again, Regali, someone you expected to kind of pop off a little bit perhaps with the promise he had earlier on, hasn't done much. Kito's been the one that stood out quite a bit for me, which honestly was a pleasant surprise, but that's not enough though.
No, that's not enough at all. I think Regali has to be the main player in that team simply because he's the young, talent, very, flashy and everything, but he hasn't found any consistency whatsoever. Nexa is struggling ever since he returned. He's struggling to find, we don't know what's behind the scenes, right? It can be anything, right? And we don't know how long are they going to stay together as a team, what kind of situation they have inside the organization. The coaching staff has always been, somewhere unnoticed in a way. They're just similar to what you said, mid. So there's a lot of issues there, so they're nowhere to be placed. You cannot really say, oh, they're a terrible team, right? Because they're not. But you cannot really say they're a contender for the playoffs in any event, because they're not. So it's just, for an organization that's OG, for the players that they have, for example, Nexa, I don't think that's enough. That's the issue that I have with that.
And also, like post, during the player break before CS2 as well, when he looked at all the lineup changes that happened, this is the one lineup change where I'm like, this just looks so mid.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of bias maybe towards the Monte camp, not bias for any other reason.
It's called logic.
Okay, right.
She doesn't know what that is.
We can go. Wow. Okay, I got you. Don't worry, I got your number. We'll sort this out later on broadcast. But anyways, back to the focus at hand. This is a best of 3, of course. Do we think this is going to be one of our first Swift 2-0s?
I would think so. That being said, OG, online I've seen them play a few games here and there. I think their Anubis, their Mirage is pretty decent, but then Monte's Anubis is probably the best map as well, so I don't see it happening here. Look, we've seen some crazy CS yesterday, like Heroic winning that game against Aurora. That should have never have happened. So we could even see map number 3 coming up, but I'm still going to stand by the fact that I've seen enough from Monte to have them as my favorites. Yeah,
I do believe they are the favorites, but I wouldn't call them like super convincing favorites, because I like to see 3 maps simply because we don't know where OG is going to land when it comes to this game. Are they going to show up and do something? or they're going to fall back on their asses again, because they have the pieces like, Keto and Regali who can explode on any single match, right? And they pick Mirage, which is a very kind of defaulty map. They like to play default Counter-Strike. It's not very spawn, freeze time cold, right? And they can definitely take at least Mirage. About Anubis, I'm not really sure, because as Bleb pointed out, it's one of the best teams on a map like that. So together with, let's say, complexity maybe.
Yeah.
And they should be they should be favorites, but let's say 60-40, the best.
I'd give it a 70-30.
Well, whilst we've been focusing a lot on what is going on the B stream, if you do want to check out that Monte and OG game, feel free to do so. But all of the memes and actions will also be taking place over here, because we have Astralis versus 9. Now, before we dive into all of this, fellas, I think it's worth prefacing. Obviously, throughout yesterday, we just kept saying, oh, it's CS2. It's CS2. It's constantly changing. Maybe that's why some players are struggling. We've yet again had another update as well, dropping to, it was last night, late last night. So how much of an impact, if any, is this going to end up having on the current state of CS2 and the performance of some of these teams?
I don't think it's going to really make an effect on this particular map, because I don't think we're going to be seeing Inferno being played here. Inferno's the Inferno balcony change, that's the big one for me, right? It's going to definitely affect how that A pit position plays out, especially at high tiers of Counter-Strike. So yes, that is something I'm looking forward to. Hopefully get to see Inferno being played out here today. In this matchup, though, it's going to be a best of one as always. It's going to be Vertigo being potentially taken by 9. They have lost a couple of times recently, so I'm just going to put a caveat there. Astralis should be going with Ancient, the classic Achilles heel of the Polish squad. And a final map, it's up in the air. I'm just going to wager it's going to be maybe an overpass coming into play here.
I don't really know, to be honest. It can go either way, right? I think you were spot on when it comes to the first 2 maps. It has to be Ancient for Astralis. It has to be Vertigo for 9. But even if they pick Vertigo, I think they dropped off quite a bit as a team.
I agree.
Similar to Monte, right? They had a starting trajectory pretty much the same, right? And Monte kind of ascended, and 9 just stayed the same,
I think they've actually come down a little bit right now.
Yeah,
honestly.
maybe. Even you could say that like that. But I wasn't really happy with how they performed in the last couple of months. Maybe they had an issue transitioning into the CS2, and after I think they played Rio, and they didn't really show there anything special, and after that kind of dropped off. You can see that the lineup stayed the same. Nothing really changed in terms of the personnel inside the team, and I'm looking for, because the Poland they need a proper team right now, right? After the Golden 5, after the VP and all this, and with the Bialy and Snacks, I think they deserve to have a decent team. There was a potential in this team, but they really not lived up to it yet, I guess.
I have a question for you. This is something just to satisfy my curiosity, right? The Golden 5, is that with Luke, or is that in Cuban, or is that the one in CSGO with Snacks and Bialy?
Absolutely with Luke and Cuban. Absolutely.
Ding, ding, ding.
I mean,
Answer.
it has to be, right? Because those are the legends of the game that we grew up loving before we transitioned into CSGO. It's just I spent so many days and nights and watching those people play, right? Back in the day when there was like Intel Extreme Masters, Europe and Worlds and all this.
That's so many names as well, like Frag Executors,
Yeah.
MYM, Meter Makers. Yeah.
Probably the best name for a team ever.
MYM?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we've spoken a lot about individuals from both of our wonderful teams. The real question is, though, who are you going to be looking towards to perform throughout this game?
This guy, the big guy right there. I mean, this guy consistently delivers time and time again. And win or lose, like he just somehow manages to get those ratings right. And call him what do you want to, blame F, beta, whatever. But he does manage to be the difference maker, I feel, for this team. I don't think we've seen Astralis play a CS2 game officially yet, though. So I'm curious about that.
Yes, Blame is a great player. Obviously, the numbers are saying all of that, but you need to translate those numbers into wins, right? If you take a player that's maybe Nav, who is similarly when it comes to baiting, right? But Nav had a period in Liquid where he was completely by himself, baiting the hell out of everyone, but he keeps delivering the numbers and they keep getting the wins. They won the Grand Slam, they won 4 events in a row, they had a mini era, whatever it is. And Astralis never got to do it yet, right? After the original lineup, obviously. But when he delivers these numbers, even with complexity, and now in Astralis, the wins are not there. Like he needs to like pair them up with a title or a couple of titles, right? So we can actually say, okay, this is legit, right? It doesn't mean that he's a bad player whatsoever. He's a really good player, very sharp, very smart, very hardworking. That's all facts, right? But you need to get some titles.
Well, before anybody can get any titles, we need to have the veto to figure out who on earth is going to be taking away our first victory of today. Talk to me. You've already made a prediction here, Blair, about the veto. I'm quite keen to see an Inferno.
I don't think he's wrong at all. I think he has to be it's pretty obvious.
Boom.
Ancient and then Vertigo.
Boom.
Oh, Mirage.
Oh.
Has to be a Vertigo band.
Oh, there we go. That's spicy.
This is a gift, right? This is a gift for Australis.
Well, I mean, is it?
And you got the Overpass as well as a decider. But
The Vertigo pick not coming in. This might be the very first time in the past 6 months, a year, that 9 have not picked Vertigo when given the opportunity. So I'm hoping, Kassad, that they put in some work there, because their Vertigo, as you pointed out, right, even though it was such a stronghold for them historically this year, they have struggled recently in the past. They have lost a couple of times on CS2 as well. So maybe switching up the map pool might be the key to their success, perhaps.
Or key to their complete demise.
Or a quick 2-0 for Australis. You never know.
You never know. But the thing is, I feel like it's one of two things, but I'm leaning towards the first one. That's the fact that they lost confidence in their Vertigo, and they were trying to do something different, right? But that's something that happened to my teams multiple times. It does happen. You just lose confidence. It happened to G2 in Sydney, right? They were in Inferno pickers all the time, and then you can see them picking Ancient multiple times at the event. So nothing really crazy.
It's also a trend we're noticing right now with CS2 coming in. You guys get there? Yeah, cool. No, it's also a trend we're noticing right now with teams trying to mix up their main picks and the bans and all of that. So maybe we'll see something different here from 9.
Maybe we will, but I'll tell you now what is not different is the fact that Kassad is definitely not going to get a correct prediction here today. So let's go ahead and very quickly revisit all of our wonderful predictions for today. Obviously, you can see every single person here topping the charts, apart from Kassad. What do you make of his picks today, Blair?
I think he walked on the right side of the bed. I completely agree with Kassad. I think he's an intelligent human being. Anders, as usual, being a little loony there with a 9 pick. But I think most of us just agree on the fact that, these are pretty one-sided matches.
There is logic here, so we have to follow it, right? There is no...
logic? Oh, yes. How about yesterday, Kassad?
Yesterday was different type of logic.
Non-existent.
Genius logic.
Of course, absolutely.
Absolutely.
People don't appreciate genius, actually.
Yeah, I'm just ahead of my time. It's fine.
All right, fellas. Well, I'm going to go ahead and figure out whether or not Henry and Anders agree with the fact that you're way ahead of your time and well and truly a genius.
I'm very excited for today, Jason. Another day of the Roobet Cup. We've got some more teams coming in from this side of the group, and I'm really excited to see, is OG going to be impressive or are they going to fall flat? I think it's a big question mark around this team at the moment, and I don't know what kind of level they're going to come in with.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be a question that I ask a lot of OG lately is what is this one going to look like? The last project didn't really ever build in anything consistent that you could be excited about. So it feels almost like a similar situation right now, but still some time to see if they can actually turn this into something. The Nexa idea as an in-game leader coming back is always intriguing, especially considered his departure seemingly is what kind of sparked them to sort of free fall and never be able to figure out where to go from there. On the other side of the coin with Monte, I think they're playing super well. I think this is a really fun team to watch. I think STY's doing a good job with leadership. I think Demka's coming into his own. So this is a team that's caused some upsets and is very, very scary in series, especially for a team of OG's caliber.
Yeah, I think that's a big talking point is the caliber of OG. I think when everybody's seen this team made and the roster announcement came out, I don't think anybody was really excited for it. It felt very, very weak, very mid, as people are saying. So I think that the results have kind of lived up to that too, right? There hasn't really been a pleasant surprise whatsoever. They have a 40% win rate currently with this roster over the last 3 months, and they're losing to teams like Anonymous online. They're losing most recently to G2. This team haven't played a whole lot of games recently, whereas Monte have obviously been the opposite. They played a lot of tournaments, a lot of games.
It feels like OG is just like this odd collection of players who kind of like lost their position within teams previously, and we're just kind of like, does this even like work? Do these 5 players even make sense? Like it doesn't even. It feels like they're still trying to like figure out if these 5 players can actually work together effectively enough. And as you mentioned, like that with the win rate in the last 3 months, answer so far has been not really. It's kind of what we expect. So yeah, at some point you're going to hope to see a turnaround. And remember too, like a lot of these lineups are also geared towards the release of CS2. So I think now that CS2 is out and teams are playing it more and more events, we'll see some changes come in. But yeah, for the moment, they're just trying to figure things out like pretty much everyone else in the scene.
True. It's the Great Reset. And most recently, they have played in the CT tournaments online. So they've got themselves a 2-0 loss against Anonymous. That's their most recent result. That was 3 days ago. Before that, they played in the showdown and lost to G2 2-1. So, I mean, as expected, you should be losing to G2. It's actually maybe a positive sign that took a map off of them, but their most recent online result is a little worrying for me. Anonymous, let's take a look at that roster, Jason. Let's have a look who's on that team. Big names such as Sammy, Raiko, Virtusio, you know, all those guys.
These guys.
Not fun. Not fun at all.
No, not at all. And I mean, for Monte as well, they're ranked world number 9. They've had like a great rise ever since the Paris Major, one of the few kind of upset teams, underdog teams that had a decent enough run at that event to actually continue that form and build upon that form as well. While some of the other ones have dropped off, they still continue to be dangerous, to be on the rise. Honestly, it's really cool to see. It's a really cool like little redemption arc in a way for SDY, who kind of unceremoniously got dumped out of Na'Vi, despite playing pretty well in my opinion. So I think this Monte team should have this one in the bag with relative ease. I think this should be nice and by the book,
well,
so to speak.
I also believe Monte will win this game, but I did predict OG because
why did you do that? Why did you? I've yet to hear you say something positive about OG. Yet you have picked them to win.
Well, I've put Nexa in my fantasy team, and I would like it to become a reality that some W's have brought his way. But there is a world in which online CS is just so unpredictable. The start of CS2 that somehow OG get it, and I just played a percentage here, Jason. There's a chance. That's really the answer.
Okay, you like taking the risk. It's to start your afternoon.
Yeah, or maybe it's some of that genius Kassad is talking about. I did enjoy his quote of the day, which was a blind man on a minefield.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very visceral image, isn't it? We understand exactly where he's going with it.
Yeah, he really has come up with some really over the last few days.
Something about blind men make for really good analogies like that, like where what is it? Feel your way through it, like a blind man at an orgy is also a solid choice.
That's a great one. Bring that one out at the Christmas dinner.
That could actually be OG.
Yeah, that could be. Well, let's see if they can find their way through this orgy. It's Monte Esports versus Team OG. Keto picking up utility Nexa alongside him. They got a T-sided start today. Let's see what Nexa can do with this bunch of collection of individuals from all over the world. It's a unique challenge here for Nexa, and they're going to be setting up for an A play. Well, coming back in 4v3, OG in a far more comfortable position at the moment. They've got themselves the bomb down. They're pushing it towards Krasnal and SDY fighting for market. It's just one. I don't know how Krasnal is still alive. He really shouldn't be alive for much longer here. Waro trying to get back into the site, causing a distraction, but the time will start to tick, and the chances of winning this round super small at the moment for Monte, but Waro's doing what he can. Another kill, and that bomb isn't planted for the ramp player, so you can get on that defuse. By the time now, too far gone, Waro's come off the defuse, and he's going to go back to it. He hasn't got the kit, though, and he's got no time, so he'll run.
Yeah, that ain't bad at all. They'll take that victory. Nice little pistol round. Keto getting the MVP, as you can see. Double kill for him. That's not bad. I have him on my fantasy, Dinko, and I didn't even predict OG to win.
Yeah, well, Jason, at least I have some consistency here. Yours is just a little too far off.
You cling to that bad boy like a life raft.
Exactly.
Either way, really good start for OG to get that pistol. Let's see. Now the question is, how much can they run up the score before they hit the obstacles, before things get a little bit difficult for them? How much can they capitalize on this kind of economic advantage? It's a pretty dangerous buy coming back in. Double scout on SDY and Waro.
Yeah, you don't see this every day, but let's see if it works out. Waro in the window. Next, they're going to be creeping ever closer towards him. Waro seems to have an idea. Goes for the shot and does land it onto Nexa. Not enough damage to bring down the in-game leader. It's going to be the walkout in towards this A bomb site, just ripping them apart. And OG have won the second round.
Yeah, man, the SMGs in CS2 with this constant movement back and forth are just so brutal. That MAC-10 eventually finds its headshot, takes down the scout inside window, and a 2-0 start for OG without a whole lot of losses as well. That's a very good round they'll be happy to get away with. Nice and convincing. 2 back-to-back rounds. You kind of know the plan. You just run up and execute, and it works flawlessly both times.
I think the first person to bring it up publicly that I seen was Twist, who was talking about the jumping movement or the jumping accuracy in CS2. And I think when you bring up the point of the SMGs and how powerful they currently are in the game, I think matching that with the jumping accuracy, it feels like they're super, super strong at the moment. And especially in these sort of retake scenarios, or if you're trying to be super quick and scale up into window, really powerful meta at the moment for the SMGs. And we just see Nexa using that to great effect in middle.
Yeah, they do feel strong, but they still, I mean, you know, it's balanced by that other weakness of where you kind of have to, I mean, you have to get it in the position where it can be effective, right? Like you can't use it like a rifle. So like balanced by positioning that you have to take. Although sometimes they're capable of some wild, crazy things. 2-0 start for OG.
This is
one
great.
saved scout, 1 MP9, I believe a couple of 5.7s and a deagle. So some dangerous elements for Monte, but not much.
This is a great start for OG. You know, we're definitely looking for strong starts in MR12 here in this competition so far. We've seen the strong starts really go a long way for some of the sides that have picked up victories. Fasher already in towards underpass. We've seen a lot of Mirage so far in this competition. It's not going anywhere in CS2. Haven't seen a whole lot of Vertigo. I'm sure we'll see a little bit more of that in the 9 games.
Well, the fun thing was, I mean, in the other game that's on the other stream is 9 not picking Vertigo.
Yeah,
that was a little X factor there. So Vertigo's having some fun even when it's not included in the map pool.
Oh, next up, turning around from jungle. We'll take Demka away, and now dueling against Waro. So he's going to get out of there. Bro hops out of the window, down into middle. Hearing those steps is Fasher, and has no issue in decapitating Bro as he tries to re-enter the connector. So OG up with 2 players advantage at the moment. It doesn't look like there's going to be any chances for Monte to do anything, so they're going to fall away. Save that Kevlar, save some of the better weapons here. And OG are up 3-0, and it hasn't really looked tough for them.
Not yet. Not too much, although still early go. Next round is going to be the first test. I'm curious to see if Waro ends up saving the scout, if he just keeps it, if he played the economy game. But yeah, this has been pretty solid. This round is just Nexa taking the lead and investigating and searching with that MAC-10, finds an open avenue up connector, able to find a free entry kill onto the A bomb site. So that makes things nice and easy. Some exit kills. The Deagle can't get the follow-up. Nexa's making this MAC-10 work. Until I say that, and then he gets dropped.
Almost on cue, but it's over now. We get into the gun rounds. As you mentioned, the first sort of hurdle that OG are going to have to try and clear. They've got the buy, they've got the AKs out. And we'll see what Monte approach this round with. Waro going into the AWP. Now, we talk about Waro. We know he's a bit of an online god. You know, he has still had good performances on LAN recently, but when he goes online, he turns into a different beast. We see his rating really jump up. Monte, a great team in these online competitions.
One more reason to not predict OG.
Yeah,
Yet here
I'm
we
giving
are.
you a whole list of it, aren't I? Who's winning, Jason? Who's winning right now?
Monte's taking this.
Oh, bro.
Bro's going to push up.
He's going to get wrecked. Peaky's going to tap him.
Nice.
Yeah,
Oh, they're just picking up the pace.
Oh,
They're
just
going
going
right
on
at him.
that.
Yeah,
running on it.
Krasnell's going to hold the angle. There's the op. Waro's got that. Krasnell with another, and that's the round shutdown.
Well, just like that. Fiku kicks it off. Nice shot in the apartments. You think there's a shot, but there's not too many chances here. But maybe Nexa can do something about it. Coming in from short, no one's looking at him until SDY turns at the perfect time. And now Regali stuck up in the apartments. Now, there are a few pieces in this OG team that I think are very solid, and that will be Regali. He's a really strong player.
Okay.
We got to see a couple of moments from him at Dallas when he stood in for OG. And then actually got put in the main team. But I think Regali, if he's given a few extra pieces around him to make a bit more sense, I think he could be a very strong AWPer.
Yeah, I think it's more, more than, the individuals you can scratch your head about, but they've all got some talent. The question is, can it be brought together in some kind of a team framework is, I think, the X factor for OG. So the nice thing for Regali is that he's picked up the bomb. He's done it without them really seeing anything. Now they're kind of getting the indication. Footsteps will give it away, and he's on a foot race, but Demq's already got him beat. So does SDY up on Catwalk.
Yeah, SDY is in a strong spot, but Regali's actually got past, so it's Demka's job to close the round, and he'll do it. No problems there from Monte. Didn't really see an opening towards B for just a moment, but as soon as you got War over there and you got the rifle support, not breaking through that. And so a technical issue to kick things off here.
That third support player was there much faster than they thought. They thought they might have had some kind of a timing, but because of the push, because he goes down like so far in halls, there was that time for that second player to shift over. So I think OG just got caught thinking they had a window of opportunity that wasn't actually there. Just a misread, I think, of the decision making from that point. And first round for Monte, 2 players go down, good amount of money built up. And we'll get right back into things. Krieg on Fasher. Regali's got that AWP that you just mentioned. And yeah, we got another brawl coming in round 5 after the tech.
We all love a brawl. The Krieg for Fasher. Fasher complaining currently about his weird config. He likes to crouch with right control. And he can't, yeah. So, and CS haven't added that as an option. So,
what do you mean? Like, what's his movement keys?
I think he has some weird sort of walks forward with mouse click or something like that. Mouse 1.
He's one of those with the crazy ones.
Yeah, one of the freaks. But they haven't added the config option for him. So, seen him complain about that.
So he's getting wrecked. He's just, Valve decided to destroy him in particular.
We will never see Fasher crouch, actually.
I'm looking up his config right now. I'm very curious.
Yeah, I think him and Mezzi had the weird configs in Fnatic, which is kind of weird to have 2 of those guys on the same team for a while. So what do you got in the config so far, Jason?
Hang on, it's taking me a minute. It's not actually uploaded to this website, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, well, I'll look it up as well, see what we got. Maybe we can find something. Okay, here we go. I just want to remind y'all, Fnatic's CSGO settings from Zipple. So, that's Fasher. He moves forward with right mouse click. Okay. He moves backwards with dash. Or no, semicolon. And he goes right with full stop or period. And he jumps with question mark, left with comma, and crouches with M, which would now be right control, I guess, but doesn't have that option. And he says,
is he on like one of the foreign language keyboards that all makes sense if you use it?
No. So this is the reason. Okay. This is the reason he's given. Actually, he plays with the inverted mouse as well.
Oh my God! Get him out! This is too much.
Because
this is too much.
His dad played Flight Simulator. So why, if your dad plays Flight Simulator, why?
I can handle. Maniac plays with an inverted mouse as well, but like he's normal on the keyboard. So like I'm okay with. You can have the inverted mouse. I'm comfortable with that. But you add that on top of the crazy config and movement keys, and I'm out. That can't be a thing.
How can you play CS with an inverted mouse? Like when does that setting ever cross your mind? Obviously, he's given a reason here with Flight Simulator.
When your dad plays Flight Simulator.
Yeah, but how does Maniac do it? Like, is he a Flight Simulator or is he just Swiss?
I'll message him right now. I'll find out. I'll get the information.
Because the people do want to know. That is really important information to gather for today. Wow. God damn it, Maniac. I thought that man was perfect.
Yeah, well, nobody is actually perfect. So we are getting word that the tech by Monte, the map's going to be reloaded back to 3-1. Just a small bug with the HUD, no real issues, but just letting you guys know we're going to get that match restarted, and then we'll be ready to go back into it here at the Roobet Cup.
Yeah, you gotta see us for hopefully just a minute or around that. I did enjoy the last online tournaments we did, Jason. You have a wonderful whiteboard there. No pictures drawn on it this time, I did note. But, if we have long tech pauses, we have the option for Pictionary or something along those lines. You can do a lot with the whiteboard. Henry apparently has a lot of quizzes planned, so maybe we have a game show on the whiteboard.
Yeah, he is. He did kind of trying to position himself as the puzzle king of Malta.
He did, and you know what the thing is? He talks about all these quizzes and he calls himself the quiz master, but Henry has prepared one quiz. One single quiz, and it has had a lot of use, that quiz. I've heard him on many a show using the exact same quiz. If there's a new person there, he just whops that same quiz out again. If you guys are watching that A stream and there's a tech issue and he starts asking questions about famous cats, this is like the 15th time he's used that quiz. So make sure to call him out on it. The fake king of quizzes.
So Maniac, well, he is tuning into the broadcast. So what's up, Maniac? How you doing? Laying in bed, it looks like. Maybe a couch, actually, with a blanket. I can't tell. Either way, he plays Inverted Mouse because he started playing Half-Life in 1999, the first time he played a PC, and his cousin was using Inverted Mouse. So he just went along for the ride,
Imagine the player that Fasher and Maniac could have been if their family members didn't screw up their mouse settings in the beginning of their careers.
Yeah, it does always seem to be family members that seem to be putting an obstacle right in their play. They have Counter-Strike in Minecraft. That game really can do everything, can it? As much as I talk smack about that game, it seems to be like you can do pretty much anything you want in that world.
You download a CS texture pack, and then they built Nuke and Dust 2, and you could have like a CS 5v5 match with a full buy menu and everything. So that's the first experience of playing CS that I had.
Exciting times. Exciting times at the Dinko household with Minecraft.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
I know like the right click to move forward thing. That one, I mean, as crazy as it might sound, it makes sense to me because that's how I used to play Quake back in the day. Was that? So I mean, that kind of has some rooted in some kind of reality in my brain.
Yeah, I could see that if you're a Quake player. I think that's what that Mezzi has. His reasoning is Quake.
There's a few players still around that use the old Quake movement settings with the mouse 2 forward.
Well, it looks like we got a couple players rejoining the server. They're moving around. They heard a reset. So hopefully that means we'll be getting right back into the action very, very shortly. We didn't have too many tech issues on the B stream yesterday. It was a really smooth day here, run by Relog. And we'll hopefully get another one of those today. If you are just tuning in and wondering what matches you guys can watch today, we've got OG versus Monte here on the B stream. Over on the A stream, after all that drama yesterday with Heroic and Astralis, Astralis are taking on 9. And the big talking point there is there's no Vertigo inside that series.
Yeah, which, I mean, to touch on that a little bit while we wait for this game to get back live, which should be shortly, I mean, I think that's actually, it's kind of a cool decision. It's a head scratcher considering their history on the map, but it's been clear over the past few months that they're starting to lose their step on Vertigo. And I would imagine if you're 9, after kind of like the dominance that you established on it, at this point, that was during like the Rio qualifier was the first time we really saw it. So it's like, it's been almost a year. I think you're probably starting to feel as you lose more and more Vertigo games, like teams are looking into you and teams kind of have you downloaded a little bit and teams kind of have you beat, before the map begins, and your proficiency on it is no longer enough to overcome that obstacle. Yeah. So I think it's necessary for them to widen their D pool. Quite obviously, it has been for some time. Back into the action here in Monte and OG, 3-1. round number 5, and we've got ops on both sides of the map.
Good peer up into the apartments for Waro, sending Krasnell in front of the scope. He's clearing out the apartments so quickly. Look at how much control Monte had already at the start of round 5. If OG don't speed up, they're about to get flanked on very, very quickly indeed, and a rotation can start to come in soon from Monte towards this A site. Regali gets the chance through the smoke. Demka falls. Fiku snaps off SDY's skull, and now Bro stuck inside of jungle. It's over before the round really got going.
Yeah, dang. That's a hit and a half, all off the one kill from Regali with the AWP. It forces everyone to shift on Monte's defense, and OG's there to pick it apart. Well done. That's going to be a 4th round for OG, and this is turning into a real nice start.
Yeah, Nexa top fragging as well. That's the IGL you want to have on OG. And this is OG just very loose, just taking individual fights and winning. Yeah, that's my IGL right there. Krasnell just saving. Now detected towards top middle. Should allow him to get these rifle. There's a little peek from window coming through. You know, the worry, you know, the thing about OG is they have Keto in their team. And Mirage traditionally would be the map that Keto would just have random pop-off games on when you play for big. And he would just step into ultra carry mode. So there's always a world in which Keto can do that again.
Yeah, I'm sure OG wouldn't complain if that were to happen, you know?
Yeah, Mirage feels like the perfect map for it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he obviously has had a lot of promise and potential around him back in his big days, and they've decided to go a different direction, but he's still obviously got the skills. So excited to see how he can bring them out in OG. I think the one nice thing, because I still have some questions about Nexa as an in-game leader, but I think he's one of those in-game leaders that may struggle to make a team consistently in like the top 10 competing for trophies, but he is immediately, I feel like, an in-game leader who can kind of boost the individual level of the players you have like right out of the gate. He strikes me as a kind of a player's in-game leader, and that he's going to give you a lot of freedom and let you do and just provide some of the light structure necessary to make sure everyone knows what they're doing. So I would, you know, in a team like OG, I think he's a great in-game leader for it.
Yeah, and you know, we very capable of fragging himself too, right? So not a bot in-game leader is gonna just get 4 kills game, right? So definitely good to see that from Nexa. We'll welcome back to the scene, out for quite some time. And a 4-1 start for OG. Monte had a good gun round before the tech pause, and right back out of the pause and get destroyed. Let's see if they can pull up their socks here. Not the best buy, but it's certainly something to play with. And Bro at the top of the ladder room has heard a couple of steps towards window, worried about a player climbing into that window smoke. So Waro and him covering that off.
What? Okay. Okay. That's a hell of a way to go down, isn't it? I want to see that from Waro's POV.
That looked, the smoke was up, right? Like, yeah, it was just up.
Maybe he caught something. Maybe there was like a wisp of smoke that moved, and maybe he caught something, a leg, a finger, something.
Sheesh.
None of that helps Fasher in the moment.
No, not in the moment at all. And now we're under a minute left in the round, and Monte have a 2-player advantage. They've got ramp control, and this round is completely different for OG compared to the previous round they had. Now they've got to dig deep and adapt in the final 45 seconds. They're going to peek into ramp. Demka sees Nexa, but it's a double drop, and it's really well executed. Keto and Nexa in tandem take 2 kills, and Regali, well, he goes for the connector peek. He's lucky to stay alive, but those numbers have been drawn back into even odds. And Waro 2K's rotated his AWP over towards CT. Hits the shot, but not enough damage to bring down Nexa.
No, but this Fama should do it. Krasnell swings wide, finds that kill. Stuck behind smoke. Regali picks off another one, but he's left all alone in the 1v2.
Oh, nice shot. Sees the play up on top of the stairs, goes to the no-scope. And so damn close to winning the round there, Regali, but he's not able to pull off the clutch. Bro comes in, starting the round with the MP9 and closing it with a 1v1 victory and a picked up AWP.
I'll tell you what, though, Bro probably crapped his pants a little bit, taking that fight off catwalk with an SMG against the AWP. here's the smoke kill. Here's Waro. Oh yeah, he sees it. Oh, just over the top edge. It's not nearly as bad as we thought, but it looked a little crazy from the other perspective. So just catches a glimpse and a second round for Monte as they recover, but they're still battling to stay in this game. They're still battling to get a foothold.
Now, this is a very scrappy game so far, and it's really fun to watch. OG can buy again. It's not the prettiest buy, sure, but you got an AWP for Regali, 2 AK-47s, and Deegs on Nexa and Fiku. I think Bro is being really impressive moving into this Monte side. It was a big question. Would they be able to fill the hole that Boros left when he went to Falcons? And so far, you know, it's a different player, absolutely. You're not going to be able to replace Boros 1-for-1, but Bro's come in and definitely fit into the team nicely. Look at this play. Through T-spawn. Keto, if he's quick about this, he might catch them looking the wrong way.
Ooh. He spotted one. Having the information is almost even better than like getting that kill, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Now Demka's going to find the bomb, but does he push forward at all? They're looking for this, waiting for it, and now he realizes, only now Demka does he realize he was spotted earlier.
That's going to be so frustrating. And Keto playing towards ramp already. It's a really smart play from Keto, getting that information, not taking any shots to deliver your spot, and letting Demka walk into his trap. 40 seconds left in this round. Here comes Fasher through the connector. Nice peek out from Krasnov from default. He's also got Bro inside of Sandwich, and Waro is drifting over towards CT. In a few moments, this defensive setup for the CT side of Monte will be really strong and difficult to break apart if you're on OG's side. Couple of kills for Krasnov and Bro, and Krasnov finally forced out from under the wood, but Waro's made the rotation over, and Regali is not ready for that CT play. Nexa has to come off the bomb plant, looking for the kill on SDY, and that SMG just runs to the top of the stairs, rips apart Nexa, and gives a third round to Monte.
Yeah, but that was doable there for a moment for OG. That setup that looked so strong for a while didn't quite get the impact they might have liked out of it at the A bomb site. So OG's finding some ways to get into this A site relatively successfully. That time it just took a little bit longer, so couldn't get the plant off. But not a bad half so far for OG. 4-3 and finally forced back to pistols. Finally that little bit of a breathing room, of a breathing round for Monte. And hopefully, and for their case, they can survive this with 4 or 5 players alive and build up a little bit more money, because that was a costly victory in the previous round, and now they switch into a double op.
Yeah, double op setup. Should be nice and comfortable here for Monte. Should be a great round for them if they keep everybody up to build that CT economy. You don't want to lose anybody here. Waro's got himself in a strong AWPing position at short. Rumboost comes over, not too far off hitting that flick, but now they know where the AWP is. He'll go for the peek. Should let the rifle pick up the rest, and that's exactly what Demka does. A double, and Waro makes the re-peek happen, and just Fiku who gets crushed by Demka.
Clean.
We're all tied up 4-4.
Yeah, they love that too. 5 players survive. Everyone gets a little bit of bonus money in the back pocket to sustain any kind of losses moving forward. We're all tied up at 4, but Monte's defense starting to come alive. 4 of the last 5 rounds in their favor. As we head into the final stages of this opening half, here on Mirage.
Well, AK's back out. No AWP for Regali. Nexa spotted Bro on the crossover. Real worried about this play now, but he's running right to his death. Nexa just stands there, takes that fight and wins it. Second kill this time for OG is found by Fasher. And immediately Monte down to 3 players. This game has some speed behind it. And OG punch a hole right through Monte.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how dangerous this OG team is individually. When you start getting a couple kills going your way, everyone's willing to pick up the pace and really challenge potential holes in the defense, and they're finding all the success in the world. Opening kills in the favor of OG just make Monte's defense crumble. It falls so fast. AWP is now spotted out. They can confidently move in to get the plant, and there'll be a 5th round for OG nursing this lead.
And this is where we go to talk about Nexa's in-game leading and how the speed and the looseness of the style that he has might actually really work out in this current state of CS2, right? Where it seemed like a lot of the quicker plays in the top-tier event of Sydney really paid off, and you know, Peaker's advantage is certainly something that has to be talked about. And if OG's T sides can be this explosive, sure, you're going to see some rounds you get bodied when you just don't win the opening fights rather. But when you get a couple of those opening kills, you can just see how dominant some of these rounds are looking at the moment. And Nexa's thriving in it, 10-7.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing this like kind of this mid position all by his lonesome quite a bit, whether he's aggressive or passive. This time he had a teammate kind of join up with him a little bit late for that trade kill from the underpass. But other than that, Nexa's kind of been a man on a solo mission. And as you said, kind of excelling in this situation. Fasher picking up the pace when he hears the spam, when he hears the aggression in middle. But after that, it's Fiku dropping out of Palace. It's up on Catwalk, another one, and just exploiting every rotation, every shift in the defense.
Currently, Monte blocking A ramp. But that smoke is not going to last forever. Bro has played Sandwich before, so this position might get checked for Demka. He doesn't really have any help either. Until SDY arrives over towards Ticket Box with that AUG. Oh, he gets mollied. Kido coming from Palace could be the X factor here. Demka shooting out from default does well. Now he's got to look between two angles, and the timing doesn't really work out for him. Kido comes out of Palace, gets rid of him. Now the bomb trying to go down for OG, but it's denied by SDY and Bro. Ooh, gee, that's not the cleanest take of the site in the end. And now they're down to 2 players. And it's really hard to see how they get back into this now without the bomb being planted. He knows there's a play coming in from stairs, but there's just so much utility still left for Monte, and they dunk him with a second nade, and this one will take him out of the round. So OG, pretty good take of the site overall. The initial utility was all in the right spots, but it just went away by the time they were putting the bomb down. Waro, that's the start of the round we like to see in the underpass. Straight killing Nexa. No problem there for Waro, but ooh, that's definitely a problem. Running towards connector into the open, gets caught by Fasher, meant to look a little silly. And Kido dives out into the A bomb site. He's not alone though, he's got 2 of his teammates with him. They're at a 3 versus 3. SDY tucked in jungle. Oh, he's not going to be ready for that. Regali couldn't flick out. And all 3 kills from Monte come in just like that. A tactical timeout used for OG, the first of play. We'll see what they can figure out to try and grab this last round of the half. This is Regali's first shot. Fasher catches Waro looking a little silly in mid, but it's just, at this point, looked competitive and until the smoke kills all came in. OG just couldn't sit still, couldn't find strong post-plant positions. And now talking about what they want to do heading into the last round of this first half, round 12. Could be a 6-6 half coming right up.
And you can tell too, like this T side now feels a little bit more labored, where in the opening stages when they had like the economic advantage and they had a little bit of momentum, they were finding opening kills, they were getting aggressive behind it, really exploiting those kind of shifting defense moves from Monte. Now they're struggling to find that success. The AWP is out and having a little bit more impact, more utility from the CT side is blocking some of their early plays. So OG now at this point struggling to find a solution. And that's almost a timing kill through smoke.
Oh, Bro gets absolutely destroyed. All right, little bro. Good luck with that one. Fasher up through short. Waro 2K has arrived for the AWP, and the lineup for Krasnal should have been a lot cleaner, but the spray will forgive him as he recovers, controls it for the kill at the end. It's 7-5 after the first half for Monte. I think they'll be very happy with that, considering the start was very strong from OG, and they'll round it out.
Yeah, I mean, OG really kind of fell into this little trap of in the later stages of that half of just kind of, grouping up and hitting sites really, really quickly, especially after some opening kills, just trying to press the advantage, pushing forward. That made it relatively simple for Monte. The follow-up player is always in position, just rushing up catwalk off of one kill, not slowing things down, not playing the round. Monte is going to be more than happy to just kind of rotate in and take some.
Want to give it up, and he'll take it into the next round. Beautiful round there from 9. Like, I'm really not exaggerating or joking. That's about as good as a Counter-Strike pistol round can be. That was really well played. Considering the little utility they had, they really got the absolute most out of it there. As we get into round number 2, interested to see, we're going to see a forced buy, and indeed we will. Astralis will save something there. They got the Julies on device, but he's gone for the FAMAS instead. He already had Kevlar, so a lack of helmets here, but they do have some firepower.
Put the dog, you gonna get it right. Roobet. You bet, who bet?
Gordo, echa la cámara. Juega con Roobet, así como lo hago yo, ¿eh? Juega con Roobet. Así no es, gordo. La puta que te parió. Eso le decía Roobet, gordo, así bien largo, como a mí. Roobet. Así no es, gordo. ¿Cómo es estúpido, Roobet?
Welcome back to the Roobet Cup. We've got ourselves a fantastic matchup here. Yeah, Roobet. I love that. It's I like the splash that you got on Gordo there. What a story this is being, following these two throughout the Roobet Cup, and I hope that they have a grand final special for us down the line as well. But OG, they're gonna need to pull up a lot of things right now because they're absolutely destroyed on the first map of Mirage. Now Anubis heading to the Egyptian shores. It's probably not going to get much easier for them.
Well, especially when you consider they haven't won this map yet. They've played it 6 times. They have 0 victories. They haven't played it yet in CS2. So maybe that changes things, but you're reaching real deep into the barrel if you want to take that as a positive.
Yeah,
if you're going to rely on that, like that's an issue.
There wasn't enough character, it felt like, in OG in that last map to really believe in a comeback here. There wasn't enough firepower either. It really felt like, Nexus was doing what he could, but as the IGL, you don't really want to see him as the only player fighting. So, yeah, tough time for OG. And Monte have been very good on Anubis in CSGO, and now excited to see what they'll do heading into CS2.
The Anubis team. I mean, statistically, it's like a 68, 67% win rate or something like that. But even outside of that, just eye test wise, they've been competitive and they're pretty comfortable on the map. So I expect this one for sure to be smooth sailings in a way that Mirage, at times wasn't. Ran into some obstacles in that first half, but I think Anubis is going to be a much easier affair for them.
Oh, absolutely. I hear a loud beat. You hear that as well?
I do.
What the hell was that? I thought
you're not going insane. There was a beep.
Okay, I thought it was the alarm going off. Here we go. OG versus Monte. We've got the alarm of death running into this one, and we're gonna see Fiku peeking out through the dark area. And the main fight's about to be in the middle. Thatcher fighting back to the temple. Goes straight back in. And Regali's chance. It's Regali with the first headshot. P2000 in for a second. And the brawl will finally open up camera as Keto now spotted towards Heaven. Has assistance in the form of Fasher and is definitely going to need that as Fasher is the only player doing anything now at this point.
There's some nice USP shots between Regali and Fasher, especially Fasher with 13 health, but still going to be a tough retake as SDY backs away. Bro's going to get aggressive in towards Heaven, spots out one, and decides to decoy things a little bit. Ooh, this is awkward. He's not committing to a fight. Now Nexa pops up, and he's going to be upset with those engagements. SDY in a near impossible situation, running out of bullets. Close up. Knife is out, and Knife is successful.
Oh, that is good from Fasher. Some great work coming in from him. Knives at the end. Kill important rotation frag coming in as well. And Keita goes down at Heaven. Fasher's the player that comes in and follows up and makes sure that that round stays competitive.
Fasher's the one that got gooshed right at the start of the round, isn't he? He played that whole round with 13 HP and gets away with everything. Even a knife kill at the end, which is crazy.
Yeah, really good work. And frustrating, I'm sure, for SDY. Running out of ammo. Fasher has to go for the knife. And they close it.
It was, yeah, I mean, SDY couldn't finish any of those kills, which is a bummer. I feel like Bro was caught. Like, his brain didn't fully commit to the idea of just being aggressive and taking a fight at Heaven. It felt like he had the opportunity to at least get one kill, right? To just finish off Fasher. Like, he had maybe 2 chances to do it. And just never pulled the trigger and committed.
Krasnell and Nexa 1 for 1. Smoke goes down to the B main entrance. He's gonna hold at bay the bomb on the back of SDY and Bro. Nexa spots out that boosted play from SDY and will extend the player advantage in favor of OG. You see Monte start to drift over towards A,
Yeah, this is a nice little lurk into the A bomb site. So Bro's going to have to go all the way around the long way through rugs. OG still have no idea the A bomb site has been lost. I think Monte equally is just like, I'm so confused why we have a free bomb site, but they do have it. And still OG is unawares. Now, this is interesting because of the knife kill in the last round, they invested in the off. And Regali's brought down to 10 HP. So I don't think they'll want to commit that to any kind of a retake. This could just end up being a complete save in a man advantage situation, which would be very weird.
You don't like to be in these kind of positions for OG, but you have to stomach that medicine.
And they have no kits either.
Yeah. This surely has to be a save at some point soon. I mean, look how far Regali is away from this. Unless this trio of players immediately kill Bro, it's just not going to look too pretty. So there's the kill on Bro, but it's a couple of frags for Keto that really start to make you think OG can do this, but they got to get on the defuse right away. And Nexa's gone. Keto has to come off it, and Waro2k will win the round. Regali has to run away. They come real close, but not to be for OG. And that's Monte tying things up right away.
Yeah, I mean, they just treated that as a 3-on-3, right? Regali never committed anything, and I think the unfortunate part of that is that might have been very winnable if he actually had the HP to investigate and challenge A main with the op or an M4 or rifle, whatever it might have been. The fact that they had no presence coming from A main means they had to hard clear it, which left the site unchecked, which is how that round eventually gets won. So we're all tied up. Second round conversion for Monte after losing the pistol.
And you guys can win up to $1 million and $50,000 in CS2 skins by answering 8 CS2 questions daily for free. Make sure you type !skins to learn a little bit more.
I want to know what the questions are.
Yeah, well, why don't you do that? !skins, Jason, and you can learn a bit more.
That could be Doja on the sphere.
Yeah, it could be. What picture would you put of Doja on the sphere? Golly, going for the no-scope. Not going to work. Didn't even get a chance to get the bullets off because the MAC-10 has just teared right through the smoke and right through the B-bomb site defense. So right back to Doja we'll go.
Yes, indeed.
Ah, what a legend of the scene.
I miss him. I never thought I would at the time. He's one of those things you don't realize what you have until it's gone.
You know he's still playing, you know. He's still got a team.
Does he now?
Yep. He is currently in a Kazakhstani team who are ranked 170th in the world.
Forward.
And he's playing with players such as Mo from Gambit, Problem, Ice, and Kato.
Okay. Today I learned.
Some big numbers from Dozy over the past 3 months, coming in at an average at 0.68 rating. Not the best rating, but
Okay, so not exactly a high point of his career at this point.
35 years old, playing for Team Forward.
CS2,
and still
new
Friday.
game, hanging with the Zoomers.
I think he'll really take off someday again.
I'm excited for it.
A major winner, Armandozia.
2-1, and this round shouldn't have a whole lot to talk about. Unarmored pistols for OG, as they save as much as they possibly can for the ensuing gun round. Expect the MAC-10s on Bro and SDY to be very aggressive, go on some hunts for information. They won't have to actually do anything, though, because the information is coming with an A push. And Krasnal has that. Backing away from the fight, Woro's going to come back with his AK-47, and they want to engage the aggression, and they will.
Well, kill switch engaged at this point for Monte. 3-1 up. You're looking at OG Esports. They're going to invest again, but a strong start for Monte doesn't show any signs of slowing down. It's been really hot rounds coming in. A lot of speed behind these MAC-10s.
I didn't even really think about this, but when Monte won the third round, they actually chose not to pick up the AWP.
They're going full MAC-10, full speed.
They got Regali at the B bomb site early on, and they just said we don't want it.
Basher loves the scope. It's got the AUG here on the CT side, becoming meta once more. There's Regali and Keto. Setup we've seen OG use when Dexter was in the team. Now with Regali, he's on the fountain. He'll peel away with Bro, and he hasn't run away. In fact, he's trying to stay there and help out Keto, but eventually both of them will be mowed through as Monte break through the initial defenses into a 2 versus 2. Bomb not planted, but a lot of time, and they can actually even pump the brakes, go elsewhere. They can reset here.
Yeah, but the running's going to be heard. Yeah, you can hear it as soon as they go into canals. Now, the play out of Dark is going to beat this rotation through Temple, so Fiku's got to be careful. Right at the same time, headshot from Demka. And Nexa is the last one left. 1v2, no kit.
Tough position for OG to be in after all of those initial kills. It comes down to a 1v2 that Nexa cannot win. 4-1. Monte always finding the answers right now, and Waro 2K is the player to step up. 7-1 at the moment.
Yeah, fantastic trading into that A-bomb site. And, I mean, good call to back away as well. I didn't think they would take it so fast back to the A-bomb site, but those kills took such a long time with 3 players playing close in A main that they knew pushing into the site, they'd have to deal with the engagement. So backing out, finding a new one, forcing OG to move out of their comfort, and Monte's up by 3.
And it just doesn't really look like that's going to stop. Monte definitely enjoying these quicker pace rounds. You can see Krasnal already towards Dark, clearing it out with the Molly and the nade combo. They won't really find too much resistance wherever they go. Here's the play from OG. The main take flashed into the play, trying to get these players around the corner. It is actually pretty effective for Regali. Fiku taking a shot on the Deagle as well, and defending Dark. He's done damage on Krasnal. In fact, he could even finish him off here with the Deagle. He's got to know he's low, and Fiku, just misses the crucial shot that could have made something happen. And that's going to be OG toppling again. Monte, 5-1.
Yeah, he knew he was low, and he also knew he had to get aggressive and throw caution to the wind and try and take that kill down in Dark just because of the pressure coming from B main. So, a little unfortunate his decision was kind of made for him. Keto's waiting outside the smoke, outside Dark. Could grab a rifle at the end of the day if things go in his direction. And Krasnal's so low on health that, yeah, it will go his direction. Commits to the follow-up fight, finds another one. Now he's going to go for it. Now he says it's possible, but didn't expect Waro standing in the open. So Monte, hold on, and it's 5-1.
Yeah, some damage at the end, but it doesn't really matter. Look at the money for Monte. You know, Waro is above 10k at the start of this round. Has the AWP in his hands. You know, this is looking very, very good. And they have all that money in the world, and Bro still keeps a MAC-10.
Yeah, I mean, why spend the money if you don't have to? And also, he's been able to put that MAC-10 to work. He's been able to get some decent entries with it, even against armored opponents. So let's see what kind of space he can create for the team this time. Towards A main he heads, with plenty of Monte players in tow.
Well, Regali committed with the AWP. It's not always the easiest position to be in with a sniper when you're put under so much pressure of these flashes blind him. The MAC-10 can get around that corner. It's a similar setup with Keto and Regali staying committed, and Keto doesn't get anything on the rifle. Now Regali misses his shot, and that might as well be the death sentence. Regali gets traded out. Now Nexa tucked in the corner. They have so many players here for OG, but it's just another stone to turn over for Monte, and they do it with ease. Now Fiku coming back in on the retake alone, making no secrets about his current position. He'll try and make Demka uncomfortable, but all that happens is they line up in the corner. Fiku gets a double, and suddenly this clutch is on. He takes a moment just to breathe, just to pause as he clutches up against Waro 2K. Pures to the A main, and the AWP hits the shot right where it's meant to go, right into the chest of Fiku. 6-1 for Monte. Even though it's a 1v1, Waro still gets it done.
Yeah, almost creates enough chaos, forces SDY to swing to the same position as a very low HP teammate, and almost able to capitalize on that. Nice Molotov towards the pillar. But once again, you got to say, this trading from Monte as they come into this A bomb site is just perfect. It's picture perfect, exactly what you would want. 1-for-1 the whole way, up until the rotation has to force its way through a smoke, and then they secure the bomb site. And a nice, easy clutch with the op. Monte just working OG across the map.
Quick to get towards Fiku, who's got the Mag 7, or should I say Swag 7 skin here. He's at the ready. He goes forward, Krasnal peeks into it, double setup. He's got the info, and Demko holds down for a double. Even though there's two in there, it doesn't really matter. Monte with great spacing, good communication, fantastic mechanics to close that one out. And now playing in towards the side, it's Bro that's been given a real gun. He's got an AK. Nice shot from Keto, in from Cave. It's this standard retake setup on the B bomb site with Fasher at Ivy and Keto a little further back. And you gotta hope for something out of Fasher here. And that Deagle does erupt into a kill. Demka, whoa, he's gotta get this, and Fasher just swings on it. Headshot landed with a Deagle again. Now he can upgrade. Now he can find a better weapon. Hasn't managed to do so yet. He's fine holding the Deagle. And Waro, he clutched in the previous round. Is he about to do it again?
Some nice utility work, good nade damage. But no one's going to be peeking until he's committed. Smoke gives him some nice space to work with.
Fasher stays alive behind the pillar without being spotted, but Waro can start to separate these into 1v1s. They confirm his position, but because of these close quarter combat situations, Waro has to go to the Deagle instead of the AWP, and he brings down Fasher. Just one more needed, and a bit of a fumble between his knife and pistol, and Keto catches the timing.
It seemed like he was never certain that Keto was actually in the bomb site, and Keto was the one playing, you know, behind it, behind that giant pillar, and he naded it. It seemed like his teammates called it out, but because Keto never peeked, he was so confused as to where that second player was. He never really felt confident in that call. 6-2, 13-2 for Waro 2K. He's having a fantastic map, and Monte's going to take a timeout to make sure it doesn't slip away and get worse.
Yeah, just take a breather here, and that kind of round, it definitely looked like it should have been Monte's. They had every opportunity to close it there. Fasher just steps out with two brilliant Deagle headshots, and then stays alive, and that's the key, because he acts as enough of a distraction to allow Keto to stay behind the site and be able to be in a position to close it right at the end. But really good shots here. We'll get to see them again. There's the first.
Yeah, it was great work with the Deagle, and OG needed something like this. They needed some kind of a round of just good shots from the Deagle to get them going, to get them back into the swing of things. We'll see if they can build upon it. That's not where a Molotov is supposed to go.
Just a little trip outside of the map. And a good play outside of B here for OG. Good control. The pressure from Monte then forces Fiku back into the B bomb site. Doesn't look like they want to give it up yet.
Back to this trusty A main trade game.
It's been a really rough time for Keto on this side of the map. Really struggling to get a multi-kill out of it with Regali. Well, Demke gets caught by his own flash there, and Regali's still posted with the AWP. They've got to know that this is a possibility. Regali's been here. He misses another one. He misses another shot with the AWP, but this time he gets 2 for 1. And they crush the attack from Monte. It's just Waro left.
Yeah, Monte could never get that proper utility down behind that pillar. Usually they've been throwing a Molotov, a couple HEs, making sure that position can't be held. And this time Regali has all the freedom in the world to just peek and repeak over and over again. And even if you miss a couple, there's so much safety in that position if there's no nades to force you out. So he's completely comfortable with some backup from his teammates. Waro this time not in a clutch, just looking to take some weapons away. And even that's not going to happen. Good shot from Regali, and OG is up to 3. They can start making this first half interesting.
Yeah, it didn't look like this half was going to be interesting, but OG have brought us there, kicking and screaming by winning a few rounds back-to-back now. And they want to make sure that they seize this opportunity because they see it lying in front of them. They go for a tactical timeout, realizing that Monte, they have some cash left over after how many rounds they picked up in a row. So they want to perhaps figure out how do they make sure they deal with that and what Monte might throw at them. Monte's massive mountain of cash has actually been broken down to just a couple of upgraded pistols here. So OG have done enough. But they really were struggling with some of the quicker plays that Monte were throwing at them earlier on. So maybe trying to just make sure that that doesn't happen here.
It's been a nice little recovery these last 2 rounds for OG. That
really
one
has,
certainly, yeah. Like, I mean, even just the actual stop on the defense, that A-bomb site, like, take that option away from Monte. Show them that you can actually put a stop to it and see what they can do after that, because they've been able to lean on that A hit whenever they've wanted it. First time we've seen it taken away. To mid-pressure we go instead.
Flashes around the double doors. Here's Fasher with the swing. Bro rips him apart with the Tech 9. Fasher is gone.
Oh, it's only Keto here. It's only Keto. I say that. First kill's a straight-up headshot.
Oh, you'll have to act like an Aikido master and pull this one off alone, but he's actually done that. He's forced them away. He only has to show the fight on one and win it. Now there's a gap on that B-bomb site, and OG desperately trying to get back here in time. The rotation is very speedy. And look at Keto running. Oh, no, Demka.
Oh, my lord.
Oh, jeez, that's terrible. He's got to hold and stay alive at least, and his teammates are doing a good job. Even though he misses the shots, he's still keeping Keto over here.
Yeah, but that was an ugly shot to miss.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you. That looked like
gross.
Someone worse than me, even me playing. Now he's got to find a timing. It's going to be risky regardless. Demka's going to start that flank, does eventually go down, and here comes the rest of the retake. Up, drills one. Waro grabs a headshot, but traded, but still alive is the MAC-10 and gets into cover, and that should be the round.
Oh my god, SDY gets around the corner. MAC-10s do it to them again. Defuse for Fiku. Fire will spread his own flames. Oh.
Yo, shout out to SDY. That's a Molotov improvised inside the smoke that he just chucks out. Fair play.
But that was Fiku's own molly, though. At least in the kill feed. It came up that Fiku killed himself.
I think SDY threw that. I'm not going to lie. I think that might be a bug, but I'm pretty sure SDY threw that one.
Okay, that would make a lot more sense, because why would he molly there, I suppose? But
he like jumped and got the angle and just chucked it out and hoped it bounced off the wall towards the bomb.
That's so sick. And it spreads last second. Tactical timeout for Monte. They've won again with MAC-10, so I would just buy another MAC-10 probably. I'd throw another one in there.
It's because the economy is so low, right? It's because their money is still busted, losing 5 players out of a win. They just lost the last 2. Their money was already a little bit busted coming into that one with Tech 9s and MAC-10s on the board. So talking this one over, only 2 rounds left in the half, but still, you want to scrape them together. That economic reset can allow OG to get up to 5, and obviously you want to pile on as much as possible. Shout out to the understatement of the day.
Galils and AKs for Monte. I mean, it's around 11, and OG, they don't have the best purchase either, but I'll take it. Looking at the hydroponic, it reminds me of the time that Hawker actually got one of them dropped at the end of a game. What's the best game you've ever had dropped at the end of a CS game, Jason?
I couldn't even tell you.
Nothing noteworthy.
I couldn't even remember. Even if it was noteworthy, I probably wouldn't remember.
Good shot out from Regali. Gets traded on the other side of the map, though. Keto's gone, so the numbers once again evened out.
Given some time for Bro to have an angle into the B bomb site, hoping someone casually walks into it. Flashbang comes out on the right side, but Bro stands his ground, sees nothing as of yet. So Fiku goes for a little investigating.
All right, Fiku, look at this. The timing around the back. Punishes 2 and gives his team a huge advantage here. Regali's ult from Dark, spots the front of Bro, and leaves it all on Waro. He'll send the nade down to Regali. He even takes damage for the side of the pillar. Not an easy round to be involved in here, Waro, but a good read to check Nexa. And now, is he planting in front of Dark? That is wild. Risky play from Waro, but didn't want to go on the other side of the wall. At least there's a smoke protecting him from Dark. He couldn't know that it was empty on the other side.
Yeah, that's a nice win for OG, though. That, man, they're really at least making this a respectable half right at the end of the day. 3 of the last 4 in their favor. They've been getting wrecked most of this half, but the defense has finally started to figure it out and plant their feet. Let's see how close they can get it.
Speed has been the name of the game for Monte in these kind of rounds. Has been very effective before nearly getting the opening there as Demka. It is followed up by the Mac-10. Monte once again have burst through Dark and created an opening into this B bomb site. OG are likely going to have to play retake here, but the bomb is pinned outside of B. So that is the problem here for Monte. They haven't managed to get the bomb into the site just yet, but perhaps with this final leap forwards, they could do it. And Krasnell getting caught with the rifle in hand. They aren't even going to get the bomb out towards the site.
What? Keto, one's gel.
Oh my god. Crazy end of the half.
Didn't catch it. Yeah, it was a little bit weird, a little bit chaotic, but shout out to OG. That's not a bad way to end the half. 4 of the last 5 go in your favor, and you get a respectable scoreline on the board. One you can actually work with in the second half. One that gives you some room to make some mistakes. Still, winless on this map, 0-6 in the last 3 months, so they've got a lot of work to do.
A lot of work to do, but they're on the more favored side now, OG, on the T side of Anubis. Let's see what they can get done. It's been a better game here from the trio of Regali, Fiku, and Keto. And this B-pop pistol about to unfold, so utility flies through the skylight windows. There's a lot of players here, though, for Monte. Look how many CTs are ready for this, Jason.
Well, let's see if they can hit the shots. Numbers don't matter if you can't land anything. Dualies come out, they get wrecked. USP gets wrecked. SDY is up next. Demka fighting over in Dark, and it is a brawl. Caught in a choke point, and the Dualies and their ammunition win out at the end of the day. Demka never had to stop firing.
Wow, that's just having everybody there really works out, I guess, for the CT side. Monte had everybody at the right side of the map. And I don't think OG were expecting it. They got some heavy entries. Like Regali and Fasher open up on the first 2. Then Demka's Julies from Dark. There's just so much distraction for him that he's able to get a couple of kills while no one's looking anywhere near him. So Monte will take that pistol all day long, laughing to the bank. No bomb plant for OG, so no good force buy here. And this should lock in a 9th for Monte. They're going to meet them head on at A main here.
Yeah, actually, this is extremely aggressive for a second round, although there was no plant, so they know it shouldn't be a buy. Oh, that's nice. They line up quite nice for him. And for Demka as well.
Cool.
Shout out to OG for making that nice and easy.
Yeah, a couple of lineups. Get it over and done with. Get into the real rounds, which is now. So OG, they've got the Creek out again on Fasher, becoming a bit of a feature for him. And everybody else on AKs. For Monte, they'll keep a bit of a bonus here. A couple of SMGs in there for Mass, and the rest on M4A1S.
I feel like they've played with a lot of SMGs in this map, despite the fact that they've been winning for most of it, pretty much all of it.
Yeah, it's almost been the winning recipe.
Yeah, they've always had like 1 Mac-10. Now playing a gun around with a couple of MP9s.
Oh, wild play from Demka, and that will be traded pretty easily by Regali. Just a temporary flash. making the first kill happen for Demka, but he was never going to get away.
Oh, look at how they're getting pinched, though. They need a rotation. The A defenders are all the way in A main. They're so far away. This is going to be really tough to defend against.
Brass now, good kill. Keto, though, even better on the double up. SDY has to quick flank out of A main and into the backside, and he does that very effectively. Keto is down, and we're into a 2v2. A lot of time left.
Nexa's reading this so hard, though. Now he hears the footsteps, and SDY is so committed. Still gets tons of damage done. But what a good call for a pause from Nexa.
Nexa nearly loses that fight somehow. That's so wild.
It's that jumping SMG mobility.
Now Wara's got the perfect timing. The perfect timing. Nexa's
yeah, but
gone.
Will you know Regali is all the way in this corner to the left? You're going to assume he's in the site.
Well, Regali's the player that has to move. Wara can just sit here, and it's not clean. It's really not clean from Wara here on the shots. And it does allow Regali to get into the B bomb site. So now the chances increase for OG to win this round. And Regali realizes the couple of moves that Wara can make. He can either go mid, drop down into dark, or pump the brakes and re-aggress through B main again. So Regali sets himself up for those two eventualities, and he's going to play from jail.
Oh, this should be a checkmate. If you're Waro, if you want to have any timing, you have to come through the smoke and dead. Nice and easy. Good clutch from Regali. Good read from Nexa. Good closeout from Regali. And OG convert the second round.
Yeah,
Third
great
round.
to see.
Excuse me.
Great to see from Regali being able to win that clutch out. Waro had his chance, just couldn't land the headshot. This is the one and done for Demka. A great read from Nexa to get it into the 1v1. But OG needed that. Now they've got it. Can they springboard off this back into the game again? Monte have a buy still. Waro's got an AWP.
Well, what can he do with it? Op is over at the A-bomb site, buddied up with Demka, pushed into A main just a little bit. It's SDY who looks like he's going to get the first attention. Tons of utility headed his way. He didn't have time to fall back. Stuck into a fight and taken down by Nexa.
Smoke up a camera, starting to blow open, and here they come. Right into Waro's AWP. Keto wins the fight at A main, so Waro has to go back and cover that off as well. He'll do it with ease, no problem for Waro. He wants a bit more, but it's hot and heavy at his feet. And that'll keep him busy as Krasnell comes in from Heaven. They try to deny the bomb plant. They do, but they don't get the kills here. They're doing so much damage, and they once again ask Waro to clutch. Can he do it this time? They're so low, that's not being communicated to go to the pistol, and Waro gets the shot off with the AWP on Nexa, but once again, it's Regali in the 1v1 against Waro that pulls through for an OG round.
Yeah, that's two huge missed opportunities from Heaven that actually let this one slip away. Monte had the kills. Planter wasn't being covered all that well. Missed shots. Spray doesn't convert as the bomb goes down. Follow-up Spray could have had a double. Wasn't able to connect onto the second one. There was some real chances for Monte to recover and hold on to this round. World provided them everything they needed with 2 kills. One at camera and this push into A main to secure his safety. But missed opportunity from Krasnell. Missed opportunity from Bro. And that's going to allow OG to close up the gap in the scoreboard.
Well, Monte with nothing in this round.
That's 2 really, really close rounds that Monte can't capitalize on. The fast flank of SDY with the SMG putting Demka in a 1v2. The missed opportunities at the A-bomb site in the previous round. Good trade, good swing, but can you do anything else? Yes, you can. Bro, what a shot. And OG's got to be careful. They're spread around the map at the moment.
It's so rough, because look where the bomb is. Regali. Oh, they now know where he is. They now know the bomb is there. And the next peak is a rifle. And
wow.
Regali gets domed. Bro's about to be caught by Fasher. Oh my god, why is he using the Krieg? It just makes life a lot more difficult. But eventually he does get that kill.
Yeah, but look how patient Nex is being. For how aggressive he likes to take rounds quick at times, he's very, very smart in when he slows things down. So Fasher on a little bit of a mission of his own. When does Woro peek? Spots him out. Easy shot. Lines it up. 20 seconds. There's not even time for Nexa to do this anymore, actually.
Oh my god, not like this, OG.
Yo, the round that Bro just had, though, is crazy. The pistol trade, the AK-47, 2 immediate headshots, one of them onto an AWPer. That's a wild round for Bro.
Yeah, definitely a big positive for Monte. And it might be the one that breaks away OG. It might be the way forward for Monte to take this victory in a 2-0 fashion. Here's the shot on the AWPer. And then Fasher doing what he could. Had to get him a scope in the end.
Riding the struggle bus in that round.
Yeah, don't know why he's so committed to the SG.
I'm with you, though. Let's blame the Krieg.
Yeah, let's do it. It's definitely nothing to do with his config. Look how realistic this looks now, Jason. I feel like I want to go on holiday there.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. You got the pyramids in the distance. It's a nice view. Good place to have breakfast.
Speedboat. Wow, that would be lovely right now. Well, tactical timeout for OG is done. And I think you need a timeout after a round like that. Just how the hell did that happen, guys? Get the rifles back in. 3 AK-47s, one on Nexa, or rather 2 AK-47s. Fasher has a Galil. And Monte with the opportunity to try and close now. Woro's 25-9.
Yeah, he's been a monster with that ult. An absolute monster.
He could get a 30 bomb here.
It feels like for as much as like the team's like winning rates on this map, how much of a difference there is between them, it feels like they're going to need every ounce of that ulting from Woro. This is they've struggled to get this CT side controlled.
Demka just waiting inside of A main.
And this is interesting because Woro actually has to watch camera. They have no one in mid, so Woro's going to react to Demka, where usually you'd see the AWPer take contact and Demka's position gets strong. Ooh. They just shift out of it and a nice little boost, but mid is compromised.
Yeah, and they can't hold that boost because they have no mid control, so they're going to have to disassemble that. Allow Demka to play from Cake instead and hope that he can re-smoke them out and force them back. And he has actually encouraged OG to leave A. The ball is all the way back at the stairs.
OG got what they wanted as well, right? They took control of A main. The presence, the potential for an attack from that position is applying pressure to Monte's defense. So they've shifted a third player over and have a softened up, not easy, but no utility at this B bomb site for the defenders. It's just the crossfire.
It's going to be a dry fight on either side because OG do not have utility themselves. Fasher, the only player with a smoke right now. He's going to deploy that out towards Temple. SDY on the double. They peek before the smoke comes up. And SDY easily gets 2 lives going his way. Now the peek from Regali towards Krasnell works out for Monte. And it's all collapsed for OG.
I can't believe how well that worked. Good shooting from SDY. And he's the one, he arrived just at the perfect moment. He had just gotten there. He had just been like, okay, it's been silent for a while. I might as well be cautious and head to B, and just pops off with 2 headshots.
Well, let's take a look from SDY's perspective. On board, he takes a kill on Kito. Nice snappy second kill on Fasher. They'd just thrown the smoke out to Temple, but they wanted to play in front of it. And SDY will punish them for that.
Yeah, didn't want to give away the game too early before they actually pulled the trigger. And yeah, those headshots end up being pretty heartbreaking for OG because you've had this little bit of a mini comeback. It started to feel like it was possible, like it was within reach, and now you got to play around with nothing, with just a saved AK-47. But Nexa, surviving the round, can't even afford nades. They've got no smokes, no flashbangs, so he just has to take a dry fight like this.
And now you're going to concede map and series point. Fiku hold to the AK, and even their best weapon is now gone without anything. Peter will get it in his hands, and ooh, does something with it, but gets traded immediately. And that's a hot potato passing its way through the entire team.
And fair play, they're efficient with it. This is
one each.
This is the 4th player to control this AK-47 for OG in the round.
Oh, will Regali get anything done with it? He's pushing deeper into the bomb site. and gets peeked on the blind side by SDY and just Fasher. Do you want to get the AK as well? Sure you do, but you're not going to get anywhere near it. SDY gets rid of him, and we're now looking at 12-7. Monte about to close out a 2-0 victory against OG. They've got so many chances to do it.
So many. Let's see how many it takes. Round 20, and Monte looking to close out this series 2-0 here in the Roobet Cup, their opening match. Utility being spent. And this round, there is going to be mid-presence for Monte. 2 players to defend. Demka alone at the A bomb site. And Dark is going to be at least investigated early.
Oh, bro.
Oh.
What a shot. Right up towards Keto, and they're going to keep running. Bro gets another one locked in. And we're down to just Fasher and Nexa, and this game has come to its conclusion. It will be Monte taking a 2-0 victory over OG today. OG, we wonder what kind of form they'd be showing us, what kind of performance they'd put in, and it's pretty disappointing. For Monte, they've come out looking strong in the Roobet Cup.
Yeah, looking really nice. I mean, a couple hiccups there. Things were a little bit sketchy, but they closed the gap well enough, quick enough, and efficiently enough to kind of, shuffle away any kind of doubts you might have. I got to tell you, Bro has had a great second half in that dark position. He had like 2 to 3 really impactful rounds from that spot. So his defense was great. Obviously, the big one is Waro having the game he had with the AWP, like 24, 25 kills at the end of the day.
Yeah, this Monte team is really interesting because it doesn't feel like they have a clear weak link in the team, right? It feels like everybody is very capable, mechanically speaking. So they've got a lot of depth across the board. And Monte, another big win, add that to the tally. They're going to try and have a good run here at the Roobet Cup online competition. But for us, that's us done with the first series of the day. Plenty more action coming up the Roobet Cup, and the desk will break it down in just a moment as well.
see. I mean, the calls so far for Astralis on the T side, I would say it's been a little bit more scary. I felt like Nine's road to victory on the first half of it, when they were on the T side, was a little bit more straightforward. I feel like, you know, trusting in Blamef to get there in the last fading seconds of the round is scary, but it kind of works. I mean, and it is kind of his calling card, so hard to really judge them too much for it, but we'll see if they can continue. Again, those kind of rounds, when you're really late into it, it just takes one mistake and you're going to lose them. Here we go. This is much earlier, although a good trade from K. Kyler was not ready, and Device just sneaking in that kill. The rest of them look like they want to go. They're ready.
Okay, we have got a fly in the ointment, though. A snake in the grass, if you will. Minio waiting, biding his time. He doesn't want to swing out yet. He's allowing them to have control of the bomb site. His teammates trying to show presence, suggesting they're stuck behind the smokes. Is anyone going to check this crucial position? It's all down to Minio. Can he find the form? Can he hold his nerve here at the back of the bomb site? As we have 1 minute on the clock, and you see Astralis being very tentative with the approach as well.
I can't believe you'd be so insensitive, Henry, to bring up snakes when the Danes are playing. Oh my god, they check him! What's going on? How did he know? Blamef, that is crazy.
Yeah, no helmet as well.
4.
So he just got straight up dinked, and it did like 80 damage on the first shot. Beautiful awareness there from Blamef. And you can see like they're kind of relying on these kind of novelty plays right now. It kind of suggests they're a little bit out of their depth in these scenarios. Oh my goodness, okay, that's a bit of a lifeline. It looked like they were done for. Look, that was a guaranteed kill for Borup there, but he doesn't get it done. Bomb should be planted, but no denial, and yeah, Astralis should have done enough here. They've got a 3 versus 2, no kits available, and they're going to have to save.
Yeah, if they even can. Blamef hunting him down. K's going to get the kill, but the AWP, do you want to stick around to try and pick it up? What's the plan here? Certainly should be no way to get back in to try and win the round, so it's going to be 11-12. We're going to be the last round, and either it's overtime or it's 9 finding a way to solve the puzzle. Buzz able to pick up K. They don't get to save anything into the next round, which is hugely important. Look at the money there on 9. They actually needed something.
Yeah, they won't have much to work with at all. They're going to need a novelty now. They're going to need a gimmick. Because they're going to have, what? Take a tactical timeout, I suppose. You could have SMGs, Deagles, Scouts, etc. 80's going for the CZ. Famas is, yeah, this is going overtime all day long. We called it, what, 4, 5 rounds ago? Yeah, it's just there was just no way with the resources they had and like the mental fortitude of 9 not being known to be amazing. We'll see whether there's a chance. So maybe they do close it out. These rounds can happen, but it will take something pretty remarkable. That's not a bad start, though. The first kill came maybe overextends. Could have stayed alive there, but opts to go for the refrag.
Goofy here with the MP9. It's not going to be easy to get a multi-kill. He does get the tag, and Kyler is there as well. Maybe there's a way. Gonna get shot in the back by Stair. It's still a 2 versus 2, and Minio risking it all to run forward. He lands the headshot against Stair. And again, you need a deep breath here. Don't fight it. The bomb is not planted. Why would you peek Borup at the moment? Just chill out, wait for your teammate. It's a 1 versus 2, and Borup, with the entire world on his back, Henry, he has to fight this one.
Oh, wow. This is a very intense scenario. Borup has not had the best series so far, but he can find overtime. It could be enough. Minio caught as transitioning. Like, no real position control. And now Hades with a kit and all the utility you could ever ask for. Up against it in 1 versus 1. Borup always... Oh, there it is! They've actually done it with the SMGs, Anders, against all the odds. The Famas, the trades, the MP9s pushing through the Molotov, and a 2 versus 1. Borup can't convert it, and it will be 9 winning their opening match here in Group C at Roobet Cup 2023. 2-0 on the cards here. Astralis came into this one. We knew it'd be a tricky game for them with all the drama considered, but still, I really enjoyed that game. Like, it had absolutely everything. Lots of drama, high-octane Counter-Strike across the board, gets the heart beating and the adrenaline pumping.
Yeah, what a game that was. I'm definitely impressed by that one. I thought Borup was going to be able to do it at the end. It looked like they were about to screw up that 1 versus 2, but Hades, just a clean shot to end it with. What a surprise to start the day with. I think probably our first 2-0 ever. It might be the first 2-0
I didn't think they had it in
had.
them. Like I said, I've commentated dozens of 9 games over the last year.
Yeah.
And it's just always like they come so tantalizingly close, but they never close things out. But finally, they managed to make it work. They get it over the line, and is it a 2-0? That's a great result. And guys, what do you think about that one? We'll throw it over to the desk to hear their thoughts. 9 have done it. It's 2-0.
Well, with an 8-4 half going in way of 9, Astralis almost looked like they could have taken us into overtime, but ultimately 9 comfortably, I'd like to say, closing that one out. No?
First of all, props to Henry for not using scented candles anymore.
Yeah.
Went for the
There we
normal,
go again.
human ones. And, it's for the decor and everything, so it's for the
The
ambiance.
ambiance.
Yeah,
Honestly,
that's why I like it.
His room probably smells worse right now. So honestly,
Henry is
disagree.
a pretty neat guy, in a sense.
Yeah, but it could be better. Anyway, I am
Back to
gobsmacked.
CS.
I am absolutely gobsmacked that 9 have won a series in a 2-0 fashion. It looked like it was slipping away. I was with Hank there. I'm like, he called it. He's like, it's going to go to OT once the money got broke. But in the end, a 1v1 be going their way. And yeah, it's a good win for Astralis. I got to be real. You don't ban Mirage, so you know there's a high probability of 9 picking this map, and I expected more of a game plan, right? Even though the scoreline was 13-11, it was very close. It was looking like 9 were in full cruise control, at least in the first half. And this is not Astralis I expected to see here, but it is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, complete control from 9. Especially in the first half, 8-4 T side, they were dominating all over the place. The defaults were working. The fights were being won. Map control was easily taken by them. Not really too much resistance from Astralis whatsoever. Second half was getting kind of close. The end. It looked like it's going to go to overtime, but 2v1 was played seemingly all right, I guess, at the end of the match. But overall, the better team won. The team who looked better really did win at the end of the day, right? So it's just, for me, it's surprising that Astralis played the map, like Mirage, like this. And it was a positive surprise for 9 to manage to win on Ancient, something that we didn't see before.
Convincingly.
Yeah, especially like against like the quality opposition in a way, right? So props to them. Good win opening in the CS2, right? Like in a big event like this, with it's a large prize pool. Beating Astralis in the openers certainly is going to give them a lot of confidence in the few later stages of the event.
I think the one thing which 9 need to kind of mentally switch up, right, is when they have their foot in the throat of their opposition, when they're on map point, match point, whatever, they seem to total up and get into this mentality of trying not to lose rather than trying to win, as a cliche goes. And I think we saw that here as well, right? They had such a substantial lead. And you're playing against BlameF on the T side. You know he's going to be coming in late, but the way they were super turtled up all the way to the back, playing for retakes, allowing Astralis to kind of spread their tendrils on the T side. We saw so many rounds, right? The 5v5, and then they're allowing Astralis to get into post plants before the bomb is even planted. And once a bomb gets planted, the retakes are so much more uncomfortable, especially when you don't know where Blame is going to be sneaking in from. So sometimes I do wish that 9, when they have the lead, I wish it just stomp out their opposition. Just go for some of these riskier plays, because you have the opportunity. You have like 6-7 rounds in reserve. Just go for some more aggressive plays, try to close it out. Because unlike in CSGO, it can hurt more in CS2. Because you don't, the comebacks can happen in a blink of an eye, so to speak, right? So that's what we saw right here. But thankfully, they didn't choke this one. They closed it out.
I'm sure they wish that too, Blay, but sometimes you can't do it.
Well, I mean,
not in my case, but sometimes you can do it, right?
They should just do it then. Nike.
Yeah.
All right, well...
Shout out Nike that one time.
Is this another hashtag ad coming out from you? Another one.
I mean,
I am wearing
Nike
Nike
shoes.
shoes.
Oh, there we go.
I mean,
Okay,
Nike,
subtle
yeah,
advertisement.
Sell out.
Absolute sellout.
As we take a look at our bracket and how everything has shaped up now, though, did you anticipate at the very start of today that Astralis would be looking for a second lifeline?
No, I kind of felt like they had enough of pedigree when it comes to the players and the teams to get the win there. But the caveat being for 9, they have been grinding it out in CS2. They've been putting in way more reps for Astralis. This is the first CS2 matchup official that they've played so far. So the team who are more prepped won. And in the meantime, in Group D, you can see Monte making very quick work of OG. No surprises there whatsoever.
I almost feel like the A stream and the B stream are replicating one another. Yesterday, we had the full best of 3s being played out. Today, we've got our 2-0s being played out as well. But speaking a little bit more on the side of Astralis, I know you mentioned improvements that you want to see on the side of 9. But for Astralis, there were multiple occasions where players seemingly fumbled the bag, was simply not clearing angles, being very cautious, making incredibly silly mistakes. And when you start to mention those big names, you'd anticipate this would be like second nature for them.
It comes down to focus. It's not really like muscle memory or anything like that. It comes down to focus. Maybe circumstances around the team, around everything that's going on, affected the preparation, affected the practice. It kind of affects your game too. But maybe it's just an off day. Maybe we're just speculating, right? Overall, they did look like a weaker team, and that's something they need to work on if they want to go through the group. And managing to get to the playoffs is not going to be an easy path, right? But it's not impossible. They have been down in the lower bracket multiple times in different events. So it's not over for them, but it wasn't great today. So, yeah, overall, better team.
Also a little extra disappointed because, yes, there is the entire caveat of the entire heroic drama, the intangibles where we're just speculating about things. But this is a team who hasn't played officially in about a month right now. You assume they've been putting in the prep work. You assume they've been, kind of been drilling themselves in certain maps here and there. And unfortunately, it didn't really look like that today. But hopefully it's just, just starting jitters and CS2 and all of that. And maybe we see a better Astralis tomorrow.
Well,
or day after, whenever they play next.
Tomorrow, day after, maybe it's going to take a little bit longer than that, especially if they have a new lineup coming into play. But as we revisit our predictions, Kasad, you finally did it, man.
I won the board. That's what you want. Like,
you won
it's
the
a start.
board.
It's a foot forward.
Just take it easy. There's 8 more days of this.
Henry G and Anders, though, I feel like these guys' biggest brains we have in CS2 now.
They're just YOLOing.
They're
it.
just built
Although that being said, I will agree that Hank did have a good point when in the cast. He was like, "Listen, Astralis, their mindset's going to be kind of screwed right now, so we should be hedging with 9." So maybe he's got something going
Logic.
for him.
That's what he went for.
And they're both top of the table. So shout out Henry and Andrew, smart men.
Might I add, though, that if Apex managed to close out our next best of 3, every single one of us will have got our predictions wrong.
True.
You seem to be very concerned about predictions.
Of course I am. I just want to make sure he's
See,
all the way at the bottom.
This is a host thing. It's not analyst.
No, I just want to make sure that he finishes at the bottom.
Okay.
I mean,
so
he
it's
is
a
on a
personal
trajectory.
vendetta right there.
Of course it is.
Absolutely.
Well, I understand.
I'm sure most people
As
would
long as I understand who am I fighting against, that's
I would
fine.
easily win in a fight against you, Kasar. That's not even up for debate right now. But anyways,
I'd pay money to watch that.
We'll make
Just
it
duke it
happen.
out.
We'll make it happen. Don't
Get
you
in the
worry
ring.
about it. We've got Big versus Apex coming up very, very shortly. So I'm looking forward to seeing everybody there.
Boludo, ¿qué mierda estás haciendo? Apaga el teléfono. Estoy jugando con Roobet fan, boludo. Encima no jugás sin plata acá. ¿Qué más querés? Entonces seguís volviendo todo lo que quieres. ¿Estás ganando plata? Olvidate, encima estoy poniendo un barro. ¿Cuánto lo que quieres? Listo.
losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again in your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they're gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can walk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count on you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiven minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth, and everything in it, and, which is more, you will be a man, my son.
Este lo pones vos. Me prestaste vos, boludo. Ahí te pagan. Gastá vos, boludo, que estás laburando con ese Roobet. ¿Se está Bitcoin?
Bitcoin, pero acá estamos en zona sur, papi. Acá queremos pesos.
¡Peso! Nosotros pagamos en dólares. Porque jugamos con Roobet. ¡Juga! ¡Juga!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Roobet Cup 2023. To kick things off today, we've had pretty swift games, both of which across our A and B streams were finished off in a 2-0 fashion. Boys, how are we feeling today? Are we feeling comfortable? Are we feeling ready, excited? I know Kassad's a bit deadpan right now, but what about you, Blair?
Am I off? Oh, there we go. We're back. I just saw news that Simple might be replacing Na'Vi. That is what I'm more, I wouldn't say concerned, but more blown away by.
It's pretty wonderful.
Yeah, the Na'Vi are in talks to bring in Wonderful from Sprout to replace the GOAT of CSGO. Kassad, thoughts?
Does that surprise you, really?
I
mean, considering the news and the whole like drama and everything, the fact that he didn't go to Sydney and his statements and, you know, attitude towards CS2, does it really surprise you? And like, the dude is a gold mine. Like, you know, Simple as a brand is a gold mine, but I feel like Na'Vi is like tired of him.
As an org, you need players who are going to play the game. It's simple as that, right? No pun intended. But yeah, it is still crazy, right? An org looking to replace the greatest player we've ever had in CSGO. That's kind of wild news. But yes, the games are very quick.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed, Jasmine.
I want to talk about that a little bit more, though. Where would you like to see Simple go? Where do you think he would thrive?
I think Simple, I mean, he is...
I mean, if he needs time to get some, you know, things in order in his head about like everything that's going on about his future, just take the break. I don't care.
I think it might be
like,
going on a break, yeah.
It might be good for him. It might be good for, you know, Na'Vi as well. It's just, if you feel like you need a break, just take it. Like, it doesn't have to be a drama. Like, many players took breaks and they went back. It's fine. Like, it's no problem. We don't have to be like super dramatic about anything. If that's the way he feels, he shouldn't be forced to play. He has a certain obligation towards the fans because he's the most, you know, popular and the best player in CSGO that we ever had, right? But it's just up to him at the end of the day what he wants to do, and we have to respect it. Like, that's it.
I agree. Like, but just to answer your question, I mean, where would he fit in? I don't think he'd fit in anywhere if he's not happy playing the game.
Yeah.
Right? So I think he needs to find the motivation for himself. Of course, losing Simple, I mean, if he never ever comes back to the game, which is very unlikely, let's be real about it, right? But it would be a big loss because, you know, having Simple in the CSGO world or the esports world is always a good thing for everyone from the viewership perspective, from the competition perspective. So hopefully he finds his groove back. Hopefully he enjoys himself.
Yeah, the show will go on.
The show will always go on, yeah.
It's fine. We're going to get new players. We're going to get new wave of talented players. Nothing will pretty much change.
I'm sure everybody is eagerly awaiting to find out some more information about that. And, you know, further developments. Is Simple going to stay? Is he going to go? Is he going to find another team? Is he going to take a break? But you know what? Enough about that. Let's chit-chat a little bit more about the fact that we have on our B stream today will be Fnatic versus NIP. How do we feel about that matchup?
Well, you know, two legendary Swedish orgs with 3 Swedes in both the lineups combined, and honestly, look for Fnatic, they're not bad, they're not good. I think they're just still finding their groove. I feel like I wasn't super disappointed watching them in Sydney. They had some close games, you know, a couple of wins as well. They would obviously be the favorites for me. For NIP, their trials and tribulations continue. It's just a non-stop parade of WTF again and again and again. Estak coming in, I don't want to be in shoes. You know, he's the interim IGL. They have also, I think, Threat's been on record saying that they're still looking to make more changes as well. I don't know what to make of that team. You know, it's just a weird place. Broland, Rez, they've been mid for so long, haven't really delivered as well. Config has struggled as well as a team. I really don't know where the team's going to go right now.
Well, I do believe we actually have minus Broland and plus Maxter.
Maxter.
What the... Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So...
How do we... Does that change anything?
It changes a lot. It changes, like, you know, completely the odds. I mean, if Fnatic was favored, right? But, you know,
they're
right
already
now,
favorites.
Yeah, right now without Brolan, I think it's going to be even worse for them, right? For NIP. And I think Fnatic wasn't even a Swedish organization, was it? I think they're founded in Australia or something.
Founded in Australia, office in London.
But the truth is they have a Swedish culture, right? That's something they lost. And, you know, they are trying to rebuild something of a team with this international squad. I don't think there is any player right now that's kind of stepping up way too much outside of Messi and maybe Afro a little bit.
Afro actually surprised me with how solid he was, in all honesty.
Yeah, so overall, I do think obviously Dexter is there, but he cannot really find himself properly in this team. I think ever since Mouseforce, it may be the better option for him to be back in Australian CS and kind of lead the way there. But you see Roy, he is like hit or a miss a bunch of times.
Crims is still a rock,
and Crims is, you know, obviously a veteran right here, and you can't really expect from him to get some crazy numbers or anything like, you know, spectacular like he did in the previous years of his career right now. So he's going to be playing that semi-supportive role in a way, which is completely fine. But overall, team as a team, I feel like it's like an upgraded version of OG.
All
it's
right.
Like nowhere to be placed.
I will say this though, like considering the all the roster changes we're seeing right now with a lot of top tier teams and how it's very topsy-turvy right now in the world of Counter-Strike, along with CS2 coming in right now, this is a good opportunity for this team because they haven't really had like crazy struggles, so to speak. So if they're able to kind of build themselves up a little bit more, get a few more reps going for CS2, they could be a potential threat, not to like win any big tier 1 events, right? But at least have a few decent runs. So I want to give them a few more months to see where it kind of pans out.
All right. Well, who did both of you have down as your predictions? And are you wanting...
Fnatic.
All right.
100%.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at our veto and see how everything pans out for them on this front. Any insight you can give me?
I mean, it's very difficult to predict anything when it comes to NIP, especially because now they have this turbulence going on.
Yeah.
God knows what's going to happen. Their Fnatic went for their signature pick, which is Inferno. They love to play. They love to play it in CSGO.
Pretty good at it.
Ancient, yeah, pretty decent team on a map like Inferno. Pick for NIP was Ancient, something that I couldn't really predict, to be honest. I expected something towards maybe... Well, Inferno themselves, but they don't get to pick it. But right now, maybe the Ancient is the best option considering Mirage is out, right?
And also, like, for Ancient, and this is a while ago, but for me, the playmaker for NIP was always Hampus, right? Especially the T side. I haven't obviously seen them much in CS2, but, like, you don't have Hampus, you have a stand-in coming in here. So, in all honesty, it doesn't matter what map which direction, which map we're going to go in map number 2 or 3 or whatever, I think it's going to be Fnatic all the way here.
Now, how about that map number 1? Because obviously we spoke about it previously, earlier on in the day, the changes that have been made to Inferno,
Yes.
the removal of the railing. How much of an impact do you think that's going to
I think it's going to make life a little bit harder for the pit player, right? Because when it comes to the apps pop, the waterfall pop out into the pit position, having the balcony, the T's have to obviously, at a high level of CS, everyone knows how to navigate and jump around over the railing. But without a railing, now people just you won't get stuck. Even amongst all the chaos, you're just going to waterfall out into the pit. So I feel it's going to be a little bit of a change there, but I don't think it's really going to affect the map that much.
I feel like the people get stuck at the door, not so much at the railing.
Sometimes the railing as well.
I mean, most of the players, when they do get stuck,
Door
they get stuck.
Door stuck!
Especially when you get the smoke there or some sort of flash. It's just mess. But right now, without the railing, it's going to be a little bit easier, even for the the CT as well, because you can drop down if you're holding balcony. You get the first guy, you can just swing back and then drop. There is a little bit for both sides, but overall, I don't think it's a massive change.
I think the one small little change would be for the CTs. You have the option when you have the railing to either stand on the railing or on the floor. And with the railing gone right now for the T's coming out, if you're going to clear that particular angle, you don't have to go up and down. So I think that makes it a little bit more trickier for the CTs.
Well, that's our Fnatic versus NIP matchup, and that will be taking place on the B stream. So if you want to check that out, feel free to do so. But over here on the A stream, we've got the real spice. We've got Big versus Apex. How do we feel about this one?
Big have been looking pretty solid. The last time I saw them, they were playing not DreamHack, sorry. They were playing the Blast Showdown online where, they took down ENGE with a caveat. It's online, but individually they seem to be kind of finding their form. They've been playing a lot of CS2 as well, again, online, but they've been getting pretty solid results overall. The individuals seem to be clicking as well. And so considering this event is also online, it's good for them. My question here for Big is, this entire leadership situation, right, where it was Tapson who said, he's trying to relinquish his IGLing roles and is slowly transitioning it away from him. I don't know how far they are with that. Or is it still Tapson? I think it's Process was going to be calling. That's what I remember in an interview. That was a while ago. So I'm not very sure about the IGLing situation right now in Big.
Well, it's a big transition, if you ask me.
No pun intended,
he has been like a massive, kind of the figure there in that team, the IGL, the captain, everything that's going on with that, right? And transitioning from that into like a fragging player, right?
I think he still has it.
He definitely still has it, but it's not going to be easy to let go of this control. Like if you see like somebody like making a call. And that's something you don't really agree with. It's gonna come out. It can affect the confidence of the new IGL. It can be a little bit tricky. The transition is not going to be the easiest one. But like you said, they're playing a lot of CS2 online. They have decent results overall.
Decent. They've actually just won the CCT North Europe Series yesterday as well. So
that's decent. What do you want?
It's good.
What, do you want a gold medal for that?
Yeah, gold star.
It's decent. It's CCT, whatever, right? It's decent.
Pineapple Cup.
Yeah. And overall, maybe, let's see how they do here against Apex, who is a decent team as well.
We haven't seen, I mean, ironically, even though Apex have played a few games, we did see them at Sydney, right? Where I think the opening game was against Na'Vi, which they lost, and then they played Vertex, but it's Vertex, they won them convincingly. And against Game of Legion as well, they lost pretty convincingly. With Sense coming into this lineup, replacing Sticko, that was a big question mark for me, because when it comes to the fragging prowess, from what I've seen so far from this new player replacing Sticko, it hasn't been an improvement over Sticko. I think it's been just sideways, so to speak. But what Sticko brought was a lot of experience, a lot of cerebral power, I feel, to the team. And I don't think I've seen enough from Sense to...
Well, Sense had a decent... Well, I guess...
Again, decent. Okay. All right.
You love this word.
Now, the thing is, he had a good performance in Sydney, right? He had good numbers. If you go look at his stats, it's more than decent, right? So overall, the change is a little bit surprising. Like you said, Sticko has a lot of things that he does that people don't see in his teams rather than numbers. His numbers he dropped off. He said it publicly. He was like a little bit back and forth, and then he got benched, right? So... Overall, I didn't really agree with the swap, but I can understand it. They want to bring the new generation, the new talent into the team. It didn't really backfire yet. They didn't perform well, but let's give them a little bit more before we make our final judgment.
The player I'm going to be watching out for Apex is Sasanita. right? Like when he just came in for this team, he was putting in the numbers, so to speak. But then recently, he's kind of, I wouldn't say fallen off. They haven't played too many games either. But I want him to have way more impact because he's a guy I'm looking for when it comes to that lineup. Because you look at everyone else in the team, Kasad, you're not looking at, like, there's not enough heavy hitters, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, Jakim is always there, but he's struggling, and then he plays well, and then he's struggling again. So he has problem with consistency. We are looking at these young kids, right? Sans, we are looking at Kakanito, we are looking at Kixen, we are looking, into this like new generation of players that they brought in. From the original lineup, they only have Jakim and Nock right now, and all three players are, new in this team. So I saw that them. I mean, obviously with the reason they were super disappointed after Sydney and unhappy with how they played, but it's on their own fault, right? They lost to Navi with Blade, and then they lost to Game
that was
super
shocker.
easy. So they have things to work on, and this is the right environment to kind of test it out.
Well, Big, obviously having had multiple reps under their belt, as you did mention as well. What way do you see this veto swinging?
I'm not too sure, honestly. I feel like it can go anyway. Big have been playing a lot of maps overall. I think the one map where they've been recently perma-banning is Mirage. I think that might go out of the way here.
It's not good for Apex, right?
I mean, Apex struggle on the map as well, right? So, yeah. I'm just going to be heavily leading the way of Big here. I think they've been testing a lot of maps, even maps which you're not very comfortable on, playing all these online events as well. Vertigo pick from Big, no surprises there. That's something they usually lean towards very heavily. Apex or Anubis, it's a map they do like to play. And no Inferno. I wanted to see a little bit of Inferno.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, but we do get to see Ancient, which is a decent map nowadays, and people seem to love it. But we have Vertigo, we have Anubis, new map. Again, something that, like players said, we have Apex liking to play more than other maps. So overall, I would say that both teams should be happy with the veto, and I think it's pretty expected from both teams. I think they know each other's picks, so it looks like a 3-mapper to me, even though Apex wasn't really playing on their level or on the level they expect to play. So it's still an online game. Both teams can play good or bad in this kind of environment. So it's just up to see what's going to happen.
I don't want to just simplify it quite a bit, but yeah, you can look at the win rate right there, and these are very, very recent, by the way, just this month as well, right? And that is on Vertigo. They've looked phenomenal. They're actually looking very solid on this map, even in CS:GO as well. I really feel it's going to come down to the overall fragging department, in all honesty, when it comes to this particular series. One thing I've noticed from
70%
Big,
win rate.
the thing with Big right now is
5-0.
everyone seems to be chipping in. Like you look at players like Crimbo, you look at players like Sin, for example, some of the younger ones coming in, right? Everyone seems to be delivering as a unit, so to speak. It's not one guy popping off. But I look at the side of Apex, you're looking at, like Kasad pointed out, right? Sasanito's been struggling quite a bit. Sense has been doing okay, but it's not enough. And then you have Nock.
Some would say decent.
Some would say decent, fine, but I want more, Kasad. I want more than just decent, and I don't think as an entire team right now, I can look at at least two players on that team and be like, yeah, these two guys are going to deliver at a high, consistent basis. And that, I feel, is a problem, because one thing we've seen so far in CS2 so far is this entire pack mentality, everyone's trading equally, and that seems to be lacking when it comes to Apex. That's what we saw in Sydney as well.
Yeah, the fundamentals were not really there. If you remember the game against Navi, was it you and me who did that game?
Yeah, on Mirage mid,
yeah,
it was atrocious.
Just looking at like a tier 14 team, right? It was just very...
I like how you're about to say tier 4 and like 14.
Yeah.
Well, I have to illustrate how bad it was to watch that. Like, I can only imagine that it was even worse playing like that, right? So something they need to work on in this, what is it, week? I mean, they traveled back in like a couple of days probably. I don't think they stayed.
They went back a long time.
Yeah, I remember one day before the playoff, I ran into Jakim right in front of some stores in Sydney. So he was like, yeah, I'm catching a flight. So it was like 4 or 5 days. They had a chance to kind of play a little bit and practice and get ready for this. I wouldn't call them like a massive underdogs. They're probably going to be the underdogs in this one, but not a massive one. I don't think they're afraid of playing big. They have enough games under their belt against the top tier opposition, so they should be fine coming into psychologically. But in terms of game, it's a different story.
Yeah, I think it'd be a disservice to Apex and what I've seen. Yes, it was grim in Sydney, right? Yeah. But I think they have enough understanding of how to approach this that we should be seeing a 3-mapper here.
All right, well, I want to go ahead and find out what Henry and our dear Anders make of this upcoming matchup. So over to you guys.
Looking forward to this Fnatic versus NIP game, Jason. A long time ago, this would have been called the sort of El Clasico of Sweden. Now, not so much. I really feel like Fnatic should be heavy favorites coming into this game, and NIP making a last-minute replacement for Brolin for Maxter. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're in for should be a Fnatic 2-0, but we'll have to wait and see.
We're in for another one of those games where it feels like it could get sloppy in some senses with the stand-in situation. Nothing too crazy, but yeah, probably some miscues here and there. I'd still even if NIP's playing with their full lineup and they're not using the stand-in, even with Brolin, and I think I'd still give the kind of favorite nod over to Fnatic just because of how well they've been playing and how things have been going for them recently. So it's going to be a tough affair for NIP, but remember too, like this organization, it feels like it's been in like a perpetual state of like rebounding, a perpetual state of trying to get back to where they once were.
I don't know how it's taken so long for a team like NIP to actually just make a roster that you want to work with, right? There's always some caveat with this team. There's always some weakness you would want to fix. And, you have on the bench, you bring them back in, Hampus is in and out. It just feels so unstable, and it's felt like that for a very long time. So hopefully with...
It kind of starts with the leadership, right? It kind of starts with having like an in-game leader and someone who can bring in a philosophy. And you had Hampus for a while, you had Alexi B for a while. You bring Hampus back,
for a while.
That doesn't work. Yeah, now you're bringing back S-Tag, who's going to take over those duties. He's been out of the game for a while, not even playing. So he's got a lot of catch up to do. So everything just seems unsettled at the moment for NIP. And to your point and the point I made earlier, it's just like this feels like it's just been going on forever.
When is it gonna
hasn't been any consistency. This is the same convo we're having. So let's see how it goes. Fnatic, NIP, Inferno, and that's a good start for Fnatic.
Yeah, good start from Roy.
That's a better start for Fnatic.
S-Tag was around the corner. Roy with the bending bullets gets himself into the pistol, looking strong, but there's still two players inside of this B-bomb site. And I don't know if they're going to detect him, but they've got the utility to force it out. Maxter, well, he'll be checked. He had his chance on Afro, but the Frenchman will spin around to take him out of the pistol. Now Config left alone in Banana. One shot in from Config. The Danes are taking over here at NIP.
Yeah, which is a historically Swedish organization dating back to like the year 2000.
Yes.
and now it's just being overrun.
There's just not enough Swedes to go around, it would seem. And the Swedes that they did have, they got rid of.
That whole conversation around like the Swedish scene and like there like being no like the bottoms just like dropped out of it has been going on for a while as well, and all the Swedish players have touched on it and talked about it, the lack of talent coming through the pipeline, and you're seeing the result of that here with this kind of a lineup and the pickups that NIP is leaning towards.
Well, Kassad talked about it on the desk. He said this is sort of the signature pick of Fnatic, and you would absolutely assume as a full-sided team who didn't make a last-second change, they should be coming into Inferno looking very strong. And Roy, well, he's definitely helped out in terms of getting that first round on the board.
I mean, yeah, just look at that pistol round. You have all the kills. You get 2 kills in Banana. There's a little bit of a stack, like a bait and switch stack set up with 2 players still inside the B bomb site. So you might be licking your chops if you're NIP a little bit, but it's still a full set piece. Like Fnatic don't take anything for granted. A nice Molotov towards the boxes. Smokes and CT spawn. They don't just try and push the envelope. So full focus for Fnatic, at least in the pistol round.
Well, forced by in for NIP. We got Hedrick on the scout. Well, at least Hedrick's flag is blue and yellow, so at least close to Sweden. And we'll see what he can do with the scout himself. Maxter playing back from first oranges. You got reds close to CT spawn. Big talking point so far about this Fnatic side is how Mezzi, when unburdened by the shackles of in-game leadership, has really increased his individual performance. In this round, he's dead. And a follow-up.
Yeah, I've done it again. I've left the microphone muted.
The online broadcasting, Jason.
Oh, my boy.
Here we go. S-Tag with the dig. The body shot's in. It's going to be a 1 and a second in from S-Tag. The interim in-game leader showing he's got it on the dig. Welcome back, S-Tag. That's one way to light up the scoreboard in the second round of competitive play for a very long time.
Yeah, that ain't bad whatsoever. I was saying while I was muted that whole time that I know I wasn't really enjoying the hit from NIP, or I mean from Fnatic through the 2 smokes of the B bomb site. There was a minute left on the clock. You don't need to do that. That puts you in a hole that you have to recover from, and you can see the result. It's no fun to have to try and force your way into that B bomb site and then try and pick up the pieces elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, you're very right though, and I mean right now you're looking at the ramifications of that. They're put down to just piss. It rips them open right away. So you talked about scrappy Counter-Strike before we got into this, Jason. Well, here we are. Right away, the scrappiness begins.
Oh, nice nade kill. Yeah, it's really well done. Tech9 through the smoke isn't going to work, but Roy's traded it off. So a little bit of a standing. There's no one actually in the bomb site or in pit, so they could get an angle to at least get this plant down. Headtrick steps through, overexposed and gone down. Now it's very possible, especially with that addition.
Oh my god, a double from Roy. Make it 3 total in this round, and now Maxter, the last second stand-in, coming back up through middle. Rez is with him. Rez will take damage, and Crims looks to try and finish it off with the Tech-9, but he's just going to leave that up to Roy. And Roy still has a shot at acing this round, at getting all 5. And he might actually get that chance on Rez here. Maxter slipped into the site. This is a good position to take. Crims finishes off Rez, now turning back. See Maxter and Roy with 4 on the pistol. It's Fnatic to bite back.
That is really well done from Roy. That can't happen though if you're an IP. Just 1 kill and that whole A bomb site was compromised. They come through the smoke from Headtrick, probably a little bit ill-advised. You probably feel like you're in a very strong position, but the risk of that going sideways the way it did is so brutal. And then obviously the extra kill through the smoke is just a real backbreaker.
Jason, why is the world of Counter-Strike so strange?
There's a lot of roster changes coming out. A new game always creates a little bit of weirdness.
You see, there's more news coming through right down the pipeline. Shiro just left
now?
Cloud9.
No, surely not.
Just left Cloud9. Just stepped down.
Where do you see? Where's this happening? Where's this news?
That will be on the Cloud9 official Twitter account.
Holy.
What a day, huh? What a day. Last 2 days. Kind of crazy, haven't they? Well, here we are.
I wonder if NIP, or I mean, if Navi can, the whole news around Simple and going for Wonderful. I wonder if they're like, ooh, Shiro's like, oh, Simple's leaving. There's an op spot open on Navi. Color me impressed. Get me in there.
Yeah, I think it all makes sense now with those cryptic tweets, everything. They're just gonna assemble the old Navi roster in Cloud9. That would be kind of sick. Well, let's remain focused on Fnatic versus NIP. A couple of roster moves of their own here, NIP. And right now, with a shot at having another ridiculous pistol win. 30 seconds left. Doesn't look too likely for NIP in this round, considering Rez and Maxter are in position alone. And Fnatic are attacking into this B site. Limited time, sure, you can make it a little bit messy, but Dexter cracks open the first. Rez with a 5-7 doing his best to delay this. He actually got a triple chase, and he got 3 out of that. I don't know how he managed 3, but in the end, Crims will break through, and the bomb will go down. So Fnatic into 2v2. I cannot believe Rez has got a triple kill there. But it really shouldn't get out of hand with Crims so advanced forward and Afro in Banana.
1 flashbang as well. You don't have a whole lot of tools to kind of clear these angles, and they're splitting up, so no chance for a trade. And S-Tag, you don't hard clear this. You never hard clear this. Yeah, just a little glance and not even all that committed to it. Headtrick's going to circle back to see if he can find Crims, but there's no kit, so this ain't happening. At least this stops the craziness, right? Like this back and forth brawly, you know, both teams exchanging buys. Finally, Fnatic win 2 in a row, and they should be able to just kind of skate on forward.
This is the 3K, right? Okay, so he gets the first one, and they line up. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But the fact that he got 3 from that really opened up a chance for his side. But yeah, really should end the craziness. And we've had enough craziness this week. We filled our boots. So I think we can take a little breather here. Turns out, NIP might be the most stable roster.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's like, oh, okay. Oh, it's nice. They've got a lot of pardon the pun, a lot of cloud cover to go through whatever they need to go through. There's a lot of high profile things going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of cloud cover. All right, that was difficult. Here we are at this point in this game, and NIP have really no shot at doing anything in this round, apart from Hedrick. That's who you're looking to do something. He's got the M4, perhaps hearing Roy making a little bit of noise towards Boiler, but if Fnatic get ever closer to this A bomb site, there has been those changes, as highlighted by our wonderful desk. Of the balcony, they've removed some of the railing, and Crims has come out of the balcony.
Yeah. I like it a lot. I told you this earlier today when we talked about the changes briefly. I was like, I've struggled so much and died so many times to like a Mac 10 or an MP9 jumping over that railing into the pit and just not able to connect spray in midair, that I'm like, I'm fine with it. You know, come out at me standing up.
Yeah, you know, make it easier for entry.
Yeah, exactly.
Easy for entry. Fnatic just went in with no problem. That'll be 4-1. Now we get the guns back for NIP. I seen a bit of Maxter when I was spent some time commentating the Academy League. Don't remember much.
Which kind of says it all, really.
Yeah. Yeah, that was some time ago. Hedrick and him would have played against each other.
And back at it again in the big leagues.
Yeah. There they go, the big leagues. And right now, 6-2 for Crims. Great to see him playing well. Roy, 9-2, is continuing that form. I'm so glad that Crims is just like, he's just playing CS2 now, Jason, and he didn't complain.
We should replace that statue on Inferno with a statue of Crims.
Just Crims in his beautiful head. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't even complained once about CS2. That's a true champion right there.
At least not on social media.
Yeah, I'm sure he's private conversation. Yeah.
Private complaints.
That's the best kind of complaint. Right now, though, NIP, we're going to have a bit of a fight coming their way. Config in particular, giving us a great view of that lack of railing. He's got Esatag to try and help him out. The two gangs looking to combine, and it's Config who picks up Roy first. That is NIP with the player advantage. Dexter looking to try and lean over towards B. He's got Mezzi in behind him. He's going to throw a nade backwards. So Dexter is setting himself on a solo mission here. Sending Afro down to throw utility, and here comes the attack.
Okay, Rez, that's awkward. That probably should have been a kill. He'll be feeling horrible after that one. Still one player, Maxter, left to pick up the pieces. They almost line up for him. Good swing, good trade from Mezzi. 3-on-3, and NIP at least have to investigate, but they've still got two players at the A bomb site. A little bit of a late lurk from Crims, I think, has held them off rotating for some time. Is going to buy a lot of time on that bomb.
No, the bomb has plenty of time to go off, and in particular, Crims can he get anything else but holding the angle. Not as strong as it used to be. Esatag runs right through him. Right through Banana. Now this retake has some speed to it. Hedrick is waiting, though, and his teammates. There's not a lot of time left. He's got to get into the site now, and Afro from CT spawn doing everything he can. All the kills for NIP, but not the time. They haven't got enough, and they have to run away.
Dang, because that's a pretty solid retake or a weak post-plant hold from Fnatic, but still not the utility needed to actually close out the round. Another one for Fnatic.
Yeah, this is the sort of the first kill coming in over towards the A bomb site for NIP, but Fnatic just don't care. They just simple B execute. Get down onto the site, and then it's just a limited time that costs NIP right at the end there. So a tactical timeout's being taken here for the Ninjas. There's the booze and cigarettes.
There it is, yeah. Someone was having a great time.
Oh, yeah, that's some church. And it was interesting hearing Threat. He's been pretty vocal and communicating publicly, at least, the positives about the current team. You know, he feels like Esatag is doing a good job, but we're going to find a more long-term choice or an IGL.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to be at this point because everyone, any potential fan of NIP is just like, what the hell's happening? Like what's going on? S-Tag's been pretty vocal and positive as well, saying he's been missing out on showcasing some of the stuff that he's been finding and experimenting with in CS2. So this is obviously our first glimpse at what he's bringing to the table. But yeah, what's the headline quote is the signing of a new IGL is in the pipeline. So S-Tag is just a temporary solution. A temporary stopgap?
Yeah, I guess so. At least as the IGL role, you would assume. It feels like S-Tag just can't catch a break, man, with some of the teams he's been in. He's just standing for Astralis. Was in that complexity team for a little bit. That was going nowhere. As far as at least got the Mag 7 here, he'll do his best from pit. It's just one for S-Tag, but it has actually drawn this into a 3v3. And the position of Maxter to these games might actually be very impactful later in this round for NIP.
He's got a super nice timing for this Hulls flank. Unfortunately, I don't think there's enough pressure being applied. Eventually, someone from Fnatic is going to realize that that's a gap. And they'll have players paying attention to it. So another tough retake for NIP in another round where they only have one kit. That's on Rez.
Shot from Mezzi. Maxter's flank is gone, and Rez now at the top of the boiler steps, having to run away. As Config is doing the exact same thing through spawn, NIP cannot win this round, and Fnatic are having too much success getting into these bomb sites, just effectively trading and making the retakes difficult for NIP.
Bang.
6-1.
Yeah, 6-1. Very convincing. Oh dear. Okay. Well, that's Dexter outdueling Config at long range.
On fire, Fnatic. Good to see them having a good time here. Dexter only recently just got back from Australia and will likely be featured in the German version of Immigration Reality TV. So he got caught at the border. They just were searching him and with the TV crew there. So it'll be interesting to see that episode when Dexter gets caught by German authorities.
Yeah. I'm sure I'll have a good time with that one. Banana take, utilities out, Molotov and CT choke point. Defensive smoke deployed just to give Maxter some time to escape. Smoke is blown open, actually almost catches him off guard, but it pulls S-Tag into a peak. And Fnatic have found an opening at the A-bomb site. Or they think they have an opening.
Ooh, Crims definitely has an opening. Forcibly opens up Config, but Headtrick will come through with a CZ. Rapid to kill, but Dexter one-tapping you. That's got to feel rough.
Yeah, you can tell this is a bit sloppy from NIP, and Fnatic's just able to exploit all of this, all these shifts, all these movements. This one's a little bit of a desperate round with 5-7s and CZs and everything, but Fnatic's working both maps very, very well. NIP, they won the second round, and that's it.
It's tough coming into a game like this knowing that this isn't the team you're going to see from NIP after this tournament, and you're going to see a very different roster come your way very shortly. And Fnatic, our team coming in as a full roster, they've played many events together already. And, they have to get a result like this if you're Fnatic. This is
that's
expected outcome.
Yeah. But I think you have to take the angle if you're NIP, if you're these players, and if you're this org, you have to kind of instill it of like, this is not the final roster. We will be making changes. At the moment, we're prioritizing the in-game leader, and everything else is a possibility. So in some sense, it's almost like you should be playing like this is a contract.
Yeah, play to keep it. Play to keep yourself.
Yeah, play to keep your spot, which is essentially, in theory, that's how you're playing every day to kind of prove that you still can compete at this level. But for sure, in the state of upheaval they're in, you got to feel uncomfortable with everything. And with the stand and with the uncertainty, there's a certain element to it too, where that can cause you to play much looser and be more aggressive and have a little bit more individual freedom. And we're not even seeing that aspect of it shine out.
Headtrick going down to peak. Banana, it's a kill on Dexter with no problems. Messi swings, Headtrick on the follow-up. Double locked in towards top Banana. Now just 3 players left here for Fnatic. Great start to the round. All found off the back of the AWPer. Damage done into logs. Roy cannot escape it. Best round yet we've seen from NIP.
And this all happens while utility is still up, as you can see, in middle. So, I mean, there's really no rebuttal, no response that Crims and Afro can actually bring out because they were blocked off by utility. So it gives time for these defenders at the A bomb site, Config and S-Tag, to find some solid positions and just get ready for what's coming. Headtrick's already shifted back to CT spawn to watch the cross through Arch, and he should be able to grab one. I would almost be surprised if they chose to smoke this because you'll want to keep your movements as hidden as possible until the last second. So Afro is just going to straight up duel this and lose it.
Ooh, tap from Crims. Anything else for the man with the Safari mesh in his hands? 20 seconds. He'll walk his way back down middle.
I respect that he's using the Safari mesh.
Yeah, you like that?
No, it's ugly as hell, but I like that he's doing it.
He makes it look pretty. And he's just going to save onto it as well. Actually, let's see. This is the true test. There's a fire serpent underneath him, Jason. This is
I saw that.
This is the true test.
How dedicated is he?
Yeah, Crims don't give a shit, man. He's fine with it. He's fine with it.
Yeah, I like it. This is the Safari mesh is way more in tune with his personality and the way he plays the game, you know?
How would that be, Jason? If you could put it into words.
Not flashy. He's just he gets the job done with whatever's presented to him.
He's there.
Whatever he's got in his hands, he's going to use to its greatest effect.
All right. I can see it.
Real blue-collar player.
Yeah, blue-collar entry fragger, but not an entry fragger. Here we go. It's 7-2 scoreline. NIP have found a way back to the round. They came off the back of that double AWP kill from Headtrick. Mezzi has had enough, though. He's looking to ravage that B bomb site defense, but it isn't going to work out for him. He gets caught by Rez off the top of the coffins, and it is slowed down here because Headtrick's going to get a pick in the apartments, or at least should have. Timing's not worked for him. Oh, Roy. This is wild.
He could still catch him. Could still catch him. Headtrick, you better be fast. You're looking towards middle. When is this swing coming from Roy? Oh, nice flick. That's fast. And now the nice thing for NIP is Headtrick's making his presence known with the AWP on both sides of the map.
Afro making his way out towards top Banana. Maxter's pinned, but that's... Oh, they pulled the nades just as the smoke came in, and Maxter made it work for the kill. That's frustrating for Afro. Round is pretty much done here. Crims once again.
Yeah, but let's make it interesting. Is he going to get a kill with the AWP?
No.
No. All right.
Just no. All right. That's over and done with.
I was going to say, like, the fact that, I mean, that's really cool. Like, NIP is getting just abused and beaten down at the B bomb site. They bring the AWP over to help out, to just shore up that defense, to force Fnatic away. He gets 2 kills. They win the round. And then they go back towards the A bomb site where Headtrick's here again, just mobile on the map, and Fnatic having a tough time reading it these past 2 rounds. But it's a really nice way to show a different defense, to make Fnatic, to just keep them honest, right? And give your B defenders some time to breathe, a victory under their belt to start feeling good moving forward.
Rez running towards Mezzi. That'll be the opening kill for Fnatic. A bit of a frustrating start to the game here for Mezzi. He's been trying to force the issue up through Banana. Finally gets that opening and a round that he desperately would like to pick up for his team. 2 AKs for Roy and Dexter. Maxter's still got Banana control at the moment, so you're actually seeing Config lean back over towards A on this rotation.
Ooh, nice shot from Headtrick. Still under a lot of pressure, but the M4s are here, out in force. Config and S-Tag hold it down. That AWP in support grabs 3 in the round, and NIP on the board, winning 3 rounds straight.
Last round of the half. I cannot believe that NIP have managed to do this. It felt like it was going to be a really one-sided half from Fnatic, but the fact that this could end with a 5th round for NIP, that's pretty impressive. They really started to figure it out towards the end of this first half of play. And they really should be, because Crims has gone to a Nova. And he sold it. All right. Tactical timeout for Fnatic. It's not the prettiest situation to be in economically. You don't have a lot of cash. And you're probably going to be looking at a 7-5 half here, most likely.
Dang. This is a shocking turn of events with how dominant Fnatic was for so long.
Yep.
Props to NIP for stabilizing and recovering and making this interesting. About to close this half on a little bit of a run. They've got a massive advantage in this round. Tech 9s, Mac 10s being picked up. All the ingredients you'd think for a fast B play, but that's been stopped a number of times already. So I'm very curious if Fnatic's going to go back to it.
We've seen a lot of these rounds where Mac 10s win in this competition so far. So I'm going to give Fnatic a shot at winning this one, even though on paper it looks weaker. NIP with the AWP, it's a mid-smoke combo that allows Headtrick that opening kill of the round, and Afro is gone. So now we're looking at Fnatic coming through the apartments. They've just got to pop off that new balcony without the railing, straight into the mini pit, and it's worked out for Crims. Now Headtrick brings his AWP back over, shot lands through the mini pit wall. Not enough damage to bring down the beast, but Config just doubles up through the smoke. 2 headshots as he taps through it, and that's ridiculous. That's the way they get into this position.
It's okay. Roy gave him one of those earlier. You have to remember, too, there were some very fortunate rounds. That Roy round earlier is what helped propel Fnatic to such a massive lead. So the game just giving a little bit of love back to the Ninjas.
Taking the time now for the retake. Wanting to make sure they get this one over the line, but it's not going to look easy for them. Dexter's got a kill, and now they're into the side. Time taking for NIP. Have they waited too long to win the last round of this half? They go into it. Config and Headtrick get the final kills, and the defuse will be stuck for a Headtrick. They left it super late, but NIP will win 5.
Oh, that AK running out of bullets as well. That was always going to be tough to hold off with no ammunition in the rifle. 7-5. Great recovery from NIP. They close out the first half with 4 straight. That ain't bad. That ain't bad at all.
Now the pistol will begin again. Second half. I think Fnatic will be... These are the taps, though. Oh, that's so filthy.
Sure.
I think Fnatic will actually be pretty frustrated about how that first half ended, considering how strong the start was. And now NIP have given themselves a fighting chance to win Inferno here. Bit of a slower pace T-sided pistol from NIP than what we've seen Fnatic use in that first half. So much slower as they go through Banana. Config boosted up. We'll clear out sandbags. We'll clear close half wall, and would like to get off that boost by getting on his teammate's head. But still mid noise, still mid sound, and Messi's gonna hear it out.
All right, Roy, with them dualies. First one's his. Firing away, got a second as well. The jump over is covered by Mezzi, and the B hit shut down emphatically. Rez can just lurk. All he can do is hope people walk into his crosshair at this point. Dexter's gonna give him the opportunity. Crims is gonna trade it out, and we're all down to Maxter. Just little Maxter.
Just little Maxter. Let's see what he's got.
Little Max.
Maximus. Spotted now mid noise. 35 seconds, just chilling. Flanks coming in, so he's got a timer on this before Afro arrives behind him. And there's the triple peek. Ooh, Maxter doesn't like that. Not one bit. Goes back in and isolates the fight on Crims. But remember that flank, it's still coming. 20 seconds as Maxter is doing his best to get a second kill. He'll get it, and Roy swings out. Did his best there, Max, but not going to be the one that wins the round. And Fnatic up on the board again.
Up on the board again. Finally breaking the streak with the pistol round victory. Now, the first half started with a little bit of a back and forth between the two squads. Let's see if that continues here in the second half. Good shooting with those dualies, spamming away. And the defensive smoke makes it hard to follow up on anything whatsoever. Oh.
Well, this is going to be pretty easy for Fnatic. UMP out for Dexter, MP9 for Mezzi and Crims. You expect those weapons to get all the money in the world. But if you're on IP, just take a chill pill here. See if Fnatic make any aggressive maneuvers you can punish. Drain all the utility, force as much of a rebuy in the next round as possible. And just take a moment to soak it all in this crazy world that we live in.
Yeah, all this stuff's going down at the same time. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's rattled my cage, Jason.
Just give me a day. Give me a day to process.
Yeah, I was talking to Henry before this, and he said there's just been something crazy happening every day of this tournament. I said I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. After
Yeah, it's a long tournament too. There's plenty coming.
Yeah, and then 10 minutes later, I see the Shiro news. Like maybe it's more like every 10 minutes there's something happening.
Yeah, exactly. It's
And
like, oh, okay.
Yeah, well, plenty of craziness for you guys to get involved in as well. You can win up to $1 million and $50,000 in CS2 skins if you answer 8 related questions around CS2. So, do exclamation point skins in chat to get more information on that. And here we are, 9 to 5.
9 to 5. Let's see what NIP is going to have in the gun rounds. AKs come on board. Plenty of utility for this T side as well. They just need to find a way to break this defense. On the other hand, it's a little bit of a boner. It's a lot of bit of a bonus round for Fnatic, who've got 3 SMGs on board still. So a chance for them to get some free upgrades and have a very strong win bolstering the economy if that comes to pass. Bang. Crim's just deathmatching out here.
He's really loving it. So Fnatic with their little boner. Let's see what they can do with their MP9s. Res and Sar to the bottom, banana smoke. Mezzi just jumping on the half wall, expecting that sound cue to bait player into its crosshair, but it's not going to be. NIP being relatively patient, but here goes Crims. More death matching, perhaps, as he peeks into the apartments at the ready. MP9's about to get in a duel, but he's going to drop his way out into the pit. Banana fight will be the first blood drawn in round 15, and it's that of Mezzi onto Rez. Still just under a minute left.
Ooh, smoke blown open. Afro almost gets caught. There's the spam coming through. He's got a lot of information. 4 players from Fnatic's defense shift over. Crims has just got to hold on a little bit. Dexter is dropped, and Crims can't get the kill. Maxter finds 2 headshots, and now Crims is in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble, and he almost steps up to the task.
Oh, now it is Mezzi alone with so much damage done to him in the early portions of this round. 30 health. Hard to see how he wins this. There's a better weapon on the floor and a kit, so chance perhaps, but very, very small. NIP come into it with better weapons, and now look to try and close on their 6th round, and it looks like that is going to be allowed to happen. If I'm Mezzi, that M4 looks pretty nice on the floor, but...
Yeah, I think his mindset, like, you could go for this. It's low percentage, right? But I think what he's thinking is maybe I can catch off someone trying to save for the bomb and then grab the M4 and then run. And that would be huge if you can do damage to the economy and build up some of your own. And that's exactly what he's done. Then now just bail out. So, 9 to 6. But Fnatic not in a bad position whatsoever. Going to be a scrappy buy for NIP as they get started on their T-side campaign.
Well, the bonus is over. Not a lot of utility here for Fnatic, right? They're really lacking in flashes. They got a couple of incendiaries and smokes available. Peek from Mezzi down banana. Burns away from the top of the car and falls on back because of it. Afro's turn for the aggressive play into the apartments. He's got the rifle alongside of him, and Afro at the beat rips apart config. Now looking at Fnatic, holding the advantage for the time being.
Maxter might be able to find a timing here, actually. Maxter might be able to make this play happen. If he hears them jumping around in lane, if he works up some courage, he could swing out. There's no one watching for this whatsoever. He obviously can't know it, but he's got some potential to wreak havoc on this defense.
Oh, Maxter chilling in the apartments, does get the angle he's looking for, and Dexter will fall. So, patience from Maxter pays off, allows NIP to draw it back to even numbers. Problem is, 49 seconds in this round, they got to go back and get that bomb. Smoked out on Banana for the time being, so they'll send Hedrick back to collect that explosive device.
They've got plenty of smokes, NIP. They still have 4 of them. Oh, this could actually just ruin the round entirely. Crim doesn't look left. Oh, nice kill from Maxter. He's opened it up, and Fnatic's committed to the B stack, so it's over.
And that's Fnatic having to save. It's a classic on Inferno, but NIP putting up a good show here, putting up a good fight. Even when they're down in a 4v5 to kick off the round, they're still able to find a way back into it to stay competitive. And that's got to feel pretty good if you're NIP at the moment. 9-7 now at this point. Saving isn't too bad here for Fnatic if they keep 3 up. But yeah, that round just felt like the, just Dexter just stood out in the open for a second, and your advantage is gone, and panic ensues, and NIP are able to collapse on the A defense.
Yeah, it's that push during the stack as well. It's almost like that push should have come out with 2 players or 1 player sticking around still to see if it's successful, if they wanted to go for it. But Maxter gets that follow-up kill onto Crims, and it's all done from there. No chance at recovery. 9-7. NIP continue fighting back into this. They're sticking around much better than I expected.
Yeah, definitely so on a map like Inferno as well, where Fnatic are very comfortable on and they like to go into it. It's kind of their statement pick. Yeah, it's a weird world here for NIP to be so competitive into this. Their last minute stand-in as well for Brolin. Gotta feel pretty good about this if you're NIP. Is there a win on the horizon? So Fnatic stack over towards the B bomb site. Not a single player on A, and it looks like NIP are going to avoid that already. Just from the early setup of this round. Eventually they'll get the information. There's absolutely no contact being made on this A site, and then it'll be a save again from Fnatic. So it's what Inferno can become.
Yeah, and let's be fair too. It makes sense from Fnatic's point of view as well. Although, I mean, I would have liked to have seen them try and put that op into play to get an early pick in some situation. Maybe like a safe kind of pick where you can get away and just see what you can create, if you can create anything. But certainly playing the long game here, nursing this 2-round lead by preserving weapons and economy. I can't believe Sheer left Cloud9. It's been on the back of my mind this whole time. I'm trying to
same. I think it has to be like a Falcons move or something, right?
I'm trying to work through it. Well, maybe not at the start. I can't imagine they wouldn't come knocking now. You know?
Yeah, true. Maybe if it wasn't, it certainly will be now. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe the option has been hit so hard, people just don't want to. We've just seen Simple even in his statement saying that the op just doesn't feel impactful, so he's considering a rifle role of the team. You know, it's pretty unstable times at the moment in CS because of that.
I don't put stock in that. I mean, maybe him going to the maybe him wanting to go to the rifle, but I'm not going to put stock in like the op nerf being that impactful that people would back out of a team over it. You know, like I don't think that had anything to do with Shiro.
Yeah. No, I'm interested to see the Falcons move. That's what we're all waiting for now at this point. It might be a sort of Real Madrid Galactico situation. They pick up all the best players in the world and see if it meshes together. I don't know if that's gonna pan out.
Yeah.
But it's exciting, isn't it? Being in this period. Yeah. It's like, ooh, shake things up. It's not even a shake up. It's more like we've all just had a massive crash into a wall and everything's flown everywhere and we're just finding little pieces.
Yeah, yeah, that's a description for sure.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed that one. Now Fnatic, well, they've kind of crashed out of this map so far. It was a really good start. Well, traveling at high speeds can sometimes lead to this. And NIP are in control. They've got all the money as well left over in the bank on this T side, so it really is on Fnatic to do a lot of heavy lifting for the rest of the second half.
All right, a little bit of a skirmish down Banana. Not a whole lot of damage exchange. S-Tag's brought pretty low. And Fnatic aggressively holding on to it. The AWP is going to be positioned peering towards Boiler, and NIP just now starting to creep up towards Brackets.
Fro. Oh, nice shot. Out top mid. Rez does not get any further than the first few steps around the corner. It's now down to just 3 remaining players for NIP. The bomb in the back of Headtrick will make its way down towards bottom Banana, where it will join up with Esatag and begin the campaign to remove Mezzi from his jump spot. Who has now just detected Headtrick and holds the smoke at the ready. Tosses it out, delays them further. Mezzi right now is alone, but that will surely... and will be shortly adjusted because Roy is on his way over towards that side of the map. And now with 10 seconds left, not enough time to go anywhere for NIP, so they'll save the bomb back in T-spawn. So a solid round from Fnatic. NIP really don't put it together, don't get into a competitive position at any point. And double figures for Fnatic. That's the exact kind of round they need to win when you're on the campaign to try and break the economy down of NIP and also grow yours. You want to keep as many players up and win the round just like that.
Just like that. Well, 3 rounds away from taking the opening map. Plenty of money for NIP as well, Dinko. Like there's cash behind this follow-up, buy. So it's not the worst thing in the world. They've still got plenty of rounds to play with, plenty of chances to chip away at Fnatic.
Yeah, that's true. And that's where that's the difficulty for Fnatic, right? Is managing that and trying to break it apart and doing this heavily in your favor. Only 3 more rounds to go for Fnatic to take this first map. It's been a very slow-paced game of CS, it feels like. Very controlled from both teams. Fnatic had a few quicker rounds maybe in that early half.
Well, I think Fnatic seemed like they were pretty balls to the wall at times. It's NIP who feels like they've come in with a more slower-paced tactical approach. Nice double peek. Afro's got no chance, and Crim's got to deploy some defensive utility to hold him at bay.
Yeah, the apartment's peak. If you go for that again, Afro, that's literally the worst feeling is when you're holding the AWP and a double peek comes in just like that. So perfectly played. And then IP to get that opening kill. And Afro was alone, so didn't have anybody to trade it out or get that control back at the apartment. So really good move for NIP to kick off this round. Nearly catching Mezzi was Esatag. Assembling the boost towards CT. Sound made on that.
Yeah, I was wondering if they might have been able to hear that. Those jump misses and landings are very loud, extremely loud.
Well, Roy jumping off. It's Mezzi on the double, blinded, and Mezzi gets a triple in from Coffins. Good work from Mezzi. Gives Fnatic a good chance here, but there's still Roy that Fnatic have lying away, and he's going to deny the bomb plant. Config can't put it down. Maxter was already playing for the post plant of Banana, but now there's no time. Once again, NIP have to run away with just Maxter, and Fnatic will head to 11 rounds. 11-8 locked in, and you've got to thank Mezzi for that step up on the B-bomb side.
Yeah, taking advantage of the distraction from the boost to just swing out wide and get a nice free double kill. And now all of a sudden the money after this next upcoming buy is going to be really, really painful. Maxter replenishes his nades, S-Tag, Headtrick, and Config can all afford AK-47s with utility. It's Rez who's a little bit hurt, but after this, NIP's got nothing left in the tank. So a timeout to talk over this all-important round because a buy here that lays out the red carpet. If Fnatic win that, you're at 12-8, and NIP's really got not a lot of money.
That's my crims. The AUG. The AUG's out.
A late appearance for the AUG.
Yeah, and I'm glad it's crims.
Well, it's had a rough day, the AUG, in terms of oppressing people. Maybe Crims can do it.
If there was a man that could, it would be him. Oh, well, Fnatic. Desperate, looking for 12, looking to just get to that map point. Break this money, finally, of NIP. And take Inferno away. Up next in this best of 3 is Ancient. If we need a third map, it's Overpass. You can see that underneath the mini-map. The walk through the apartments. Maxter leading that attack through, and actually they might just walk the smoke with the new changes. There they go, jumping over the balcony, and they are smoked out at Moto right now. The defensive side have nothing. They have nothing on the A side.
What is this defense? All right, the boost up over. I don't think he's going to be finding any kills that way. Now the spam's coming through. You have to save.
Well, I guess that is a way to play around, but you didn't defend the A site at all. I think NIP will be kind of shocked that all they need to throw is one piece of utility and it wrecks the entire defense.
Yeah, they're so happy about this as well. Because remember, the money situation was so grim. Like, now you get all 5 players surviving, essentially, in a victory, and yeah, that takes a lot of weight off your shoulders, to be honest.
Strange round from Fnatic, but at least they keep everybody, at least for the time being. It's going to be a round where no one dies. I would say you don't see that every day, Jason, but so far we have. We seen it yesterday, now we see it today.
Yeah, it's all getting strange here in the Counter-Strike world. 11-9. Timeout is called by Fnatic. Their third and final timeout, as we've already switched over to the Valve rules.
Valve rules. Well, I'm seeing a lot of further tweets. There might be some more news for the later today as well, Jason. The Game Square situation seems to be coming to a close today.
That's a bait. That's 100% bait.
Imagine. Right, we can't have
point,
3 big news stories.
A player could tweet out, he could, just put out the first thing that comes into his head, and the conspiracy nuts would go crazy with it.
I think we could do it as well, Jason. If we, you and I and all of Twitch chat, if we come up with something, we could fool the entire Counter-Strike community together, I think. The brain power of thousands, we could do it.
Yeah, everyone's ready for insanity. Smoke is down. Another boost up over top of it, this time to try and get a pick. And he's got it. Patience. And a 5-on-4 for Fnatic.
5v4. Will they be able to hold it for long? Well, the answer is already through. Config denies that from happening. Good peek from Dexter, but Crims, here he is with the impressive on the double off the top of the balcony. It is just Rez alone, a 1v3. And Rez, well, we haven't seen a massive round out of him. Let's see a big one here. Rez takes the shot on Dexter, rips him off the top of the former graveyard. And we'll begin to look for his next victim. There's a lot of time left in this round, and Rez does have health and the bomb on his back. Peek from Roy will close every dream for Rez. So 12-9, Fnatic 1 away from closing out this Inferno map and sending us to the second, which will be Ancient.
That was a great timing for Roy to make that push as well. You couldn't have known it. Just Rez had just gone away to check his other flanks, so just plenty of time for Roy to find the great angle. And there it is. You were excited about the AUG on Crims, and he delivered for you. He made it shine. That's a great shot from Config that almost wrecked the entire round, but a good push from Dexter, and then this beautiful double kill. Crims making it work.
I love it. Crim's giving us the show. 21 and 13. Is it going to end here in favor of Fnatic? Even if it does, I have to say it has been impressive from NIP to give them this much of a test. You know, there's portions throughout this half where maybe it even looked like NIP could have done it. They could have won this map. And with a last-minute stand-in and a interim IGL, you've got to feel like it's relatively impressive.
A lot of things working against NIP into this game, so I thought this would be a much cleaner mop-up for Fnatic. I was thinking like 13-7-ish, 13-6.
I think you could almost... I think Kassad would call this decent from NIP. Not good, but decent.
Sure. That works. Ooh, Config gets baited into that peak, but still wins it, and Afro almost goes down after the fact.
Well, that's worked out pretty well. Now, Crimson's on the side, has got Dexter up in the corner elevated. Dexter ripping them apart with a double, and Crims is there to help close. It's 13-9. Fnatic will win Inferno and give themselves a one-map lead in this best of 3. Up next is Ancient. Chance for Fnatic to 2-0 the series now.
Crims puts together a great map overall. I mean, CT side, those anchor positions, we know excels in those, did a great job, but 22 kills on the map overall, had a solid T side as well. And yeah, despite some hiccups, Fnatic comes out with the victory. That's decent, I guess, is the buzzword we'll be using today.
Yes, the Kassad decent stamp has been put on this one, but we're going to see if Fnatic can close this in 2 or NIP forces into a third map showing. Only one way to find out. I hope there's no crazy news in this short break, but we'll be back for the rest of the Roobet Cup.
Gordo, te quedo dormir. ¿Te sacas una foto con él, pelotudo? Pues se juega con Roobet, la plataforma gratis de Roobet. Mi amor. Sí, mi amor, juego todo lo que quiero.
Who bet, you bet, Roobet. Today has been a pretty dominant performance across the board, across the A stream and the B stream. Plenty of 2-0s. But the real question is, we're going to have yet another one with Big versus Apex.
Yes.
Yes.
Another one.
Done.
You did say at the start, though, that you wouldn't be surprised if it went full
No,
three
I wouldn't
man.
be surprised. No, it's just I'm joking. But definitely Anubis is the best map that Apex can hope for to actually get us to map number 3. And, you
Could
know,
happen. It could really happen here.
it can easily happen. But Big is looking good. That's the thing. Big is looking decent. Big is looking really good. And
I
they
think
look
Big are
polished.
looking excellent.
They're
Yeah, I
looking
think they're
polished.
looking
Lovely balance.
fantastic right now. I'm not saying that, but yeah, look at the results right there for Apex. Right, they had a close game against Sangal very recently, but they've had actually close games throughout. But they have been getting the wins. Albeit, you look at some of the opposition they have aren't exactly well-known names, right?
It's Aurora, right?
I mean, they're not really a well-known
Best-
name either.
Well,
so.
it's the best team out of this.
I don't even know who the second
Four.
and fourth team are.
The Prodigies and... Oh, wait, are you going the other way?
I don't know.
Well, it's the up.
Left to right.
It's the same thing. Whatever.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah. Second and
Jesus
fourth.
Christ. Just get me out of here.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. How about on the big front? What do you make of their recent results over on Anubis?
I mean, looking for they looked surprisingly decent recently. So I don't know what your second one is. It looks like an Illuminati symbol, whatever that is. But the losses are rough.
There's no such thing.
Okay.
Let's make
Chosen
up team.
few.
Chosen
There we
few,
go.
all right.
The word
There
from
we
our
go.
lovely producers. He said chosen fifth? Chosen few? What did he say?
Chosen few.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Chosen few.
That's
These things about finishing off these rosters.
Just
what
get
I
that
think
wax
about
out of
them.
your ears.
That's what I think about them.
Yeah,
Now,
but okay, look, you look at the recent results, obviously it's going to be favoring Apex quite a bit,
Yeah.
right? But at the same time, I think they have a solid game plan overall here. I think it's going to come. It's going to be a close map, I'll tell you that. It's not going to be like a 13-8, 13-7, as we've seen in a couple of games here today. I think this one's going to potentially even go to overtime, Veracity.
We
More
have
OTs
yet.
all around, the Henry curse.
We have yet to actually have an overtime here today. I want a poll. I want questions. Do you think this next one is going to go to overtime? I want to hear everybody's predictions. Let me know your thoughts and feelings about this one. Casado, are you convinced is this going to be the overtime game? He said it
no,
before me this time.
Absolutely not. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. You're going to have a 13-10, and then the final map is going to be the overtime, obviously.
The classic.
Because that's the real curse.
That is the real curse. Yeah, Henry Anders curse. Anders curse.
I like that. I like that. Handers. Did you notice, by the way, that Henry's fourth candle ended up going out? I bet you anything, he's like frantically checking to see if it's actually still gone out right now.
Okay, probably. It's kind of crazy. Are we going to see like 8 candles coming out tomorrow? Like
That would be great.
mountain of a
He did
candle?
say he was going to be stepping up his background for the stream today, and all I've seen is just an addition of candles.
It looks good. I mean, it looks good.
But yeah, it could be smelling better is the thing here.
Are you saying that his room smells bad?
I'm not saying that. Do you have a malfunction in listening? Because I said it
I
could
think
be
it's the
better.
old age. It's the old age, bro. Don't worry about
Anyway,
it.
I for one am very happy with Anders' name. I'm sure Anders would be happy to call himself Mr. Hands. Or I don't know what I was going with that, but Anders probably gets what I'm trying
Well
to imply
done.
here.
You almost got
Right.
there. Don't worry
No,
about
Anders
it.
gets it. Trust me. Anders, like, don't leave me hanging later on. He gets it.
Well, I'm waiting to find out whether or not the boys are ready for us to throw on over to them. But whilst we do that, talk to me about how you've been enjoying your Roobet experience so far, being here in the studio with myself. Obviously, it's been awful having Kassad here, but
Listen, it's not my first time, but it's my worst time.
Understandable.
Yeah, so, I mean,
Yeah.
take that any way you like it, but the thing is, like, I'm stuck with you here, so I have
He
to,
does
have to make
miss
my
his-
best.
He does miss the love of
It
his
is my
life.
home city.
How does it feel to have a love of your life, Yanko, leaving you and going on a vacation. In
Listen,
a
the
tropical
man,
island.
the man deserves it. You know, the man deserves it. He had to put
that
up
why
with a
you're
lot of
depressed right
shit
now?
in the last.
Yeah, I had to
12
put up
months.
with you.
Yeah, that
I'm
was
actually the beacon of hope in his life. No, the thing is, like, I hate the guy, so
There we go.
hope he drowns somewhere.
Well,
On that note,
Handers, it's over to you.
All still mates, I'm sure, Anders.
Yeah.
Just wishing your friend to drown, that's just a normal thing. It's just a joke. That's just what we say to our friends, you know?
It is like I kind of get it. You know, there's always been a bit of a rivalry between those two. I'm a Shanko as well. I think that's really what Kassad is saying. Like you read between the lines, that you kind of realize that is actually
that's
his
totally
real
yeah.
intention,
And just
you
to
know?
note as well, that no candles have gone out. They're kind of flickering. They're dying. They're diminishing.
Okay,
There's still
there.
4. And yeah, they're right. Like I'm gonna be stepping up my game tomorrow. Just wait till you see how many candles I have tomorrow, Anders. It's gonna be unbelievable. The kind of game I'm gonna be bringing.
You're promising a lot. Like there's people are keeping an eye at home. They're gonna hold you to it, Henry.
I hope them to. I hope they do, because I should things people say should be followed through. Just to note as well that the drama machine continues to whirl, Anders. It's in 5th gear right now. Shiro has stepped down from Cloud9. Like it's done. It's over. He's out. Simple's out of Na'Vi.
Remarkable.
Everyone's just stepping down from their teams. Presumably, there's some sort of mega deal going on in the background. Who knows who's going to be picking them up? But yeah, that Cloud9 project, that was kind of touted to be the world's best team on paper. I'm not even sure they won a single game. Like, it was an absolute disaster. But there we go.
I can't really believe it. Yeah, I feel like it's hard. You look at the lineup on paper, you think this is surely amazing, but then they just didn't really.
I don't see any like laugh threads for their manager or their GM. Nothing like that. No one's saying like he deserves to die. Like when I was in control. That's
Tell me
funny,
how you really
it?
feel, Henry.
That's interesting. Just an interesting note there. But there it is. It is going to be Shiro stepping down after not a very good year for the Cloud9 team. But all jokes, of course, as we're getting ready for the second match between Apex and Big. And the match is live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day 2 of Roobet. As we move on to Anubis here, and we are going to see Apex on their map pick. It is Anubis, as we'll see them start on the CT side. It means Big opted for a T side start. They've got themselves 2 smokes, a Molotov, and a couple of flashes.
Yes, Henry. Well done. Good intro. That puts me in the right frame of mind, like the right mood for this. I hope that Apex is going to be able to bring us to a 3rd map. We have a reputation to live up to. We can't just be quitting the day early and letting Moses and Dinko do all the work over on the other stream. So yeah, hopefully they can build a little bit of action in here. We are on Anubis, and it will be Big on the T side with Apex on the CT side. And look at the bit of aggression coming out of it.
Dog, you gonna get it right. Roobet. You bet, who bet?
Boludo, ¿qué mierda estás haciendo? Apaga el teléfono. Es jugando con una fan, boludo. Encima no juega sin plata acá, ¿qué más querés? Entonces sigo poniendo todo lo que quiero, ¿estás ganando plata? Olvídate, encima estoy poniendo un mango. Bueno, ¿cuánto lo que quieres? Listo.
Many years ago, Jason, I was a small 17-year-old lad going to one of my first ever events in London. And I went into the hotel and I wanted to go for a nice little steam room. So I went down there.
Sure.
I went in the pool for a little bit and it was empty. No one was around. Then I went into the steam room. And as I went in, there was a thick steam I couldn't even see right in front of me. And I get closer and closer, deeper into the steam room. And then suddenly, a man that looks identical to the man in this Roobet advertisement was just lying there naked in front of me. So I feel like I've seen this man before, Jason. It's burned into my mind. And so now I think of that every time I see the advertisement.
What'd you do next?
Well, Jason, the end of the story, as it is time for Fnatic versus NIP map number 2. Now, we have had a wonderful Inferno play out. It felt like NIP did a little more than you would have expected. But in the end, Fnatic pulled through. Now it's Ancient.
Yeah, and we'll see what they have to bring into battle here. This is also a map I feel like NIP is going to take a little bit more of the slower approach, a little bit more of the calculated approach on their T side. Although maybe not the pistol round. It's Fnatic who's just going to rush straight up down mid. Double kill for Maxter. By the way, we kind of glossed over this. He was the best performing player for NIP on Inferno in that loss. So, you know, showing another good game or another good start to Ancient here as well with the double kill.
Whoa, right through the smoke as the tide closes. That was one of the quickest pistols I've seen in a very long time. That was some speed behind that one. And it is Maxter and Estetide to get doubles between them. And they're immediately buying into the rifles. Do you feel like we're going to go to map 3? Do you feel like we're going to get overpass?
I don't know. I felt that way this morning when I woke up and started looking at the games we were going to cast. I felt this was a 3-mapper, and then the roster, the stand-in situation came in, and I was kind of like, all right, maybe not a 3-mapper. So the true answer is I don't know. There's a very real possibility, even with the stand-in. NIP's no slouches, right? Like they're going to be competitive, as we saw on Inferno. They're going to make you work for it. So yeah, it's very possible we could have 3 maps.
Right back into the action then, because Fnatic are on just pistols. It should be relatively easy here for NIP to go ahead and take themselves victory. Now, we just tuned in for just a slight moment to watch the A stream and hear Henry talk about him leveling up the candles. I do have a distinct worry that he might set fire to his whole home, so I really hope that he doesn't do that tomorrow. He is a showman, and I feel like he might go a little too far and set fire to everything, Jason.
Yeah, well, I could see that happening as well. Just maybe knock something over. It all goes up.
As long as it's not scented.
We do love Henry. Yeah, as long as it's not scented, it'd be whatever. It'd be okay. 1 kill for the Fnatic side of things. Well, 2 if you count the team kill. But NIP handle things without any issue.
Let's count the team kill. All right, that's the boring round out of the way. Let's be real. That's a round we don't care about. Not one bit. Not even a slither. And so let's get into the real rounds. It's going to be the guns. And we got Fnatic purchasing into all 5 of them. The big AWP out for Afro. And forwards across the rest. I'm intrigued to see if anybody else uses that James smoke he's throwing in spawn. There it goes into elbow. Because that felt like a really help VP yesterday.
Yeah, I could see that entirely. Yeah, I mean, I wonder how fast teams are picking things up, right? Because as CS2 comes out, like teams are going to have things in their pocket that other teams don't know about for that first match, and some people are going to find things at different stages. So, I mean, with the amount of resources and things that get uploaded so quickly these days, you'd imagine you could pick it up pretty quick if you're searching for it and paying attention.
Yeah, there's
but there's going to be a little bit of lag.
Yeah, there's an Italian guy on Twitter at the moment, or X.com, called Fishio, and he's going through Roobet and picking out all the new things he's found, the new smoke lineup, etc., and he's making threads out of it on the end of the day. So, pretty cool stuff happening over there. He did one yesterday.
Shout out to that guy, putting in work.
Yeah. All right, Maxter, front of the attack, and it's pretty slow now. He's just selling a bit of A presence. The bomb is currently outside of B, and Afro ain't moving, ain't budging. He's got the AWP
Yeah, but
ready.
look how hard they sold it. 4 players shifted over to the A bomb site. So this op, yeah, gonna get one as they walk in. Nice angle, nice patience, and he is rewarded. Bomb hasn't crossed in, so he could have one more crack at it.
The thing about Afro, he's always confident to take another fight. Peek again, go again. Doesn't do all this falling back. And he's gonna do some damage onto Config, but unable to remove him. Now has to wait just a moment for the rest of the Fnatic side to get in better positions for this retake. And all 3 of them gathering up in the B lane. Oh, Dexter peeks into res, wins that fight. And that's going to go a long way in helping this retake. But Maxter starts his flank around red, but he's suddenly the only player left. They're going to get onto the defuse soon. Only sent in, and they're sticking it. Roy's going to hold it through. And Maxter looking for the fights. He's just not going to win them, though. And that will be Fnatic coming back in on the retake.
Yeah, I don't. That one. That's a nice cover of from Dexter taking out the double doors player. That was Rez, I believe. That was a must-win fight for Rez if NIP was going to have a great chance of holding off that retake. Smart play from Afro as well on his own. That's obviously a lot of pressure. Getting the 1 pick and then just playing nice passive angles, realizing when he's kind of lost the battle to defend against the plant. Just looking for that deep peek out towards long and grabs this one right here. Ready as well, knowing he's got no teammates with him, so he's the patient point of this retake. And well struck from Fnatic. They get their first round on the board.
Roy climbing up ledge already. NIP electing to play this slow style, giving away B-lane control. They're not really challenging it. We did see Spirit run this similar style yesterday, but at least they were peeking over the top of the smoke and elbow, or at least trying to stop the jump up, but they haven't done that. So NIP have actually trapped themselves by being so passive at the start of this round, and Fnatic have just pinned them in.
Afro's patient again. Should get a chance at this at any moment as some utility is shuffled around. He's got an M4 up close as well, and obviously Mezzi is over outside of Jaguar entrance, so he can turn and be of use as well. This is a strong setup for Fnatic.
It's just completely trapped from the start of the round. NIP have gone nowhere and will likely go nowhere at this point. Config making a last-ditch effort out of elbow, but he's dead. And yeah, they just don't get anywhere. So they're stuck at the B doors. Flashes will force them at least through the doors and get them into the B lane, but there's only 25 seconds left. So if you want to win this round,
yeah,
it has to be a last second. Just run at the B bomb site and hope you can break through.
Imagine how horrible it feels to have to spend that much time just trying to escape the double doors at the B bomb site.
They did it themselves as well. But here they come. Maxter, he's covered of Afro, and the lineup for Dexter, that should be good enough now. 5 seconds, no time to plan. Estetag realizes that and runs down the ramp. Doesn't want to die after the time here. Be left with $0 if they get around the corner, and they won't chase after him. So Estetag's allowed to go into the next round and at least save that AK over. But oh my goodness, that's a terrible round really from NIP.
That's a round that makes you feel really beat, doesn't it? Like you can't even establish like the first step of control. Not even able to escape the double doors. Nice setup from Fnatic. Good aggressive call, stalling NIP out this entire round. And I mean, fair play to NIP as well, though. Like they actually could have cracked into this bomb site late if they'd been able to, if they'd grabbed that kill on a Dexter, traded it off, and then there's still time for a plant, but obviously goes against them.
Good peek from Mezzi. That's Red's gone right away. NIP in a similar position to the previous round where they don't have a whole lot of control. It's got to feel rough. You're standing, you come in the last second, and you're being sent with a Glock to entry frag. Go on, Maxter. Send him out with a Glock.
Yeah, I got to haze the stand-in.
It could work really well here as well, because it is the AWP of Afro, so if he baits out the shot, then you got the rest of the team running in. That actually works out perfectly.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Okay, AK over in Donut. Crims has one. He needs a little bit more, but Estek slides into the site. Thankfully taken down by Roy, who shifts in behind the smoke. Config has an op over towards Big Box. And this retake is coming in. They've got a lot of work to do.
You got a bomb plant locked in. Time ticking on. NIP's goal is already accomplished, but is there anything more for Young? Hetrick, oh, his second kill would have been fantastic, but it is just the one for Hetrick, and NIP will at least walk away with a bomb plant. Extra cash in the bank, and they actually need that. It tips Esatag just over enough to get AK armor with a helmet. But this works out really well. I think they did a good job at making the most out of what they had and getting into that A-bomb site.
Did a great job when you consider the bomb plant and 3 kills. Like in a round like that, that's a huge victory, especially this early on. So limiting some of the growth of Fnatic's money can potentially set them up down the road. And NIP get back into the buy. Hetrick with an op. Estag drops down to the Galil so he can afford utility.
NIP have sent Hetrick out for a bit of a hunt through A main at the moment. He's about to be smoked out though, and the fight that is won by NIP is Config in middle. That elbow has stopped Mezzi from pushing any further, and that's actually a massive kill to find. It allows them to feel more comfortable leaning towards A.
He sensed that kill coming in. There might be a second one. It looks like Dexter might want to be aggressive towards the ledge, but Config's still watching it from deep in elbow. And Fnatic have no clue where this hit is going to come from.
Oh, look at Crims. He's figuring it out. He runs deep in the A main. Dexter, is he going to check below him? Is he going to have a little pit? No, no, he isn't. Config just hides in the boxes, and Dexter walks right into him. That is a free kill offered up to NIP again. 40 seconds left. Where does the bomb want to go? Have they got the read? The B could be open. It seems like it. So Config sprinting in towards that B bomb site. Maxter lit activating, sees the big tip of Afro, and that tip is going to be enough kill for Maxter to lock it in, and Roy will have to save.
Yeah, that round gets away from Fnatic a little bit. That fight between Mezzi and Config decided a lot. That forced a lot of movement from Fnatic's defense and allowed NIP to kind of take their time on the map. Nice kills from Config in middle. And we're all tied up at 3. Maxter's playing a pretty solid game so far as a stand-in. I'm quite enjoying this, at least this first glimpse at it. Here's that fight against Mezzi earlier. Config kind of sensed, I think he heard a footstep. He kind of sensed that fight was coming in just at the perfect moment to get ready for it. And Fnatic can't find a way to get the information and get the defense set to actually defend against anything. So bomb's going to go off. Roy saves his M4. And now you look into that previous round, the 3 kills they get with the bomb plant at the A bomb site really has an impact. Now you're feeling that impact as there's just not a lot of money for Fnatic.
Well, NIP definitely showing us a good T side here on Ancient. We've certainly seen CS2 shift Ancient into more of a T favor. No, rather CT favor, should I say. You know, we've seen on the T side, the spawns being a little closer. But NIP showing us a good start here so far.
Ooh, that's a nice swing. And Roy gets away. All right, the one rifle brought forward into the round has an impact early. And there's plenty more players here to deal with follow-up action. Roy even spots one more. Oh, and look at Dexter, the sneaky bugger, sliding through the smoke. And they can be passive now. They can fall back and just use the man advantage.
And that's what they're doing right now. There's an AWP down inside of the B lane. NIP want nothing to do with that, so they're just going to keep those 3 rifles in play as you now go under 1 minute left in this round. Scary times for NIP. You don't want to drop the ball in this kind of round to allow Fnatic an absolute steal away, and Mezzi's Deagle gets caught in the smoke. Maxter with a fantastic shot, gets around the corner to safety as well before Roy can nip at his heels. And Fnatic once had the disadvantage, have now flipped it back in their favor, and Config's got the read on Roy. What a shot from Communities there, but None taken, and NIP will take the lead.
That almost got too easy, in a 4-on-3, 5-on-3 at one point. But I would have liked to have seen, both Deagles maybe play the B bomb site with some kind of a crossfire. Let Roy with the M4 handle Cave and Jaguar on his own and just see what happens from there. But Deagle with the smoke fade, Deagle peek out of nice shot. Deagle peek out of Jaguar. It's all created a little bit too easy of a situation for NIP to rebound into this. Max are going to try and stop him from picking up the rifle. Might expose himself to the bomb explosion. Or the Deagle.
Max is getting a little bit scared that, shooting his own teammate, but Config hitting some great shots here alongside Max to blow that one back. So money's back for Fnatic. Not the best buy. Dexter's going to take the hit for X utility and go to the FAMAS. And Config was definitely making a name for himself in CSGO with his mid-entries on Ancient. Even got an opening move named after him thanks to Bahoen's highlight. This time held back behind utility, and it's Rez to crack open the first of the round. That's follows up, and this climb up into the ledge for Fnatic has just not been working one bit, being stopped by NIP. Crims is going to try again. Perhaps if they just keep doing it, he'll eventually break through.
Dang. All right, let's see. Now he's got it all on his shoulders. Afro's inside the bomb site. Crims lines up a double. That's not bad. And the follow-up push from Afro could be everything, but he's made his position known. That'll bring Config over. So Afro has to be aggressive, but he can't find it. And now it's done.
Fnatic have fallen off big time. And this is what happens. I remember Carrigan did an interview with you on the podcast, Jason. He was talking about, how NIP is a weird team because it feels like they have a lot of these players that should be doing really well. They have a lot of individual skill. They have a lot of great riflers, but it just never felt like, if you remove the nameplates, you wouldn't tell who's on the server. It would be really nice to see NIP actually get something out of all of the skill they have inside of this roster if they can figure it out. Because you're seeing even in this sort of circumstance, they're still able to go toe-to-toe with Fnatic in the individual front.
Yeah, they've never found like a personality to the team, right? Or like some kind of, they've never kind of found like the reason that they win, like the kind of play style that gives them their strength as a team that they can really kind of lean on. They've never had that sort of identity, and I think that's what kind of causes it to feel inconsistent at times. It would be nice to see him develop it, but again, we went over this earlier. It's like, the constant in-game leader swappage and exchanges is not done them any favors over time.
Yeah, well, it hasn't stopped, has it? It's only really re-beginning. But here we are. We've got another round for NIP, 6-3. And at this point for Fnatic, not a whole lot of room to recover. You got it. Well, the best case scenario is you win these last two rounds. You tied up 6-6 at the end of the half. Haven't really seen any level out of them that suggests they're going to be able to do that. Even their mid pushes, they're getting mid control with their early utility into elbow, but their climb up into heaven, their climb up into the B lane has been shut down by NIP pretty consistently. So we'll see if Fnatic still want to go with that kind of maneuver, if they still want to try and put a lot of focus on getting mid and climbing up into heaven.
They better find something. This is really starting to get out of control. 4 straight for NIP on this T side. Looking real solid. Coming into round 10. Op still in the hands of Headtrick. Afro's got his. And we're underway.
Back underway. Headtrick delaying any sort of ramp progression that might be thrown in by Fnatic. And Fnatic have actually, or rather, NIP have thrown out the ledge smoke and the red smoke already. So they're trying to feign some mid control. And because Fnatic didn't force the issue They have to assume that they have got that mid control they're looking for. And Hedrick looking for this chance on Dexter at long. I think Dexter has spotted just enough of that AWP that he doesn't want to re-peek into it. He's going for that fight now. He's getting flashed out of position, so he can change it out and play default. And this boost I like from Mezzy. We seen that yesterday, actually, didn't we? He can jump up on the lights.
Yeah, the jump up. It's not even a boost. Dangerous spam through the smoke. Dexter's going to back off when there's a rebuttal. And instead, they want to control and maintain cave. I think that jump had to have been heard. Rez has to have known someone's at least in cave. He can probably assume by the jump that they boosted up on the box, but he's going to be patient because he's not the man to play. He's the man to cut off rotations and movement of this defense. Main prong of the attack, main thrust is going to come towards the A bomb site. That's Crims on the initial defense with Afro in support.
Afro waiting. A tight gap with the AWP to get some work done here. Needs to be careful. They might boost over his crosshair. And oh, it's a tough shot for Afro. He had to change up his angle so many times. He manages only one, and Crims will fall to Maxter alongside Afro. So Fnatic's defense, once again, fails to hold anything. And that's going to be NIP pushing forward to 70 rounds. Rez is even there to cancel out the save and the retreat. Rez has them locked in. It's only one for Rez, but still, that's a lot of damage. If you save 3 players, then you can get a buy in the next round in the final 2, but you only have 2 saved, then you're going to have some weaknesses here.
They can actually aggressively hunt this if they want to. They've got the money, NIP, to actually go and try and take some more of these guns out of the way. I think Maxter might be the one man to try. CT spawn lane is smoked off, so Maxter is going to move up the B ramp. One in cave, Roy behind the cube.
The hunt is on, and Esatag would have been the player to get the kill. Actually, Maxter got one at the end. That must have been some crazy shot from Maxter right at the end to take Roy out of play. So only one player saves for Fnatic. That's Mezzy on the AK-47. Everybody else goes down, and this is a disaster as NIP take 5 in a row. They go on fire, and they've got plenty of cash. They've got everything they need to dominate the end of this first. And Fnatic, there's no answers. There's nothing here for them.
Yeah, it's looking like we're going to get that third map, at least how it's playing out right now. Fnatic on Ancient has not looked sharp at all. Head Trick is going to be boosted up on top of the box, and this time he grabs Afro. Dexter was playing that game in the last round. This time it's Afro to take the loss.
Down ramp. Oh, Hedrick under a lot of pressure. So lucky to be alive. And in fact, Hedrick, he actually goes around the corner to fight on low HP to stop the retreat, and he makes it look clean. Now Esatag, is he going to win the duel versus Mezzy? The answer is no. The Brit comes out on top. And now Config and Hedrick in a 2 versus 3. Hedrick's been relatively quiet here on the T side. He needs to find some impact now with Config, who has just been spotted. Equal damage, blow for blow against Roy and Config. 45 seconds to piece this one together. Oh,
That's not a bad shot whatsoever. Good read of the situation. That's going to start opening things up. Roy is pushed all the way outside A. Oh, they're actually going to come in. They're going to meet up for a double flank through Donut. Roy goes back with his AK-47. I don't think he can do anything to stop this, though. He's not in a position to hustle. He'd make too much noise. The question is, will Config realize the potential?
Nope, he will not. So Hedrick has to ace, and it's not going to happen. Crims comes into Donut late, and it will be Fnatic to win an essential round. It did feel like NAP had done everything needed at the start of that round to win it. You know, Hedrick has a triple kill. It looks so good for NIP, but Fnatic have come back into it. It really started off that Mezzy kill at the edge of Jaguar. It starts to turn this back in Fnatic's favor at the end. So, really important round to win that. And they're back in this half again. I've really seen this position used a lot. I need to use this one. This looks fun to play from Mezzy.
Yeah, are you the Jaguar player, Dinko?
Yeah, I can play that position.
Yeah, I can play it.
Yeah, I'll solo queue and I'll just go there. How about that?
I like that. Have fun on your solo queue.
I won't at all.
Oh, an absolute nightmare of a time.
Yep,
Config being aggressive out the mid utility. Molotov in his face, smoke at his back, and ready to turn the corner as soon as it subsides. Flashbang from a teammate in support blinds Roy, so Config has control.
Ooh, a peek from Mezzi down into elbow. It'll be Mezzi's kill that'll take out Head Trick. And Mezzi gets away. Sneaky into the corner, but the reload, surely that still allows Rise to know he's there in the cubby. You would need some help here, Mezzi, to get out of dodge. And now the A main push coming in. Maxter, oh, he's got a free one. Make it 2. 2 for 1. Thank you very much. Maxter flips this round back in favor of NIP as now the Fnatic defense has to make adjustments.
I'm just so the push doesn't need to happen. They're in a 5-on-3. You know, like you don't need to push A main and take control of anything because you haven't lost anything. Now it puts a lot of undue pressure on the rest of the team. Oh, look at the timing.
Maxter could be absolutely brilliant in this round. So he's pushing in towards red, and he could get the flank that wins his team this round. Here's the footsteps, here's the bullets, here's the kills, and that is Maxter locking in a kill on Dexter. Now he just runs away, knowing that his teammate has brought the ball back into the site. Afro desperately trying to run back through CT. Oh my goodness, Maxter, is there anything more left in this AK? Afro making a lot of steps close, and Maxter's locked it in. 4 kills in the round from the young stand-in. And Mezzi is so low on health. Why not get all 5? Maxter, lock that ace in. 8-4.5. NIP with a dominant T side.
Yo, Maxter's making a case to just keep him on the main roster. 18-6, ace in the last round. He's been super impactful. He had a great first map in the series as well. Maxter is putting together a game today for NIP. That's phenomenal. And look at the run that they went on. What is that? 6 of the last 7 rounds in the favor of the Ninjas.
Yep, it's just crazy to see Fnatic, who had such an advantage at the start of this round. You brought up the point of, do we really need to see that push happen in towards A main? And they give Maxter the double kill, and then he's able to relocate and obviously have more impact further down the line. You guys can win up to $1 million plus $50,000 in CS2 skins by answering 8 related questions around CS2, and you can also get more information rather from typing exclamation point skins in the chat. So if you're interested in that, go ahead. But this pistol round, double dually setup for Config and Head Trick. Config, gets wrecked. Good night, Config. Sleep well.
Yep, pistol round is in control of Fnatic for the moment. We'll see if NIP have some kind of a miraculous retake, but 4-on-5 coming back into the A bomb site is going to be very rough.
Oh, Crims looking to line them up at CT. The Glock can melt through them if it gets the chance. And Crims has some help this time. Fnatic have been good on pistols. And this one is following suit. They just lose 1 at the end. Headtrick grabs an extra kill on Afro. But that's Fnatic with a really important pistol round. If they're going to get a good start in this second half.
It's going to be interesting now, too, because now we get to see, like, exactly, like, you know, you kind of mentioned it. This map does, you know, can feel a little bit restrictive at times on the T side, but NIP put up a good half. Can Fnatic actually do it as well? They got a big test to try and turn this one around. Pistol round is a good start. Second round bye for NIP. They've got armor, they've got nades, 3 nades. Look for a stack towards B-bomb site, it appears. And those nades do nothing.
They do jack. Mezzi, just 1. It's a rapid fight coming in here at the start of the round. But the fights are mainly being won by Fnatic players. Now it is Headtrick to get absolutely deleted. DE_deleted. Maxter does his best. Just 1 kill in the 5-7. And that will be the round for Fnatic. So 8-6 just like that. 2 away from tying up this affair. And you should get one step closer in the next round because this was a force buy from NIP, and they only get 2 kills out of it.
Yeah, although it did look a little bit sketchy. It looked like Fnatic got a little disorganized about that push out of Jaguar. They actually took their eyes off B ramp, but fortunately for them, nobody from NIP was actually pushing down it. Still, pistol round and the conversion. You love to see it. If you're Fnatic, this round should be much easier. No armor. If you had to guess, Dinko, since we've had all the crazy news, the heroic news, the Shiro news, who's the next player? The simple news? I don't know how I forgot that one for a second.
Yeah.
Who's the next big news going to be about? You got to throw your hat into the ring.
Twists.
Twists?
He's going to pull out Liquid.
Oh, you think so?
He's going to be like, nah, guys, I just want IM Sydney. The complexity ownership have decided they're going to let us stay.
Tell you what, the pull-out method's not all that successful. You don't really want to rely on it.
Doesn't have the highest percentage chance of success, but it does depend on what outcome you're looking for. But yeah, maybe or Cadian. Maybe we'll get some Cadian news soon as well.
Back to heroic.
Yeah, and Cadian has returned in great fashion to heroic. No,
all
I
this
think
crazy news over the past 3 days, we're just going to revert all of it. Everyone's going back home.
And psych, no roster moves at all. No, I think I'm looking forward to the Falcons announcement to see if that is actually going to be that exciting. Do we land any big names? And I'm interested to see where Cadian actually ends up in the end. And if Skulls goes to Liquid, that would be cool. It started to come together. It looked like Liquid were probably going to be the most exciting team in this weird time. And now there's just so many other exciting storylines that I'm kind of like sleeping on Liquid now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all going to power back up as soon as it's confirmed, right? All we have at the moment are reports, which are cool, but as soon as confirmation comes in, it's like, all right, boys, start the party again. We've got all the everything in place. You got the pizza here.
We're gonna get that NA sticker money
apparently. Yep.
Gonna get back in the NA major. That's gonna be it's gonna be great.
And my man Skulls is out of contract
jail.
You
love Skulls. You've been a big
Skulls fan.
Skulls. A little bit of Skulls. And speaking of Skulls, there's the bullet right in configs. Roy able to get one on the Mac 10. Just Rez and Esatag left in a 2v3. And a lot of time for Fnatic to play with here to figure out how they want to finish this round.
What a weird round, though. Look at them on the map. They're all spread. Bomb is going to follow up towards the B bomb site. Meanwhile, they're hunting Mezzi down, so that causes Afro to get aggressive, but timing is awkward for everything. And by the time Dexter can show up to plant the bomb, everyone's dead. And he's got to run all the way back to the other side of the map again. So he's getting a workout.
How do you win this one, Dexter? Not known for his ability to close on the clutch. He might have something in him this time around. So, looked good for Fnatic up until this point. And it's down to Dexter to show us he can do it. Plants the bomb. Gets into the temple. This could be the move. If he hears those steps running close, he can quickly wrap around the back. It's a smart play from Dexter, but there's a timer on it. He's got to move very, very quickly. Can't make too much noise either. Flanking in the back. Rez is not ready. Knows the second player tapped. He's going to drag back. He's going to play this one disciplined. This is a thinking man's clutch from Dexter. Molotov out from Esatag. Dexter doesn't have the health to run through it really, so the defuse being stuck. Now he's going through it. He's thought about it. Esatag's killed him, but he's got him off the defuse. No. Oh no, he got him off the defuse. Whether there was enough time, there should have been for Esatag, but he thought he would come off it. He thought Dexter was going to get him. And my God, Dexter's won the round.
That's actually so crazy. That's actually mental. It's almost like if you're going to throw that ball off, you might as well just stick it. You just better trust it. But oh boy, Dexter, a clutch even in death.
Rip. That's just... Oh, that's rough for Esatag. Let's see. He was going to get it right. 10 seconds. And he comes off.
I mean, Dexter wasn't making it.
He was definitely
we know
not
he wouldn't have made it.
Esatag didn't, but it wouldn't have been enough time even on that. So your best chance is to just hold it. All right. Well, tough round to swallow there for NIP. And Roy, swallow that config. How does that taste?
Okay, here's Maxter. Maxter coming in hot. Oh, stops and aims at the donut player.
Loud.
Yeah, pretty loud. Roy's able to turn. 2 players spotted in donut as well, so Crims is going to take the opportunity to just push towards middle, right through red room, and grab a nice pivot point for his team.
Bomb being planted. And Fnatic, with that, will confirm the lead to be taken. So 9-8. The red room kind of looks like Henry's bedroom. Dark and full of candles.
Why has Henry just got the candle stigma all of a sudden?
Well, when you got nothing else in your room apart from candles, I mean, we are going to talk about that, aren't we?
Just a little bit of mood lighting, you know?
Yeah, that's why I've got so many random things behind me, Jason, so I can't be narrowed down to anything. Got pillows and American footballs and basketballs. I got everything here.
You do have American footballs in your room.
Yeah. So no one can narrow me down to a candle man. I like Anders' backdrop too. But nothing beats yours, man. You have a dog lying there yesterday. Got a spirally staircase.
Yeah, they nap up here every once in a while. It's a good time.
A lot going on. Just like here at the
just hanging
Roobet
out.
Cup. We've got $1 million and $50,000 in CS2 skins. You can win some of those by answering 8 CS2 questions. Type !skins in the chat for more information on that. And if you're slightly overweight and topless and you'd like to star in the next Roobet advertisement,
send in a headshot.
send in a whole shot. And we want to see the full body. It's a really specific role we've got here.
Ooh,
5 in a row for
defensive
Fnatic.
Molotov. Oh, that's a nice pinch through Donut as well. Dexter does burn inside the flames. That'll delay the bomb plant, but you're going to still be a tough retake. NIP trying to get around this smoke. It's Config. Oh, utility in hand. Crims goes down. Roy with the trade, but the avenue for the retake has been opened up, and it's working. Double kill for Maxter, and Mezzi has to win out a 1v3.
Dexter's won a clutch. Now show us your clutch, Mezzi. You'll climb up on default. And the Birmingham man is not going to have a good time here. Wrapping around the smoke. Hiding in default. They've now realized that's the only place he could have been. So really tough stuff there for Mezzi. And NIP have tied up the scoreline.
Yo, Maxter gets the double kill and the glory, but it's Config who opens this up with that kill on a Crims. He's the first one through, and once he gets that kill, it allows Maxter to come out and swing wide and get his double. But Config's the one who opens up the opportunity for Maxter to actually win that round with those kills. That's a really cool retake, obviously helped out by the timing of Crim pulling out nade, but still pretty legit. 9-9.
Working 9-9. This is the play from Crims, right in towards head trick. And it's going to be Messi fighting in towards CT. Oh, a double from Config. Love to see that. Pistol picked up as well. Config's killing absolutely everything. Afro now about to be peaked by so many of these NIP players. He does do a great job in terms of taking out Config in that one. Is now looking for that boosted player, but there is none to be seen just yet because they know they've got a flank. And Maxter's trapped him in, so there's no running away. There's no backing away from this one, Afro. NIP are going to take the lead. Overpass looking very likely.
Uh-oh. Careful now. There is a flank way back
But the
towards
flank's
elbow
changed.
and middle. Yeah, he's moved his position at this point now because he wants to come support his teammate over from Donut. He wants to get a new angle to be able to help out and throw utility. Flashbang is over. Afro now should have the information. And another reposition out of the bomb site is going to make this very
Double
difficult.
peek.
They go for the double swing, almost lined up. Almost a double. But NIP take the lead.
Yeah, they do, and, good try from Afro. Definitely a chance, though, towards the end. It didn't look like there was going to be one, but just being patient, letting some of the opportunities present themselves, and he's able to get into a pretty comfortable spot for a moment. NIP, though, tactical timeout pulled out. They want to make sure that they tighten this up. They don't want to lose control of this game, and for Fnatic, it's rough, man. Look at the money. Ugh. Where do you go with this? Do you want to force find and throw everything into it?
It's nasty. These last 2 rounds they've lost without bomb plants, and hell yeah, they're forcing up into it. They probably feel like they have the economy, NIP's economy, in a little bit of a worse position than it actually is after some of these rounds. But still, with enough to scrape together 3 rifles, Fnatic's going to feel confident. So let's see how they can work the map. They got plenty of utility.
Oh, a nade on Crims. Eats the shrapnel up. And just now slowing the play down. Fnatic hoping they can get a kill off the back of this play from Roy. He's at the top of the B ramp, but watched by Headtrick. The AWPer should get a chance here, and even if he gets past the scope, Rez was ready. So it's the A play, the leap of faith to run in and take out that donut player, and now let the ever-patient Crims come in the back. But Config, he's just destroying Fnatic single-handedly in multiple rounds, back-to-back now. Config will be in their nightmares if they lose Ancient today. And Crims inside of Donut, alongside Dexter, has the difficult task of closing this round out, and Dexter gets cleared through the temple. It's just Crims, and as good of a clutcher that he is, he's not in the position to do it.
Oh man, he goes down. They even had 2 smokes to deal with them. Good patience from Maxter, realizing he doesn't have to make any kind of a play, doesn't have to be rushed. And NIP looking to force us onto a 3rd map. That would be Overpass. In prime position to do it. The plant helps, but there's still not a great amount of money for this Fnatic side. If anything, this has got to just be a half buy into the final round. Man, this double from Config is just so brutal. They get the entry very, very clean into Donut, and Config just comes back with force.
Running out mid. The Tech 9 at the front is Headtrick with a flick out to the left. Mezzi's gone. Estetik and Config will combine. And it's over, really. Fnatic's attack through mid has fallen short. 12-9. Map point for NIP. Overpass almost surely going to be arriving. Fnatic half invested because they wanted to buy and play for overtime. Well, they've now got that opportunity to purchase into rifles, but they've got to show us some round wins.
Yeah, they need 3 of them just to force overtime. It all starts now, round 22. NIP looking strong, though. Last 4 rounds have been theirs. As soon as Fnatic gained the lead, it was snatched right back away. Karim's over towards middle, extinguishing the Molotov to show mid-pressure, but not challenging it whatsoever.
What a shot. What a shot from Crims. That's Config, who has been really the sharpest tool for NIP over the last 2 rounds. So he's gone. Fnatic
I can't imagine
to get him out of there.
I can't imagine Config expected that fight whatsoever. That little gap in the smoke that was created, Crims just exploits it to full effect.
All right, Fnatic. Man advantage position. 5v4. 1 minute left and a clear position being taken to take this B bomb site. Will their objective be completed? They've got some time for it. Here comes the utility. They've just re-smoked ramp here, NIP. Now Maxter, who has been a beast, is currently holding this side of the map, and they run right into him. Just one from Maxter, but Rez pushes through the smoke. Cleaves off the head of Roy. The 3 versus 2, and that bomb plant cannot be stopped. NIP might consider just the safe call now. Headtrick looking to flee the scene.
I think you have to go for the save just right out of the gate. You can't even consider the retake because you have to prioritize your own economy as this map comes to a close. If you're to go for this and lose everything and then lose the next round, you could be in some trouble. So just make sure that doesn't happen, which is exactly what NIP's doing. Even lining up for some exit kills as well to make this costly. Fnatic aren't done with battling their way in this round. They've got to find S-Tag waiting at double doors.
Oh, S-Tag doing everything he can to hold on to the AK and, more importantly, do the damage to Fnatic. And
That's
that damage is
huge.
felt. That is really massive because there's not a lot of money left for Fnatic now. You can't get that comfortable buyout with all the AKs.
That's a top tier performance in round from S-Tag. That's absolutely wonderful. Even in a victory, Fnatic are left with scraps to work with. This buy is so ugly compared to what it should be if S-Tag's not getting that triple kill. Oh, did Dexter just call a B-rush?
Rush B, I love it. Straight out of the strategy book of one Marco Snappy. And it might work out for them. Head trick. Oh, finally connects. Config's there too, and it doesn't look like it's going to work for them. You have to break through the initial defense. Well, they go out with a bang. But it is mainly going to be NIP's bang here. It is looking very good for them. An overpass needed in this series. They've come into it with a last-second stand-in, and what a revelation he has proven to be. Maxter 26-13, really using this as a platform to show why he wants to be in the main roster of NIP, why NIP should pick him up. 26 kills. And now he's given them a chance to go ahead and win this series.
He had 15 on Inferno, like not anything crazy, but certainly had his impact on the first map. So this has been a great series after this performance on Ancient. We'll see what he can do on Overpass as well. We'll get another glimpse to see if he can put together a complete 3-map series. Krim's doing whatever he can. He knows it's unlikely. Eating nades, eating spam. I don't even really know how he's alive, to be quite honest with you.
Well, this is a very long-winded clutch attempt, but it's over now. It is going to be NIP 13-10. Overpass, the final map of this best of 3. We've got plenty more action to go through, but you can't understate the performance today from Maxer on this second map. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, that's probably the best game he's probably played in his career. It's got to feel really good as well to avoid losing the series as well, forcing to a third map largely because of his impact. Double kills all over the place, clutch moments, clutch rotations. He was excellent, and let's see if he can do it on the third map.
Well, let's see indeed. We're going to have to go to a break, though, before we get Overpass. So let's do that. Let's come back in this round out the day here at the Roobet Cup.
spotted the bomb. Like, this is wild, but surely they're winning, Anders. And there's a 5-on-2. They like to just like make things super interesting, I suppose. It's like be as far away from the bomb as possible and have to go for these last-minute defuses. There's a chance they lose this, but Nork won't be able to get more than one here. I say that, oh my god. They've given him an opening, and there's a chance the bomb has gone at some pace. It's a 5-on-2. Sassanito has got all the rounds to play with. I think he might have done enough.
Oh, is he? The defuse going? No, I just think you're right. I think they might have. That's a 5 versus. Oh my god! He had it, no way! Absolutely no way.
I'm done with this map.
I'm calling shenanigans.
What is going on? It's a 5-on-2, and they're like hunting for information elsewhere on the map. You just saw 2 at main entrance, but they win the round. I guess it's absolutely fine. That must have been milliseconds.
That has to be one of the closest defusers I've seen in a really long time. There's no way.
Why you got a 5-on-2? Why is there one player in the A bomb side? Why have you given him that time? Why are you exploring T spawn? Just play the bomb sites, play the crossfires, please. Like, stop doing this to yourself. Just play the round. You don't need information. You just need to have manpower in the correct position. But they're up 2-0, and we'll move into the final round of this first half of overtime. Like, I'm aging casting this one. I'm not enjoying myself now. It's actually making me stressed out. But really they win the round, I guess. Somehow, some way, they somehow get that defuse in once again. 2-0 as Big can't believe it. Thank you, the Lucky Stars. They get that one over the line.
Just a lot of questions in this one that are hard to answer. Like, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to... I look forward to the breakdown from the analyst desk to talk us through it, because this has just been such a wild game. Kicks and goes down, and Tamsin out hunting. He's relentless with the org. He'll get another double kill, make it 25 for himself as they look to claim all of the rounds in the opening half of overtime here. Jacob on his own, getting hunted 15-12, Henry. They've wrecked Apex now. Surely they can find one more round.
You'd think so at this stage. What a map it's been, Anders. I guess this is what we deserve. This is like the frantic, high-octane Counter-Strike, as Blair would say. And it's definitely entertaining, but it certainly is stressful as well. I have no idea how they find the 3-0 there, considering some of the absolute calamity we've seen on the server. But they've got the job done. They now just need one round on their T side. They opted to start. It wasn't their map pick, but they might have done enough here, just about. And I'm just going to check in with the B stream as well. I know you like to get those updates. NIP have done it as well. They will be going to a third map on Overpass. Right. So this one looking likely to finish. So make sure you go join Jason and Dinko after this map concludes and see who will be taking the Swedish derby, and as we're calling it, Fnatic versus NIP, where 3 Swedes are on the server in total.
That's how it is. CS2, it's a brand new world that we're living in. So I'll have to get used to it. All right, Big. I don't even know how. I've kind of lost track of what's been going on, but we're in overtime. Second half, it's Monte through the smoke to destroy Sassanito. He's trying to get through there, but there's nothing you do. So 4 versus 5 to start off with. If they lose this round, they lose the series 2-0. And Big can walk away. Probably, they surely must have some questions themselves about just what's been going on.
Yeah, I think there's at least some good data here to take away. There's been problems across the board on the T side, the CT side as well. Just some just things that are very easy to patch up. Those kind of mid-round calls, how you're approaching situations when you have advantages, how not to run the clock down to absolute 0 before you planted. Nice work from Jacob, though. Busts open the smoke and actually brings back the round in their favor. 4 versus 3. They haven't won this one just yet. Bear in mind, Big like to operate at a snail's pace on the T side of Anubis.
Yeah, something that backfired on them more than once in regulation. So I don't want to go exactly down that route again. But being down a man, 40 seconds, maybe a chance if you sneak through here, Crimbo. You could find the kill. I think he's still got his back turned. Sense he's just turned around for it, and that's, oh my god. One more second, and he would have been shot at the back, and maybe that would have been the opening. Now, I'm not so sure. They're putting some pressure on Sense. If he backs up, he's going to get shot in the back. And there we go. Mantu able to pick up that one. Process still moving forward. That's the right move, but nice spin from Nork. He gets the kill, and that should be the round to follow. Just 10 seconds here. Even if Mantu wins the fight, it's not going to make any real difference. So, well done. Hunting for it. Wait a minute. Tech9? He can't surely get the bomb plant. I don't think he's going to have it. No, he lands right in the zone. It's so close, Henry. He almost had it. My god.
Well, they want to keep the traditions alive. Keep running that clock down. See if you can beat it at the last possible second. There's narrowly missing out there. But that's big with the opening frag. And well done to Jacob there. Big spray down with the AUG towards middle. Like I said, blew open the smoke and he managed to get a double kill. Frustrating finish there as Process probably should have got that kill in towards the connector. He had all the information, just couldn't quite find the footing to get a good shot on him. That would have been it. But now 2 rounds in a row required from Apex for double overtime here. It's their map pick. We haven't seen the best T-sides from Big. There's every opportunity to actually do that. And there it is. Mantu this time taken down. He got that opening frag before, but Sassanito flashing him at the start and actually finds a very important frag here.
All right, the battle continues.
Whoa!
Process.
What? Okay, that will do. That will do nicely. Where was that Process in the previous round? Holy!
God, that looked so crisp. Surely he must himself have been thinking afterwards, like, what just happened? Did I just do that? It's got to be one of those moments where you're surprising yourself. Now, they are walking right into a double stack here in the middle, although the smoke is up. Jacob flashed as well. Going to get traded. This is actually a team kill on top of it. Chaos all around. And Nork, I don't think they know. Now they're going to know. A little bit of a shot. Nork trying. He's going to try and make
That's big intel,
an escape.
though. Now they know it's an AWP. They can actually, like, smother this AWPer. Even if he gets one, you can get the A bomb side under your remit here. Nork knows it as well. Good repositions, to be fair, but again, not pouncing on the opportunities. Allowing it to reposition should be fine. Nice work from Sin. I think we might be done here, ladies and gentlemen. Get us the hell out of Anubis.
Yes, please. We want off this crazy ride. And you're right, they did choose to do exactly. They smothered him. They were putting it on all sides. Even if he gets one of those shots, he's surely going to get overwhelmed afterwards. So that's super well played. Sense on his own. Surely no way out. Mantu at 27 kills at the end of this. And there we go, Crimbo to find it. My God, Henry. What just happened? Look at that shot.
Yeah, that was the shot of the game. Just when they needed it most. I'm not sure what to think about that performance, but all the headline will read is they got the 2-0. They'll get some good information from it. And like I said, like, sure, it was like stressful at times to spectate that game, but they got enough done, and the things and the problems we saw, very easy to fix. So it's just those mid-round calls, crossfires when you have advantages, and not running the clock down to 0. That's all my feedback would be. But still, Apex is going to be gutted with that one. Another difficult start. If they didn't receive like another 5-1 deficit to kick things off, I think they might have had a fighting chance. I think they look like the better team overall, especially on the CT side. But there we have it. I feel like the firepower for Big was a little bit too much in the end, and their process with the godlike shot towards Dark just when they needed it most. Yeah, he delivered the goods. No shotguns there. Stop buying shotguns in overtime. Can we stop that? Can we just make sure that's a rule for every team going forward? It's first round of overtime. Let's not get a shotgun. That's just
not allowed.
Let's
Unbelievable.
just get rid of that right now.
Yeah, I don't even know what I just witnessed. I think I need like a cold shower or something to just like, reset my brain.
I'm sweating.
Yeah, my God. Well, the desk is where I hope they can make sense of what we just saw. I really hope so.
Well, I hope you boys thoroughly enjoy your cold shower. But Blair, I'm going to come on over to you. What did you make of Big's performance?
No, yeah, there we go. I need a stiff drink or two after that. Yeah, despite the valiant attempts, effort by Big.
I have a stiff for you. I mean, drink. Yeah.
You got a stiff drink? Yeah, okay. Cool, Kassan. Despite a valiant attempt by Big to not win that map, they somehow managed to do so. That's all I can say about that. That was an ugly game overall. There were rounds where I just left holding my head. Like that 2v5 comes to mind where you've spotted both the players on A and they're still pushing towards B. And it's just, it's a map I'm very happy just deleting from my memory. And I'm sure even for Big as well. Just some very questionable decisions coming out overall.
Third map. Oh, don't worry. I'm now thinking about what I'm going to have for dinner, and that is leftover burrito. So we've fallen off big time.
Dog, we're gonna get it right. Roobet. You bet, who bet?
boludo. Ahí te pagan, ¿Qué pavo, boludo, que está laburando con esos Roobet? ¿Se está Bitcoin?
Bitcoin, pero acá estamos en zona sur, papi. Acá queremos pesos.
¡Peso! Nosotros pagamos en dólares. Porque jugamos con Roobet. ¡Juga! ¡Juga!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Roobet Cup. It really has everything. We just seen Big get an overtime victory over on the A stream. They're done versus Apex at 2-0 coming in. For us, we expected Fnatic to perhaps have a 2-0 up their sleeve, but NIP have forced them into a third map of Overpass. Now, it is a comfortable map for Fnatic, but they still would have liked to have got it done in 2, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, of course, but also, I mean, I think almost like the map comfort doesn't really matter because we're not, NIP is able to actually contend with this stand-in situation they're in. Not only is he standing in, but he's actually thriving. Maxter, that second map, Ancient, that we just completed, 26 and 13, 106 ADR for. So coming in as a stand-in, performing to an incredibly high level, and that kind of throws everything into the mix where like that stand-in situation made me feel more confident for Fnatic. It's like, man, if he's putting up numbers like this, Inferno is no slouch either, 15 kills with some decent impact, like, this can be a great series for him, and he can help power NIP to an upset victory here.
Yeah, it's crazy to see him have a 1.72 rating on the previous map of play, and now, well, we'll see if Maxter can keep it up. Coming into Overpass, we get to see the knife round.
Sorry,
usual.
that'd be my dog that you heard in the
I was just wondering. Yeah, I was. Oh,
Yeah.
I did hear the dog. What do they think? Do you translate into communication here?
Yeah, they weren't very happy about the stand-in situation either. They were excited to watch Hampus play today.
Well, Hampus back on the bench.
They were excited for one of the two of them, and then obviously none of it comes to pass. So that's unfortunate.
Well, they'll be very happy that NIP have won the knife round. Esetai gets a triple, and NIP will likely start on the CT side.
Oh, yeah. All right. That's interesting. Oh, and they've got $60,000 again.
Oh, it's done. It's done. Even if every single one of those players put their $60,000 together, they wouldn't even have enough for one day of advertisement on the Sphere, Jason.
True. Yeah, they'd probably get maybe 15 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, you'd whack it up there maybe for half a day.
Wouldn't be much. Yeah,
but you'd be down on the priority list, that's for sure.
It's the full day rental that really gets you the deal to take the cost down.
Yeah, to get it down to 450K.
Let's see what Fnatic's got on this T side. Their T side on Ancient kind of felt very simplistic. At the longer, oh my lord, Config and his big balls and his stiff drink, as they were calling it on the desk.
Yeah, they're stiff something.
Has just made quite a play.
Well, Maxter with the Julies. Has he got more in him? No, he does not. He's got not much in him. But Config, he was making quite the play, but now door, right? It's down to Headtrick to go through the door. They run right into them. I mean, what do you really expect? That's what I expected.
They saw the door close, right? Like, they knew someone was right out there. I mean, obviously, you're not expecting the dualies, but boy, is that a risk to take. And the timing of that push from Config. He started it out with the bold play, wrapping around long, and now he gets aggressive and disrupts everything just when they're about to pull the trigger out at B. This is a pistol round in control of NIP.
Oh, so low for Rez, but couldn't get it. NIP with the pistol. Gotta feel very good to start off the game like this on map 3. No bomb plant for Fnatic, so no force buy.
Man. That's a nice double kill from Headtrick with those dualies out the door. I'm still a little bit shocked that they actually chose to go out that. I could have sworn they would have seen someone falling back and at least seen the door closed. But regardless, pistol round for NIP. They're off to a 1-0 start. Quite nice for them. And it's unarmored pistols for Fnatic as they don't get a bomb plant. Again, fast towards Party, and this time Rez spots it out, and he can, just back away. He's got to be careful they don't close the gap too quick. He's got support, but that support isn't going to hold him back forever. And a reload, and now he's committed. Should be fine. Mezzi cannot swing fast enough, and Headtrick has 2 players frozen at the picnic tables inside of a Molotov, burning alive, and that's 2-0.
Wow. That's some imagery right there. I think that round, we want it to go like that. We want it to be over and done with.
Nice and quick, doing us a favor.
You guys can win up to $1 million plus $50,000 in CS2 skins. You can do that by answering 8 CS2 questions daily for free. So type in !skins to learn a little bit more in the chat.
And if you win $1 million, that buys you 2 days of Doja gifts on the Vegas Sphere.
Oh, wow. 2 days. How would you spend $1 million? I will get 2 days of Doja gifts on the Vegas Sphere. Well, that would be money well spent.
There's no better flex I can think of, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, true. And you still have money left over. You have like, what, 100K or something? That's right. So
yeah, give or take.
Yeah. So, yeah, pretty good idea. All right, Mezzi, here he is, short side. Coming up, close to attack, big swing, and, well, it's Crims holding down for a double. Needed to make up for the mess that Mezzi did not clean up. And Headtrick and Config in a 2v4. The MP9s, are they really gonna do it? A shot from Config goes to the USP. Oh, damage done. No way, Config. No. How has he got away with that? He should have been dead to rights long ago, and he's still standing, and he's broken apart Fnatic with the USP and the MP9.
He's just a warrior, isn't he? Just standing his ground. Nice shot. Oh, and Config goes down next. Afro clutches it out, and Config cannot complete a miraculous round.
Oh, that's so sick, though. But yeah, they don't get it done. Afro saves it. But it doesn't look pretty. Fnatic still in the worst spot. Config really is a berserker. He did that over on Ancient as well, right? He had this moment where he ran out of bullets in his SMG or whatever gun he had at that point. Switches to the USP. Yeah, exactly. And he still was able to just get it done.
Yeah, that's a really nice round from Config. Tons of bonus money, and again, a very costly victory for Fnatic. Where that's going to be really painful buy in the ensuing round. And NIP's got all the money in the world to buy back up. Hedrick's got his AWP. Aztag has all 4 are going to have M4s and rifles behind it. So very tough situation for Fnatic to be in. And all of a sudden, if they lose this round, they're really going to be on the back foot real quick on this third and deciding map. That's actually so sick. The switch to the USP
as well.
Get the dink, switch back to the MP9, clean it up. Oh, just a shame they end up losing it. That's really heads up from Afro to check towards the door as well.
Yeah, good stuff from Afro. Saves the day for Fnatic. Bubsky's just come out with an absolute classic name for the Stown and Yabby situation. Unintentionally, he called them Stabby.
Stabby.
I think that's pretty good.
That's not bad. I'm reserving judgment of that whole situation until I hear the other side of the story.
Yeah, sure, but it's always fun to jump to conclusions.
I know. I'm trying to be responsible about it.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean I can't have fun with Stabby. That's pretty good.
Yep, Stabby is great. And here's Rez. R-Easy. For a breezy old time at long, and he's got that chance on Afro. Starts to reload. Roy's chasing after him. He gets around the. How does Rez get that kill?
Roy needs a little bit more time in the DMs.
He needs ointment.
He's still getting. Listen, we've all had that spray at the start of our CS2 campaigns.
Yeah, but a little bit beyond the beginning, and now Dexter is pushed close up towards CT. Don't throw some utility in, but a 2v5. Good luck, Fnatic. This one is going to be over.
Well, Rez gets away with murder in that round. That's really kind of the big talking point. The fact that Rez gets a double in that position is just, man, that's crazy. Getting that second kill prevents them from having to shift anyone over, taking defenses away from the B bomb site for the ensuing hit that would eventually come in.
Well, Fnatic are once again forced to play with Tech9s, Deagles, and that's about it. So NIP should be favored for 4-1. Rez holding connector. Here they come, right in towards Rez, who brings down 3. Mezzi, Afro, and Roy try to overwhelm him, and Rez does not crack. So now we're looking at Dexter and Crims, seeing what they can pull out. They'll walk right into the lower part of the connector. They will eventually get Rez. But Config avenges his fallen teammate and puts Crims in a 1v4.
Kill would be nice. Oh, spotted out. Good jiggles from Head Trick to make sure it doesn't overcommit. Flashbangs up in the sky. It's going to be Config to finish things off. Look, if you're going to have Config and Rez pop off on this map, they're both sitting at 8 and 2 right now, just 5 rounds completed. It's pretty much all over. Like, those two guys going nuts on this third map could just be the deciding factor for NIP.
AK's back out for Fnatic. Gotta start showing us a little bit more. Is this the only round they won? Was Afro clutching out against Config and Head Trick, right? So
and a lot of the rounds have been really fast paced. This is one of the more like slower, cautious, contained openings. Oh, they're all lined up. They're all lined up, and it still works out. They still go 2 for 1.
I don't think Dexter knew who to shoot at that point. Just felt like one player turned into 3, like a burst of players just appeared on his crosshair. Couldn't really handle it, but Roy is. Look at that, running right through it. Double kill for Roy. Maxter and Essetai both taken away. And we're now looking at Rez and Head Trick at 2 versus 3. Rez will run down into the site. Afro rips him apart. And for the first time, Fnatic get a pretty clean round. They lose a couple of players.
That was actually kind of a cool stack behind that smoke on the bridge with his player down in water as well. Just unfortunate his head is showing, and Roy just spotted it out before he commits to the swing. But a nice little improvised setup there that could have panned out, could have worked well. Second round for Fnatic after the awkward engagement over towards Sandbags. Do you have scented candles, Dinka? Anywhere in the apartment?
Anywhere. Yeah,
you do in the bathroom, don't you?
Yeah, I do. You're right. I didn't buy those, but they're there, so
They are there.
I kind of like them.
Sure.
It's a good place to keep them in the bathroom, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Although I do like sniffing a good old Yankee candle.
Okay.
It's about, I think Kassad's just being a little too dramatic, man. You gotta enjoy some things. You know, like birthdays are fun. You know, scented candles, the small pleasure of life.
I liked the birthday tweet. I don't like his opinion on the scented candles.
Right, you draw the line. No celebrating birthdays, but candles?
No. Celebrate the birthday. Let's just not make a big deal out of it, you know?
Yeah, true. I remember for my birthday, I just sat outside and enjoyed a nice peaceful moment to myself. That was great.
There you go. That's all you have to do.
That was the best birthday present I had.
Silence.
Yeah, silence, yeah. Just leave me alone.
Nobody talking to me.
Yep. There's Rez inside of the bathrooms. Or it's not so much of a bathrooms anymore, it's more of a train station. Or a subway stop. I wonder where the line takes us. Perhaps for Fnatic, it's the end of the line. As Estetag opens up the first kill of the round. Under a minute left. Head Trick boost on top of the dice box. Tempting a kill down in towards the banana, but not picking anything up. And now maybe Rez can do something.
All Hedrick has to do is delay. Drop your Molotov, drop your nade, do everything you can to slow down this hit, because that flank, Rez does go down. 1 for 1. What an entry from Afro. He is fighting back so much. against this Fnatic onslaught, and running through is S-Tag. Can't convert the spray, but he sets up a 1v1 for Maxter.
Oh, but it's Maxter versus Dexter, a battle of the Urs. Who's going to win this one? Dexter stands on the dice box, just patient, waiting for Maxter to come into his crosshair. He crosses up to the truck. Dexter peeks, and Maxter comes out on top. It's NIP winning yet another clutch. And it's Maxter delivering the goods.
God, continues to impress. Really, really cool from Maxter. Afro's doing his best to keep him in this game. The clutch earlier, some impact kills in this round. Hasn't had a whole lot of opportunities to have great impact, but here's one, and then the follow-up entry. Reacting to config, team killed as well. Unfortunate for Dexter, just poor timing.
MP7 for Crims. This man really is living up to the culture, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. It's wonderful to see. No P90s in Crim's hands. You'll never see it.
Never, ever. Oh, a couple of shots land into Roy. Rez from the top of the stairway takes Roy out of play. Advantage siding with NIP. Well, they maintain it. It looks like NIP ready to go. Well, ready to hold this B-bomb side. They've got 2 players on the other side of Monster. Fnatic have lost a further member.
This action is taking place at like really awkward timings, it feels, because like nobody from Fnatic outside of B can even respond with that smoke in place. Although, I mean, fair play, another smoke they know is going to come right in, so they were always going to be locked out of Monster for some time, but this is really just turned into a one-front attack that NIP should be able to handle, especially considering head tricks off.
Oh, close to the smoke is S-Tag. On the other side, Mezzi, just tries to make the move. Heading out some shots, taking half of his health away in that maneuver. 23 seconds left for Fnatic, and really going nowhere at this point. Maxter will get blinded. That should allow the MP7 the kill for Crims, but he has to get past head trick. And that will prove to be too difficult even for Crims. Now Mezzi with 9 seconds. Leaps into the site. Head trick with a wondrous peek. And that'll be 6-2. So NIP, really nice stuff at the moment. This is, you wouldn't believe this, a team playing with a stand-in and an interim IGL, would you?
No, it's it's pretty solid, all things considered. I thought this would have much more of a negative impact on the way they came in today, but they're fighting right back with Fnatic, and obviously here on the third map, this is a solid lead that they're working with, and just straight up winning some of these duels. Like, this is just Reds out in the open winning fights. Nothing to it. Fnatic just not able to find the kills.
Yeah, Headtrick's hitting some nice shots. Seems to have adapted pretty well to CS2. Seen Device earlier today, speaking of NIP AWPers, he was saying he didn't really feel like he transitioned too well into CS2.
Yeah, we touched on that earlier. A lot of operas are feeling that way. Like the op is just having a rough time. A lot of conversation around how fast the peeker's advantage is, obviously, and the faster nature of the game at the moment. Smoke's being blown open. A lot of things that can make operas feel uncomfortable. So there's obviously some adjustment, an adjustment period that that operas are going to have to get used to.
You know, Simple's idea to take a break might actually just be one of the sickest ideas. You just take a full break, you just chill out, you come back in the game. All these problems everybody's complaining about might actually be fixed by the time you come back. Might actually be really, really nice. Just a little holiday.
Yeah, I think he could use it. I mean, that was a break that he was mulling over, you know, a year ago, right? That he didn't end up
right
taking
after
for very
Stockholm.
long. Yep.
It's almost 2 years now.
So fair play to him. Get some R&R. Go to a beach.
I think Fnatic might need a little holiday after this game. If it keeps going like this, NIP. absolutely wrecking them at the moment. 7-2. Still recoverable for Fnatic in this half. And this is weird because it used to... Fnatic on this map, you know, players like Mezzi, it would be his comfort ground for so many of his teams that he's been in. Just ever since his days playing for UK local sides like Vexed. But now he's come into this team and right now not looking that great at the moment. 1-9 for Mezzi. Hasn't had the greatest individual start to this map. We need a big turnaround.
Uh-oh, missed smoke.
Yeah, don't think that was the smoke they were looking for.
No. Crims is calling that out too, and you can't really do anything with it because he's all alone. He's got no one to set him up with a flashbang, but NIP is going to get away with that mistake for the moment.
.40 seconds left in this round. Config blinded by the flash and absolutely destroyed by Roy. What a kill. Some speed behind that one, some power in the play. And Rez coming in from long. His teammates desperately need to arrive on the rotation up, but Rez's patience. Oh, what a random shot to land on Mezzi. A headshot to deny the bomb plant. Mezzi's having a tough old time. 15 seconds left. The bomb is currently down on the floor. Roy has to go and collect that, or at least Afro, someone from Fnatic, needs to start punching in those digits. And Afro just about gets the bomb planted. Now a 3 versus 2. Can Afro get away with his life in this position? Can he get away with a kill? He might just get that opportunity. Oh, so many chances, but finally the shot lands in a second. There's no way Afro should have got away with that, but Maxter comes in. That is the stand-in we're looking for. A double kill in the clutch, and Maxter closes on an 8th round.
Damn, dude, Afro hit some nasty shots. That is a tough situation to be in, and he handles it perfectly as you could ask him to. Steps up above and beyond. But it's Maxter again. We said his name all through the previous map on Ancient, and now he delivers another clutch. Look how fast the second kill is. No way for Afro to even predict that he would come from that same position, but the transfer over towards front bathrooms is stellar.
So sick from Maxter. Another piece of impact being felt from this young man. Really excited if he can keep this level up. It is just one series, but we're going to get to see more of him in this competition.
Man, NIP just racking up rounds. Something happened in the map break, and Fnatic just did not return to the server in the mood to play. Because it's yeah, potentially. Oh, there we go. Little bit of a rebuttal from Dexter. And now Crims can finally make a play. Now some of the successes happen towards the A side of the map, and Crims is like, cool, with this smoke fades, I can actually find a 1v1 duel. They have to rotate, they have to shift off. It's the first chance I've had all half. Let me get stuck into the action.
Oh, Crims, not as short as you thought you were that. Gotta get that head down. Maxter sees it, knocks it off, and now 45 seconds. Oh, you can do that?
Hell yeah, you can.
Afro climbs up.
We don't play overpass either, Dick.
I'm discovering a lot of new things today, Jason.
Yeah, Mirage and Overpass are pretty consistently my 2 bans.
Head trick cleans Afro off the top of the sandbags. Now Dexter alone. Is this going to be the ace from the Aussie? He's looking for all 5. He comes out. A lot of damage done to Head Trick. Now they're in panic mode. You can't let him clutch. You can't let him do this. And he was so damn close to bringing down Head Trick and turning that into a 1v1. 9-2 though for NIP. On fire.
This is so crazy. I think Fnatic was slowly getting whittled down. I think that Maxter clutch was the breaking point. I think that was the one that just destroyed them.
Yeah, that was it. You know, how much more can you really hope for when you get a double from Afro while planting? Rez accidentally shoots Mezzi in the head while trying to shoot someone else. Just a whole load of shenanigans going against Fnatic at the moment, but you gotta hand the NIP really looking impressive. Good nades into the tunnel.
Yeah, decent chip damage. B split. 3 up sandbags, 2 through monster. S-Tag's going to be the point man. Tries to convert the spray into a headshot over towards Graffiti. It's Config just reacting to his teammates' firing positions. And he nets himself a double kill.
Yeah, just simple Counter-Strike coming out of NIP, but when you hit this hard, when you can shoot this fast, it can look that good. But still a 2v2, a winnable round here for side of Fnatic. They just about get that bomb down, but Rez lines up both of them. It was winnable for just a second, then Rez decided no.
Yeah, which is pretty much how this entire half has felt. Every winnable situation for Fnatic, somebody just says no. Somebody just says absolutely not.
Well, we had to play a third map, but it doesn't feel like it's much of a map at this point.
Yeah, one team's playing it.
Yeah.
Config got 2 kills and even got 2 more assists after that. Huge impact for him in the round. And as we kind of talked about in the first half, like early going, like maybe 5 rounds in, Config and Rez were both sitting at 8 and 2. And those guys have been having very good games. Rez, especially towards bathrooms in that A bomb site, has been netting himself double kills, winning duels out in the open, shutting down any kind of a play that Fnatic might have wanted to make in some kind of slow capacity. He's been denying so much control of the map for Fnatic, and that's been huge for NIP's defense.
And the pistol round goes without saying that Fnatic need this one. And NIP are going to take their time as they walk through the connector, gaining a lot of ground without spotting a single Fnatic player yet. A passive setup being deployed by Fnatic. Dexter watching long. A lot of the forces committed to defending this A bomb site, which you don't see a whole lot of. A lot of the time you would see maybe a bit more of a B lean, but Fnatic feel like the A play is inevitable. Perhaps it might work for them, but that kind of shot from Rez goes a long way in helping NIP get into the site here.
Okay, nice tap. But Maxter's arrived. Maxter's showed up. Oh, that's the bomb. And it doesn't matter. He doesn't care. He's got another one, and Crims is very quickly left alone in a 1v4. Well, pistol round going to NIP means everyone kind of strap in, because this is going to be a nice, quick MR12 match.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those. It feels like when you don't do enough to survive a pistol loss, this game is going to be really quick indeed. Crims is coming back in.
MR12, no halftime breaks.
Nope, this speed run. Still felt long in overall in the series, but a nice quick finish towards the end. Perhaps for Crims in the pistol clutch, taps to try and pull them in. But the time is the limiting factor here for Crims. A good attempt, nice shots, but Rez in the end will bring him down to the ground. So 11 to 2. He picked it up at the end, yeah.
Yeah, he almost made that a little realistic.
Which is crazy, but in the end, it didn't matter. And now a timeout for Fnatic.
Yeah, I guess so. Talk things over. I don't know what there's to talk about at this point. This next round is, I mean, everything's a must-win. This is just force buy every round for Fnatic until you get to the end. 20-6 for Rez. Over 3 kills per death. I didn't even notice this until now. Mezzi's on 1 kill.
Yeah, no, that is...
And nobody from Fnatic in double digits. And I mean, that kind of goes to what we've been talking about throughout this game, is just NIP, as simplistic as it sounds, just straight up winning fights. You know, like...
There's just so much firepower, yeah. And the CT side, it was just really simple, but very effective from NIP. Some sound cues made there for S-Tag. Took a tickle from the fire. But that is all that will happen at the start of this round, as it's quiet across the map.
It has to be quiet because there's not a lot of utility for Fnatic to work with on this T side. They've got smokes, but not a lot of flashbangs to clear out every single angle. Roy's going to get caught. Just look in the wrong direction. They creep under the gaze of Afro.
Oh, there's Messi. Oh, he's quiet all round long. And then finally, a double on the deagle. Messi. So we like to see a bit more action out of him. There was a world in which he spun for that third, and I would have lost my mind. That would have been sick.
Well, better late than never, they say.
Sure. Definitely way too late at this point.
Yeah, well, 35 seconds on the clock. NIP slow playing this T side. Afro just trying to spam through with the scout. Still 2 defenders at the B bomb side. I think Afro's calling him back right now. He'll get flashed out of position. And now the hit comes in. Scout doesn't land its first shot. Config wraps around. Easy cleanup kill. And in good positions to prevent any kind of shenanigans on the plants.
Well, Config defends the last-ditch effort of Dexter. And it's now 12-2. I think NIP will be very happy about this day at the office. They would have come into this with relatively low expectations, as many of us did around this Ninjas in Pyjamas side. But the fact that they've been able to come out with Esatag returning to the roster after such a long period of time out of competitive play, and then also making that last minute, at least to the public, change of Brolin not coming in and Maxter having to play instead of him, well, you really couldn't ask for a better performance than this.
No, you couldn't, for sure, out of a stand, especially considering he kind of delivered map 2 to you to keep you alive in the series, right? Down 0-1, and he delivers something mental, like 27, whatever kills it was, on Ancient.
Yeah, just nearly getting the 30 bomb, so... you know, in terms of how standard performances go, he's certainly had one of the strongest.
It's actually one of the things that MR12 has actually brought back is the fact that a 30 bomb actually like really means something significant now, you know, like it used to be such a rare occurrence, and that's where it was born, was out of old school MR12 matches, because if someone got 30 kills in MR12, it's just like, oh god, like that's a game and a half.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like we got lulled into like a sense that, you know, 30 bombs in MR15 happen quite more frequently.
And I think it was really cool to see JL in the first game of MR12 at Sydney get a 30 bomb. And that was really impressive.
Shout out to JL.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, Roy. Hiding with the paint buckets. Oh, it's the paint buckets are in Russian, but it's in German. So I guess they got that imported. Here is Roy. He's going to be taken out by Headtrick. Man advantage for NIP. 4 kills away from closing out this series.
Feels like Fnatic has, I was going to say has a decent read, but actually Afro stays parked at the A bomb site. Because Dexter's clearing out bathrooms right now. They just haven't been able to get a jump on the rotation. It's all on Crims. He's blind. He can do nothing. Mezzi is blind behind fire. He can do nothing. And that is just an exclamation point on a phenomenal map from NIP. They have had no issues whatsoever.
Not a single problem here on Overpass. What a showing from NIP. They've come in with Esatag rejoining the ranks and having to play as Maxter is a stand-in. It's really impressive that they got this result today. And for Fnatic, on the flip side, it's not going to be as happy of a day. It's not going to be a celebration. In fact, there's a lot of work to do to go back to that drawing board.
Yeah, you've probably got to be so frustrated if you're Fnatic, because coming into it with kind of the roster situation that you outlined on NIP, you had to feel like this was a great chance to get started in the Roobet Cup on the right foot, and boy did they punch back way harder. So super impressive from NIP, super disappointing for Fnatic. I expected way more out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's another day done of the Roobet Cup. Day 2 has concluded. Some expected results, some not. But we've got plenty more action coming up tomorrow. Same time, same place. Actually, I think we're starting the first game a little earlier, actually, here on the B stream. 40.
Is that